Chapter 822. The level 6 Phantom rune consumed a lower amount of rune energy and could create 5 Phantom clones with the same strength as the main body. The Phantom clones also had a certain level of self-healing and could withstand more damage. The reason why Lin Chen's 5 clones had completely different appearances and auras was because Lin Chen had obtained the 1000 illusion human skin mask from the orange crystal treasure chest by chance. This was a disguised divine tool that even saint stage experts couldn't see through. The main reason why the doppelganger could last for so long and even block all of them was because of the plus 13 infinite dark steps, which was extremely fast. Along with the use of the rune of charge and the plus 12 mental cultivation method, as well as the final moment and assault talents, he was able to achieve this result. If the geniuses on the genius leaderboard were to fight with their lives on the line, the Phantom clones would still have a high chance of being defeated. With the current Phantom clones, there was still a slight difference between them and the Phantom clones. However, this slight difference was about to vanish into thin air at this moment. Lin Chen activated the enhancement function and converted 230,000 blank attribute points into enhancement points. In an instant, he had 250,000 enhancement points on hand. Consumed 130 enhancement points. Failed to enhance the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear, after another round of failures. Consumed 180 enhancement points. Successfully enhanced the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear to plus 13. Power increase, 70%. Consumed 320 enhancement points. Successfully enhanced the 100 Spears Fighting Emperor to plus 13. Power increase, 70%. Ji Qingming's eyes widened. Just as he was about to use all his strength to suppress the black-robed young man in front of him and break out of the encirclement, the young man's spear technique continued to grow stronger. The tip of the spear had a blue glow. His spear's power has increased. Even his spear technique is getting stronger. How? How is this possible? Ji Qingming was dumbfounded. The 5-colored dragon spear once again shot toward him at an extremely fast speed. The spear's radiance revolved and pierced toward his vitals, not giving Ji Qingming much time to think. Following that, Lin Chen did not hold back. With a few 100,000 enhancement points, he had enough capital to increase his overall strength. Consumed 185 enhancement points. Successfully enhanced the 3-inch calamity to plus 13. Power increase, 70%. Consumed 590 enhancement points. Successfully enhanced the dragon blade to plus 13. Power increase, 70%. Consumed 890 strengthening points. Golden flying dragon armor plus 13. Power increase, 70%. Consumed 330 strengthening points. Bright moon mirror plus 13 successful. Power increase, 70%. His saber technique is actually increasing in power? What kind of cultivation technique is this? Drunk One Sword lost his composure for the first time. His usual drunken look had completely disappeared, and what replaced it was shock. The black-clothed youth in front of him had raised his saber skills to a whole new level, and in the end, he even had the intention of turning the tables and suppressing him. I've already used all my strength, but his saber technique can still keep up with me. Drunk One Sword's pupils trembled with fear, the tip of his sword blocked horizontally, sword chi crisscrossing, once again colliding with the blade light that was as bright as the moon and mirror. Plus 13. Plus 13. Plus 13. Lin Chen's crazy strengthening was simply unstoppable. The 5 geniuses who were fighting against the doppelgangers gradually began to notice the abnormality. The Black Horse Club's attacks had increased by another level. When the strengthening failed, Lin Chen did not even bat an eyelid as he continued to strengthen crazily, purely using his strengthening point. After spending 250,000 strengthening points, Lin Chen's plus 13 cultivation techniques had increased by a few times. Following that, he converted another 200,000 points of blank attributes and began a new round of strengthening. Consumed 3,350 strengthening points, life-seizing skill plus 13 successful, power increase, 70%. Consumed 899 strengthening points, Wind Emperor bow plus 13 successful, power increase, 70%. The scholarly young man chuckled lightly as he pulled back the bowstring. As the arrow shot out, Scarlet Fairy Prince rode on his spirit cat to parry and dodge, causing the arrow chi to explode in all directions. Countless fragments of the arrow chi then shot towards the spirit cat under Scarlet Fairy Prince's crotch. The power of the arrow light did not decrease in the slightest, causing Flying Dragon Cat's face to twitch. Consumed 665 strengthening points, Meridian Sword plus 13 successful, power increase, 70%. Consumed 595 strengthening points, 7-star sword manual plus 13 successful, power increase, 70%. The sword flashed like a star, and each strike was faster than the last. Su Qing, who was about to suppress the green-robed youth, suddenly had a change in her expression. Consumed 3180 strengthening points, 7 ultimate strength technique plus 13 successful, power increase, 70%. Consumed 3450 strengthening points, annihilation skill plus 13 successful, power increase, 70%. Hong Long tilde. Peng. 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 The one who suffered the most was Jiyu Tianxie. He was already being suppressed by the white-robed youth, but after this round of strengthening, he was actually being suppressed instead. The terrifying and mysterious dragon force surged towards him, and coupled with the powerful annihilation skill released by the strange and tyrannical spiritual power, he was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. F***CK, what's going on? I've seen the power of a battle technique increase before, but this is the first time I've seen the power of a weapon increase by several levels. Am I a country bumpkin now? Since when did the Sacred Boundary have this kind of secret technique? But their weapons did not increase at all. The sect prodigies had been paying attention to the battle on the genius rankings, so this sudden reversal stunned them. The vice president could increase the power of all the prodigies with a snap of his fingers, and then he could increase the grade of his weapons during the battle? This was just too crazy. The Black Horse Club's trump cards were endless, making them feel awe and fear. This is too fierce. The Black Horse Club is actually suppressing the big shots on the genius rankings again. My god, the prodigies on the genius rankings have all used their top battle techniques, bloodline powers, or their special physiques, right? They're still being suppressed. The Black Horse Club is truly terrifying. Each one of them has the strength to challenge the genius rankings. But I've already memorized the characteristics of the top 100,000 prodigies on the genius rankings. Why have I never seen them before? They've hidden themselves too deeply. The sect prodigies sighed in amazement as they watched the vice president on the stage leisurely sipping his tea. Their mouths were filled with cold air. The Black Horse Club's name would definitely shake the world after today's battle. What was even more troublesome for the genius rankings was that the Black Horse Club's attacks were as if they didn't care about their lives. In a situation where both sides were evenly matched, the side that went all out would definitely have the upper hand. But the Black Horse Club's prodigies were all so powerful that they could circle around and attack them from the back every time. Every time they attacked from the back, the power of their attacks was always shocking, and they had no choice but to take it head-on. After spending 450,000 strengthening points, Lin Chen was left with 100,000 blank attribute points, which was just enough to strengthen all his techniques and weapons to the highest level of plus 13. Only his mental cultivation method was left at plus 12. Each strengthening of his mental cultivation method required more than 10,000 strengthening points, and the cost was extremely high. This was the most difficult and also the most crucial step. Lin Chen estimated that he would need at least 500,000 strengthening points to reach plus 13. In terms of strengthening weapons, the higher the grade, the more advantageous it would be for Lin Chen at his current stage. On the contrary, if the grade of his weapons was too high, Lin Chen wouldn't be able to afford to strengthen all his weapons to plus 13. The cost-performance ratio of strengthening weapons to plus 13 was extremely high. For example, when the Meridian Sword was strengthened to plus 13, its overall power would increase by 240%, and it wouldn't be inferior to most of the superior grade 7th grade weapons. If Lin Chen wanted to strengthen a superior grade 7th grade weapon to plus 13, he would only be able to strengthen 2 weapons. The current grade of his weapons was just right for Lin Chen. Rumble tilde. Lin Chen, who was sipping his tea, continuously absorbed the attribute light balls from the ancient altar. A loud rumbling sound came from his body. The pure strength of Lin Chen's flesh shell had broken through to 9.8 million dragon power points. After being strengthened by the divine strength master talent, it was 9.99 million dragon power points. 10 million dragon power points belonged to the level of a first tribulation combat emperor. Most importantly, the divine strength master talent could only strengthen the body of those with less than 10 million dragon power points. It couldn't support breaking through this limit. At this moment, to everyone's surprise, Ghost Calculator Mo Qing made his move. With a scroll in his hand, he slowly walked up the blood-red ancient altar and walked straight towards Lin Chen. Chapter 823. My intermediate fire energy has also broken through to 13 million points. My harvest is not bad. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. He saw that he had absorbed more than half of the attribute light balls in the ancient altar. At this time, Mo Qingyu held a painting scroll and slowly walked to his side. Mo Qingyu's actions had attracted everyone's attention. If there was anyone who had the strength to disrupt the situation, it would be Mo Qingyu, who was also on the genius ranking. His actions would even determine the future decisions and actions of the other genius ranking geniuses. Oh! Lin Chen was interested. He waved his hand and a green chair appeared in front of him. Thank you, Vice Director, for giving me a seat. Mo Qingyu cupped his fists. Lin Chen poured tea and pushed the cup in front of him. Mo Qingyu nodded slightly. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What? Do you have some advice for me? Mo Qingyu tasted the tea. He took 3 sips and praised, good tea, fragrant aftertaste, first bitter then sweet, mellow but not strong. Then, Mo Qingyu smiled. I came this time to invite Vice Director to admire a painting. The painting scroll was unfurled and slowly revealed. The first thing that came into view was a vast range of mountains with thousands of birds flying about. The blazing sun had just risen, and the brushstrokes were powerful and sharp. The ink and wash were fully displayed, and the charm of the painting could be said to be deeply engraved. What a great painting! One can only come across it by chance. Lin Chen tasted the tea for a moment and nodded in praise. This painting was like a god. It could be said to perfectly reproduce the artistic conception of the scenery. It was a top work. Suddenly, the painting scroll stopped. Mo Qingyu pointed at a majestic mountain peak that pierced into the clouds. This is the most famous mountain in the Sacred Boundaries sword domain. When the sky-supporting sword Saint Jing Taiyi fought against the demon lord Shen Tianji, the Eastern Emperor borrowed a sword from 10,000 miles away. Jing Taiyi divided the world with a single sword. This was the sword Saint's supreme sword before he died. It opened up 90,000 miles in a single breath, shocking the heavens and making ghosts weep. The mountain peak was vast and ancient. It emitted an aura that was like an ancient flood. It cut across the many majestic mountain peaks, and it had a domineering and majestic aura. However, if one were to carefully savor it, they would find that there was a hint of the vicissitudes of time, as if it was a flash in the pan. The prodigies outside the blood-red ancient altar only needed to slightly activate their battle chi to view the painting. Seeing the painting, they couldn't help but sigh. Even someone as strong as a sword saint would lose to time. Mo Qing then pointed to the other side. The other side of the picture scroll was completely different from the withered sun and withered flowers. It was a ghastly and ghostly mountain and river. It was magnificent and majestic, but it contained the aura of death. Thousands of miles of rivers converged into a dragon, and in the middle of it was a bottomless abyss that stretched across heaven and earth. Looking at this abyss, it is called the Ghost Abyss. The Ghost Sage massacred the entire Underworld Saints tribe, but the Underworld Saint caught up with him later and joined the Ghost Sage sect under the name of the Underworld Emperor. He endured for 100,000 years, and when he broke through to the Underworld Saint's level, the Underworld Saint engaged in a life and death battle until both of them perish. Mo Qing's eyes flashed. This painting was created by his ancestor, and it contained a trace of a fortune-teller's aura and heavenly divination. It could measure a person's character, courage, and wisdom. At first glance, mortals would only be impressed by the Sword Saint's spirit before his death. At second glance, they would be moved by the Underworld Saint's wisdom and courage that had endured for 100,000 years. Only those who were truly fearless and wise could see further into the future. He, Mo Qing, could be considered to be an extraordinary genius, and he'd roamed freely throughout his lifetime. He'd never encountered a figure that caused the general trend of his destiny to become muddy as soon as the figure appeared. He was unconvinced and unwilling. He wasn't a man who relied purely on martial strength. Even if he defeated the youth in front of him with strength, he would still live under his shadow. He wanted to see if this youth's spirit and courage had the ability to affect his destiny. The battle around him seemed to have stopped. At this moment, Mo Qing only had eyes for the youth in front of him. How would he react? Suddenly, Lin Chen laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, in the boundless universe, the stars are like an ocean. Through the ages, rise and fall have been seen. This sword is no more than 100,000 miles. There are so many beauties in the world, attracting countless heroes. The Sword Saint and the Demon Lord are slightly inferior. The Underworld Ghost 2 Saints are slightly inferior. They are all in the past. Let's look at the present. Lin Chen's laughter was domineering and awe-inspiring, and it was filled with an aura of humility yet didn't lose his absolute confidence. It affected the hearts of everyone present, and it actually shocked Mo Qing to the point his mind seemed as if it had instantly exploded. What kind of magnanimity was this? What kind of courage was this? He actually said that they were all in the past. Let's look at the present. The Sword Saint, the Demon Lord, and the Underworld Ghost 2 Saints were all legends of the sacred boundary. Could it be that they weren't worthy of his attention? This person, not only was he not subdued by the Sword Saint's spirit, he was not subdued by the Underworld Saint's magnanimity. He even said that he could laugh about the vicissitudes of life, the vicissitudes of life, the vicissitudes of life. His vision is far beyond the saint realm. His ambition is the universe, the sea of stars. Mo Qing stood rooted to the ground in a daze, a storm raging in his heart. The prodigies of the various sects heard this and felt enlightened. The more they thought about Lin Chen's words, the more they looked at the heavenly mountain and ghost underworld abyss in the painting. Compared to the universe of the heavens and the sea of stars, what was this? His journey was the sea of stars. It was the myriad worlds, the vast universe. At this moment, Lin Chen's frivolous smile became so unfathomable in everyone's eyes. It was so mysterious and charming. Not only does this person have the magnanimity of a king, but he also has the spirit of an overlord. Mo Qing trembled in fear. His eyes revealed unprecedented shock and fear. He actually wanted to fight with such a person and even tried to deduce the fate of such a person. It was simply a fool's dream. Wasn't it natural for such a person to change his fate? When Mo Qing put away the painting with trembling hands, he stood up and bowed deeply. He cupped his fists and said, "You are indeed the leader of the dragons. I, Mo Qing, will not interfere in today's matter. May I know your name?" He had to be on good terms with such a person. Seeing Mo Qing's attitude, Lan Ruoxue, who was delaying Yang Jinghong outside the ancient altar, revealed a rare smile. Even a genius like Mo Qing had expressed his stance. She had made the right bet. "I am Lin Chen." Lin Chen smiled. What he had said earlier was from the bottom of his heart. There was no truth or falsehood in it. His goal was not just the saint stage from the beginning to the end. It is my fortune to be able to meet someone like Lin Chen. If there is a chance, I hope you can come to my truth palace. We will definitely receive you with the highest etiquette. Mo Qing's tone was sincere. Lin Chen nodded and smiled. That depends on whether you have the sincerity. What is Mo Qing doing? He actually left. Damn it, is he an idiot? Forget it. We won't get involved in this mess. Don't tell me we're going to risk our lives to fight these perverts of the Black Horse Club. Just as the geniuses on the prodigy ranking were about to retreat, there was a loud boom, and the entire underground world shook. From the east of the blood-red ancient altar, a terrifying crack appeared on the stone wall, and a brutal and ferocious aura was awakened from its slumber. Roar tilde tilde. The stone wall cracked open and 3 gigantic dragons covered in red scales broke out of the wall. The dragons' heads were ferocious and their fangs were as sharp as swords. All the geniuses present sucked in a breath of cold air. It's 3 red flame-burning dragons that are comparable to Second Tribulation combat emperors. They are actually sleeping here. As soon as the 3 red flame-burning dragons woke up, they immediately locked onto Lin Chen, who was closest to them. The geniuses on the genius ranking who were preparing to retreat were overjoyed. Quick, delay the people of the Black Horse Club. Don't let them support that guy. As long as the red flame-burning dragons attack him, we still have a chance. Chapter 8:24. The sudden awakening of the 3 red flame-burning dragons had changed the current situation. Each of the 3 red flame-burning dragons had more than 30 million dragon energy points. Their strength was comparable to that of a Second Tribulation combat emperor. In a one-on-one fight, only the geniuses on the genius ranking had the strength to stop them. If the 3 red flame-burning dragons attacked at the same time, at least 3 geniuses on the genius ranking would be needed to deal with them. This was the reason why all the geniuses were fighting Lin Chen's doppelgangers. The 3 red flame-burning dragons were enough to change the current situation. Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor had refined the bodies of the 2 false gods. It had opened up 3.9 million dragon veins and 39 million dragon energy points. According to its cultivation, it should be at the peak of the Second Tribulation combat emperor. However, due to the unique characteristics of the 3 bloodlines, it had a combat strength that surpassed its peers. It could even fight 3 geniuses on the genius ranking at the late stage of the 9th Tribulation combat emperor. Of course, the geniuses on the genius ranking who had broken through to the 1st Tribulation combat emperor rank were different. Oh! The way the 3 red flame-burning dragons hibernated is very mysterious. Even my purple-gold eyes didn't notice it. They must have been absorbing the energy of the ancient altar. Now that I have taken away the attribute light ball of the ancient altar, the loss of energy has caused them to awaken from their slumber. Lin Chen thought for a while and understood the sequence of events. Facing the 3 red flame-burning dragons, he didn't panic. Instead, he smiled with great interest. The red flame-burning dragons stretched their heads over and spoke in an obscure human language. Human, you deserve to die. The dragon heads were very close to Lin Chen. Waves of heat rolled toward him. Lin Chen sipped his tea calmly and slowly raised his right hand. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. Damn, this familiar gesture. Could it be that he wants to snap? The crisp sound of a finger snapping echoed throughout the entire underground world. F***CK? You're still doing it. All the geniuses' mouths twitched violently. They were now traumatized by the deputy director's finger snapping. The host has activated the blue rank Shorekill skill, Heavenly Yin Ice Fiend Prison. Suitable targets, 3. The 3 hostile targets closest to the host have been locked. Rumble. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 3 crimson flame incinerating dragon heads were instantly covered in frost and snow. Waves of icicles and hurricanes came crashing down. The cold and gloomy aura caused everyone's expression to change as they hurriedly activated their battle chi to defend themselves. Fortunately, this icy hurricane wasn't directed at them. Otherwise, they would either be dead or crippled. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 dragons let out miserable howls and growls. Boundless crimson flames surged out of their bodies in an attempt to counterattack. However, the power of the cold and gloomy frost was several levels above it, completely suppressing the crimson flames' rampage. Crack, crack, crack. Countless ice flowers rose from the bodies of the 3 flaming dragons. Their enormous bodies were covered in layers of ice crystals. Under the translucent ice crystals, the fear in their eyes was reflected. This cold energy was enough to suppress their scarlet flame dragon breath and even threaten their lives. It was a complete suppression. They couldn't understand how such a weak human could unleash such an attack. Lan Ruoshue's icy eyes trembled as she saw the terrifying cold energy wreaking havoc in the entire underground world. She was so shocked that she lost her voice. This is the Celestial Yin Ice Blast. It's an extremely high-grade Yin Ice Blast. It's so terrifying. Even my Yin and Yang universe technique can't withstand it for a moment. Lan Ruoshua knew that if she was sucked into the Celestial Yin Ice Blast, she would either die or be crippled. Even if she used up all her trump cards, it was highly likely that she would die. Unless she stepped into the First Tribulation Combat Emperor realm, her chances of survival were slim. All the geniuses on the genius ranking stopped fighting and retreated to the side. They stared at Lin Chen's figure in shock. This guy was actually hiding such a terrifying killing weapon. The originally scorching hot underground world had now become eerily cold. Even the battle chi seemed to be frozen into ice crystals. Countless people were shivering. When the disciples of the various sects saw the 3 huge ice sculptures in front of them, they were completely dumbfounded. The 3 flaming dragons were actually frozen into ice cubes. The most terrifying thing was that the deputy director was still drinking tea. With just a snap of his fingers, one of the prodigies swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "The Black Horse Club is too terrifying," as expected of a young man with the magnanimity of a king. He really hid his strength well. Mo Qing shuddered and the corner of his mouth twitched. Fortunately, he didn't take the risk just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. With a snap of his fingers, he froze 3 flaming dragons with 30 million dragon power points. How can he be so strong? Ji Qingming was shocked. When he fought with Lin Chen that day, this guy was far from being this strong. The remaining true disciples of the Ice Heart Palace couldn't help but twitch their mouths. No wonder Lin Chen dared to scold Elder Ji Yu that day. It turned out that he wasn't afraid of the other party at all. Damn it, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This kid hid his strength too well. What's there to fight for? Let's go. This kid is too abnormal. With those guys from the Black Horse Club who don't care about their lives, no matter how precious the odd crystal fragments are, it's not as important as my life. Uncle even asked me and Ji Qingming to work together to get rid of this guy. Damn it. The prodigies on the genius list saw that the situation wasn't good and quickly fled. What was there to fight for? If Lin Chen came back to his senses and snapped his fingers at them, they would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. However, only Ji Qingming, who had the sword eye, was shocked. He suddenly realized that the energy of the blood-colored ancient altar had almost disappeared. It was far less vigorous and rich than before. Is it because the odd crystal fragments were taken away? No, it's not that simple. Could it be? Ji Qingming's pupils suddenly trembled. The energy of the ancient altar couldn't be lost so quickly. According to the observation of his sword eye, even if the odd crystal fragments were taken away, it would take a few months for the energy to disappear. Someone must have extracted the energy of the ancient altar. However, out of all the people present, only Yang Jinghong, who had launched a surprise attack, Lan Ruoxue, Mo Qingyu, and Lin Chen had stepped onto the ancient altar. Damn it, I've been tricked. Damn it, Lin Chen, that bastard wasn't drinking tea up there. He used some method to steal the energy of the ancient altar without anyone noticing. Ji Qingming was flustered and exasperated. He gritted his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. This kid's wings are growing and he's not someone I can deal with. I can only ask my cousin who joined Ju Tian Pavilion to help. Ji Qingming glared at Lin Chen's silhouette with hatred and flew into the air. The other sect disciples saw that their senior brothers and sisters had run away and hurriedly rushed out of the underground world. Blue rank Shawkill skill, Sky Yin Ice Fiend Prison. Requires 250,000 points of special attribute, Yin Ice Power. Requires 5 million Heaven Dao points to create. The Yin Ice Power attribute was obtained by Lin Chen when he decomposed the odd crystal fragments dropped by the fake god. The main attribute of the Sky Yin odd crystal fragments was Yin energy. After Lin Chen decomposed them, he obtained a total of 5 million points of Yin Ice Power. He only created 2 Sky Yin Ice Fiend Prison moves. This Shawkill skill could only be used on 3 targets. It could instantly kill most second Calamity Combat Emperors and severely injure third Calamity Combat Emperors. It was also effective against fourth Calamity Combat Emperors. As for the remaining Yin Ice Power attribute, Lin Chen used it all to create the blue rank Shawkill skill, Sky Yin Ice Corrosion. This Shawkill skill was also effective against First Heaven Sage Realm Expert. It was Lin Chen's trump card that could threaten a Sage Realm Expert. Chapter 825. Lin Chen did not mindlessly use the Shawkill skill Sky Yin Ice Fiend Hell. From the moment the 3 dragons woke up, Lin Chen had clearly seen the rich attribute values in their bodies. So many stats. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. After freezing the red flame dragons, they dropped hundreds of attribute light balls. Dragon Emperor, swallow them. Lin Chen didn't say anything. He let the Dragon Emperor transform into its original form and used the myriad devour to swallow the 3 red flame dragons. Seeing this, Lan Ruoxue and Mo Qingyu's eyebrows twitched. Your Excellency Lin Chen, we'll take our leave first. I hope we can cooperate with the Black Horse Club at the ancient sacred shrine 7 days later. Mo Qingyu cupped his fists. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Oh, the ancient sacred shrine? Lan Ruoxue saw Lin Chen's confusion and nodded. That's right. The ancient sacred shrine is one of the most important areas in the Blue Moon trial. Most of the geniuses on the genius ranking will gather there. Even the top 90,000 geniuses on the genius ranking will come. Many large sects are here for the ancient sacred shrine. Lan Ruoxue's answer made Lin Chen's eyes light up. If that was the case, perhaps Sister Yueqi would appear there. This is the map. Mo Qingyu threw out a jade scroll that recorded part of the map of the Blue Moon mystic realm. Both of them wanted to be on good terms with Lin Chen, so after telling Lin Chen about the ancient sacred shrine, they left. The geniuses on the genius ranking will gather at the ancient sacred shrine. Lin Chen's lips curled up. He jumped down from the ancient altar and quickly collected the attribute light balls dropped by the 3 red flame dragons. Host received 100 million blood energy, 50,000 fire-type energy, 100,000 fire-type energy, 80,000 fire-type energy, 300 million blood energy. Lin Chen, who had taken the attribute light balls from the ancient altar, had reached the limit of 99 million dragon power points. Even the divine power practitioner talent couldn't increase his dragon power points. It was beyond the talent. Now, Lin Chen was collecting the attribute light balls dropped by the 3 dragons. His fire-type energy soared, and 10 billion blood energy entered his body. Rumble. The terrifying sound was like a dragon's roar. The moment Lin Chen collected the attribute light balls dropped by the 3 dragons, his pure strength suddenly broke through the toughest limit, breaking through the 10 million mark and finally stopping at 10.5 million dragon power points. Phew. My battle chi cultivation is only at the 8th layer combat emperor. Who would have thought that I would be the first to break through to the body refining realm? With a dragon force of 10.5 million, I have the combat strength of an early first tribulation combat emperor. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with excitement. After the 9th level of the war emperor, he would break through the 5 tribulations. In the 5 tribulations, he would need to undergo the baptism of the heavenly tribulation to break through. Only by resisting the heavenly tribulation would he be able to break through his cultivation and obtain a new life. Only after completing the 5th tribulation can one step into the saint bestowment gate. In terms of pure power, 10 million to 99 million dragon power points would be considered a first calamity combat emperor's domain. 20 million to 99 million was the second calamity, 40 million to 99 million was the third calamity, 60 million to 99 million was the fourth calamity, and 80 million to 99 million was the fifth calamity. As for the billions of dragon power, it was to refine the saint body. Lin Chen's path was to cultivate spirit, body refining, and battle chi. It was destined to be much more difficult than the majority of people. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, he activated his purple golden eyes and suddenly found a few rays of colorful light wandering in the void. This was the sign of a huge fortune. Hey! Lin Chen's eyes widened. There are still treasures in this underground world. But when he looked around, other than the rocks and cliffs, there was nothing at all. No, it's inside. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Lin Chen abruptly looked at the place where the 3 dragons had awakened. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? The 3 big guys were sleeping there. Unless they were ferocious beasts that were extremely good at hiding their aura, how could they not be exposed in front of so many geniuses on the genius ranking? Lin Chen was not the only one among the geniuses who had the purple golden eyes, which was a mysterious secret technique for appraising treasures. For example, Ji Qingming's sword eyes, Lan Ruoshua's ice eyes, Scarlet Prince Yin Qingyun's scarlet eyes, and Su Qing's scarlet moon secret technique, they all had the ability to see through treasures. It was definitely not easy to fool so many geniuses, unless there was a suppression of strength or rank. Bang! Lin Chen was simple and violent. He went up and punched, causing the underground world to shake and rocks to fall. The destructive power of 10 million dragon power points and 9 million dragon power points were two completely different levels. The destructive power that erupted was like the difference between a child and an adult. After a series of violent beatings, Lin Chen hammered the cliff where the three dragons had suddenly appeared, creating a passageway that was close to 2,000 meters long. Gradually, a forest that looked like a paradise gradually appeared. Lin Chen was dumbfounded when he saw this. The vegetation was lush, the mountains were clear, and the rivers were clear. Hundreds of flowers vied with each other, and life was full of vitality and spirit qi. The vast forest even had a few rivers flowing through it. It was like a paradise. This is an independent spatial plane. Lin Chen was shocked. When he stepped into the forest, an ancient and obscure incomplete mental intent entered his ears. Successor, this is the fate plant pouch of this old man, Peach Blossom Old Man Successor, please remember this old man's name and don't forget this treasure. The spiritual will was too fragmented, almost intermittent. Lin Chen didn't hear the contents clearly before it dissipated. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed, but the spiritual will left behind by its owner was already fragmented beyond recognition. No wonder there are two odd crystal fragments outside the ancient altar. It turns out that an ancient almighty once passed away here. This is actually an independent spatial plane, and it was opened by an opened fate plant pouch. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Fate plant pouch. A supreme-grade treasure pouch used to cultivate fate spirit plants. Its value was no less than a half orange-grade combat skill or even a true orange-grade combat skill. This river pool is actually the Heavenly One Holy Water. Lin Chen saw a small river pool in the middle of the rivers and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Heavenly One Holy Water had an effect similar to the purple-green Path Understanding fruit, but it was second only to the Path Understanding fruit. It contained pure saint essence and could improve the comprehension and spirituality of living beings. A small pot of Heavenly One Holy Water was worth thousands of silver saint essence coins. The Heavenly One Holy Water here was about 5 cubic meters. If it was placed in the outside world, it would cause a mad scramble. Wow, so the thing here is the true treasure. Lin Chen was ecstatic and flew into the forest. Above the top floor of the forest was a mysterious jade crystal. It was the control center of the fate plant pouch. Lin Chen successfully dripped his blood on it without any hindrance. The previous owner's mental intent was too incomplete. I completed the identification without any pressure. After becoming the owner of this fate plant pouch, Lin Chen saw the name of this fate plant pouch, Peach Blossom Village. He couldn't help but laugh. He retracted his mind and the fate plant pouch turned into a small palm-sized pouch hanging on his waist. After the item recognized its owner, it would follow him like a shadow. Only Lin Chen could open it. The Providence plant pouch had many wondrous uses. It could store living beings, connect the spirit qi of the outside world, and even store powerful ferocious beasts. These were all breakthroughs that a storage ring could not accomplish. However, the best use for Lin Chen was that he could finally cultivate his clear jade tree. He didn't need to rely on Saint Essence coins to feed it anymore. Boom! 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 The violent tremors shook the mountain and the entire underground world began to shake. Lin Chen looked at the empty space in front of him. The cliff was full of cracks, and his expression changed slightly. Oh my God, something's wrong. The fate plant pouch I took away first caused a huge hole to appear in the already opened space. Chapter 8:26. Seeing that the empty cliff was on the verge of collapsing, Lin Chen activated his ultimate moment. Using infinite silent steps, he shuttled through the shadows and retreated explosively. Every step he took was like a meteor as he fled at top speed. Bam! 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 The entire underground world was collapsing and exploding. Lin Chen decisively recalled all his clones and put the Dragon Emperor into his body. He then flapped his purple phoenix wings and used infinite silent steps to rush out of the exit at full speed. Boom tilde. Along with the earth-shattering sound of the Earth's crust shifting, it could be heard clearly from thousands of miles away. Many people's faces changed in shock. Lin Chen escaped and successfully met up with Su Lan and her sister. "Class rep, you scared me to death. I thought you wouldn't come back." Su Lan grabbed Lin Chen's arm with lingering fear on her face. "Don't worry. How could something happen to your class rep so easily?" Lin Chen smiled and comforted her. He then said, "We're going to the ancient sage temple next. Let's hurry over and take a look." Lin Chen then released the Dragon Emperor and transformed into the 10,000-year profound Azure Dragon's 300-meter-long dragon body. After all, the dual dragon bloodline's dragon body was too conspicuous. The Dragon Emperor flapped its purple phoenix wings. Lin Chen jumped onto the dragon's back and carried the two girls. They headed to the south of the St. Ching mountain range according to the map. He had gained a lot from this trip. Lin Chen wanted to use this time to digest the rich resources on hand. Level 6 Phantom Rune used. 180,000 rune energy points used. Lin Chen once again released his 5 clones to protect him. The two girls seemed to be affected by him and took out a batch of silver Saint Origin coins to cultivate diligently without slacking for even a second. Lin Chen first opened the high-grade storage ring containing the clear jade sapling and connected it to the peach blossom plant pouch at his waist. He activated his spiritual power. Move. Lin Chen moved the sapling to the center of the peach blossom plant pouch along with its root. Lin Chen hadn't stopped using gold Saint Origin coins since he entered the Blue Moon trial. He only had 2 gold Saint Origin coins left out of the 10 gold Saint Origin coins. The clear jade sapling had grown to 19 meters tall, and its leaves were lush. It gave off a unique glow. Whoosh tilde. After the clear jade tree moved to the peach blossom plant's location, its growth rate magically increased. It was absorbing providence. The branches and leaves slowly bloomed and continued to grow to an even higher height. It was like a sapling that received the first rays of the sun after having abundant soil and enough water. With the combination of the 3, its growth rate rose to the fastest, growing to a height of 22 meters at a speed visible to the naked eye. A magical scene appeared. The lush leaves of the clear jade tree began to shine with a brilliant silver light, and the surface of the leaves began to condense silver Saint Origin coins. Holy sh**, it's here. It's entering the growth stage. It has so many silver Saint Origin coins just after entering the growth stage. Lin Chen was excited. The clear jade sapling plant was still growing rapidly. The gold Saint Origin coin's energy had already allowed it to grow rapidly. It only lacked providence. Now that the peach blossom plant pouch was completely connected to the providence of the outside world, its growth rate was terrifying. In an instant, 2,000 silver Saint Origin coins were born. The originally lush green leaves were now filled with silver Saint Origin coins. Par tilde. After the silver Saint Origin coins grew to the same size, they fell to the ground and piled up into a small silver mountain. Lin Chen shouted excitedly, "It's scattering coins. My baby is scattering coins. Holy sh**, it's simply a money tree." Lin Chen was wild with joy. The clear jade sapling plant was already so powerful when it had just entered the growth stage. If it entered the peak stage, wouldn't it produce large amounts of silver Saint Origin coins and heavenly treasures? I heard that the Tiani holy water can also accelerate the growth of spirit plants with providence. Let's try it. Suddenly, Lin Chen remembered the records in the ancient books. With his mind, he drew out a small amount of Tiani holy water from the pond and poured it into the soil of the clear jade sapling plant. Whoosh, whoosh. With a whoosh, the clear jade sapling plant began to grow rapidly. The branches continued to extend and quickly broke through 30 meters, 35 meters, 40 meters tall. A large amount of silver Saint Origin coins were born again. Lin Chen was wild with joy. It was as if he had won the lottery. He quickly mobilized the silver Saint Origin coins and used his mental cultivation technique to absorb them as quickly as possible. Minutes and seconds passed. This time, the clear jade sapling plant had produced a total of 28,660 silver Saint Origin coins. Lin Chen used only 1 day to absorb all of them into his body, and his cultivation soared. The speed of his mid-level battle aura essence soared was in the hundreds of millions. This time, Lin Chen broke through the mid-8th rank and late 8th rank like a hot knife through butter. He only stopped when he reached the 9th rank. Nearly 30,000 silver Saint Origin coins have allowed me to obtain more than 200 billion mid-level battle aura essences. After a few more batches, I will be able to break through to the 9th rank combat emperor, Lin Chen exclaimed. He could fully feel how abnormal this spirit plant of providence was. It was no wonder that it could support the entire sect. The clear jade sapling plant had absorbed enough providence from heaven and earth. It had reached a height of 51 meters and had entered the initial stage of growth. It was steadily growing and was not far from the next stage of maturity. Lin Chen was not in a hurry to add the Tiani holy water. He wanted to let it grow naturally for a period of time. This time, his strength had increased by more than just a little. His strength had increased by a few times. Now that he had activated the ultimate moment and the sevenfold transformation, Lin Chen was confident that he could easily defeat the geniuses of the genius ranking like Ji Qingming. He would no longer have a 55 or 64 chance of winning. However, this strength alone is not enough. I must surpass the 100,000 geniuses of the genius ranking. Lin Chen's eyes shone with determination. The moment he arrived at the Ice Heart Palace, he had checked the ancient books about the holy prison and the ranking of the sects. He had discovered a shocking fact. The Divine Flame Palace that took Sister Ruoyan away was not a 7th rank sect. 6th rank sects were at the top of the sacred boundary. They were in charge of one of the 36 domains. 7th rank sects were already standing at the top of the sacred boundary. They were super ancient giants that had not been destroyed for thousands of years. They even had 9th rank Saint Realm experts in their sects. However, the Divine Flame Palace was not in this list. In other words, the woman from the Divine Flame Palace who took Sister Ruoyan away was most likely from an 8th rank sect. In front of such a colossus, the 100,000 geniuses of the genius ranking were nothing. Let's see how much more I can improve. Lin Chen took out a purplish-green path understanding fruit and the 2 odd crystal fragments. He could not help but take a deep breath. On a cliff, screams and wails could be heard everywhere. 7 ghostly shadows intertwined back and forth. Countless screams echoed in the sky. Dragon Sword Wei Qingfeng, who was nominated for 99977 on the genius ranking, was constantly being melted by a pool of dark red blood. His blood and battle chi were rapidly drying up. His entire body was sucked dry. His pupils trembled as he stared at the figure floating in the blood sea in front of him. He muttered in disbelief. Why, as the young pavilion master of a 4th rank sect, why would you sneak into a battle between 3rd rank and 2nd rank sect disciples? Cake, there is nothing this young master wants that he can't get. The figure surging in the sea of blood laughed eerily. 15 minutes later, the dignified genius of the genius ranking, who possessed great luck and great fortune, melted into the sea of blood that surged in the sky. A pale young man walked out of the blood sea slowly. Behind him were 6 figures. Their auras were faint and powerful. That young man licked his blood-red lips and looked in the direction of a certain mountain range. He revealed a bone-chilling smile. Yuechi, for you, this young master personally violated the rules between sects. After you fall into my hands, I want you to compensate this young master well. Cake. Chapter 827. Liao Yuanmo, you're a person nominated for the genius list. Why are you robbing us? Between the 2 valleys, more than 20 prodigies from various sects questioned him. The grey-robed man with a giant scythe sneered. Why do you have so many questions? I'm stronger than all of you, so it's only right that I rob you. The prodigies were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. If they angered him, they might all be buried here. Although they were all 8th and 9th level combat emperors and were prodigies, they were still too weak in front of the genius list. The grey-robed man covered his eyes with battle chi and looked at the vast mountain range on the other side. Oh, there seems to be a lot of interesting people gathered there. The grey-robed man whistled frivolously and turned into a stream of light. The prodigies present heaved a sigh of relief. On the dragon's back, Lin Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. He had perfectly refined the burning red odd crystal fragment and spirit blood odd crystal fragment from the ancient altar. His intermediate fire attribute energy had skyrocketed from 21.55 million points to 102.55 million points. Lin Chen's 9 intermediate elemental attributes had exceeded 100 million points for the first time. The burning red fire calamity combat body had become the strongest among the 9 calamity combat bodies. The spirit blood odd crystal fragment had increased Lin Chen's dragon power from 10.5 million points to 19.99 million points. It wasn't that the odd crystal fragment had too little energy, but after Lin Chen had refined nearly a quarter of the odd crystal fragment, he realized that the Dragon Emperor was at the bottleneck of 39.99 million dragon power. Any higher and it would be a whole new realm. The Dragon Emperor needed the energy of the Qi and blood type odd crystal fragment more than his own body. Lin Chen poured the energy of the odd crystal fragment into the Dragon Emperor's life source to help him break through the last dragon vein and step into the 4 million dragon vein. 40 million dragon power was comparable to a 3 calamity combat emperor. Based on the Dragon Emperor's true combat strength, it was definitely not on the same level. Just as Lin Chen was about to eat the purple-green path understanding fruit, one of the doppelgangers that kept the purple-golden pupil activated suddenly caught a glimpse of something strange. It was located in the eastern part of the St. Qing mountain range. There was a mountain peak that towered into the clouds, and it was actually shrouded in endless green mist. There was a faint trace of treasure light hidden within, and it was like a dream or an illusion. If it wasn't for Lin Chen's golden eyes twin, he wouldn't have been able to sense such a strange phenomenon. Hey, there's something good. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He was almost certain that a rare treasure had appeared on the mountain peak. But time is of the essence right now. If we were to chase after them, we might not be able to make it to the ancient sage hall in time if something were to happen. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Going to the ancient sacred temple to find elder sister Yueqi was also important, but with such a treasure in front of him, he had no reason not to take it. The super-dimensional teleportation has been completed. It can be activated at any time. Lin Chen used the 5 clones as the coordinates for the super-dimensional teleportation and instructed Su Lan and the other 2. You two follow my Dragon Emperor to the destination first. I'll catch up with you later. After saying that, Lin Chen leaped up and flew toward the mountain peak. He had a premonition that an important treasure would appear on the mountain. He first sent the Dragon Emperor to the destination. With the protection of the 5 clones, the 2 women would be safe and sound. He would personally explore the mountain peak. Using the dark steps, Lin Chen continuously flashed and turned as he shot into the mist. The mist was very mysterious and had the smell of illusory mind energy. If one's mind energy wasn't very high, they would be able to circle around the mist and return to the starting point without anyone noticing. They would never be able to enter the mountain peak. Lin Chen used the infinite silent steps to travel through the mist. After traveling for a while, he was no exception. He started to lose his sense of direction. The mist was like clouds and smoke, and he couldn't find the exit at all. Even with his mind energy of the great accomplishment stage of the heaven-reaching realm, it was still not enough. After trying the purple gold eyes, he couldn't see through the mist. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. He started to use the Taisha Holy Scripture. His mind energy surged like a tide and dispersed the mind energy illusory mist. Wow, the Taisha Holy Scripture can disperse the mind energy illusory mist temporarily. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He continued to fly for a while. The deeper he went, the thicker the mist became. In the end, even the Taisha Holy Scripture couldn't disperse the mind energy illusory mist. Lin Chen's senses were blocked again. What a thick mind energy illusory mist. Should I retreat or continue to move forward? Lin Chen frowned. After thinking for a while, he covered his body with 3 layers of crystal energy and activated the 3-inch calamity to defend himself. Looks like I can only try one method. After trying many methods, Lin Chen turned on the strengthening function and converted the last 100,000 blank attribute points into strengthening point. The Taisha Holy Scripture was a top-tier spiritual cultivation technique that Lin Chen had obtained after leaving the Shunwu faction in the desolate realm of the spiritual state. He had been practicing it ever since. Later on, when he learned powerful spiritual attack techniques, he used it less often. However, this didn't affect its value. The Taisha Holy Scripture's main purpose wasn't to fight but to cultivate the mind energy. This technique allowed Lin Chen to open up a path of mind energy cultivation that belonged only to him. It allowed him to surpass other masters of the same level in the field of mind energy cultivation. For example, mind energy control was like a human's arms. Ordinary people only had one pair of arms, but the original Taisha Holy Scripture allowed Lin Chen to have 2, 3, or even 4 pairs of arms. This allowed him to surpass others in the field of mind energy. However, his strength was the same as an ordinary person's. The increase in the number of arms would cause his strength to deplete faster than others. However, he had the ultimate return to origin talent. As long as he had enough talent points, he could make up for this shortcoming of depletion. Thus, Lin Chen could be more heaven-defying than other geniuses of his age in the field of alchemy. He could shine brightly. Now, Lin Chen wanted to strengthen it to the next level. Consumed 89 strengthening points. Strengthening Taisha Holy Scripture +1. Power increase, 10%. Consumed 101 strengthening points. Consumed 1,755 strengthening points. Strengthening Taisha Holy Scripture +11. Power increase, 30%. After failing a few times, Lin Chen was only left with around 40,000 strengthening points. He did not plan to increase it to +12 for now. The +11 Taisha Holy Scripture's overall power increased by 140%. If Lin Chen wanted to make potions making again, he might be able to control more than 7 pill furnaces. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough talent points to support the ultimate recovery talent. Lin Chen activated the Taisha Holy Scripture again. His mind energy was quickly depleted. Boundless mind energy spread out and pushed away a large amount of mind energy fog. It's useful. I can see the destination. Activating Ultimate Moment Ultimate Convergence Talent. Total cost, 140,000 talent points. The moment the green light covered his body, Lin Chen immediately used the silent step. His speed increased dramatically. He immediately rushed to the center of the fog and landed on the peak of the mountain. When he was about 100 feet away from the peak, the pressure of the mind energy fog disappeared. Lin Chen's mind energy could finally rest. He immediately looked around. The peak of the mountain was empty. There were strange rocks and strange rocks. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. A puddle of clear water on the peak of the mountain attracted his attention. This is the myriad green jasper dew. Condensed from the 9 heavens, it can cleanse the mind energy and remove the impurities in the mind. Lin Chen's mouth opened slightly. This thing was even more precious than the heavenly one holy water. At this time, the fog rippled. Coincidentally, a gentle and beautiful figure landed on the peak of the mountain. Lin Chen raised his head. Both of them looked at each other. Lin Chen's heart was filled with shock. This woman was very strong. Chapter 828. The beauty's eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her blue dress swayed gracefully. Her slender waist was so soft that it seemed as if it was boneless. She was like a delicate porcelain doll, and her voluptuous peaks seemed as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. Lin Chen felt a sense of déjà vu at first sight. Who could resist such a beauty? In the next moment, when he met the woman's eyes, his heart was in turmoil. This woman was very strong. Although she was only at the late stage of 9th tier, her spiritual power was far above his, especially the pressure she gave him, which surpassed any of the 10 great geniuses Lin Chen had met before. I finally found it. When the beauty saw the myriad green jasper dew for the second time, she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. This item was hard to find, and she didn't expect to find it in the Blue Moon trial. At this moment, her beautiful eyes turned and looked at Lin Chen. A trace of apology appeared in her eyes as she said, "I'm sorry, friend. Can you give me the myriad green jasper dew? I need it urgently." Lin Chen suddenly activated the 7 layered transformations, and his cultivation soared to the late stage of 9th tier. He was now on the same level as the woman. No, I'm not a charitable person. If you say so, I'll be in a difficult position. At the very least, we'll split it in half. This is my bottom line. Although the beauty was beautiful, the value of the treasure was even higher. Currently, he couldn't use his doppelganger or the Dragon Emperor to support the battle. To be honest, Lin Chen didn't really want to fight with this woman. Because of the difference in spiritual power, Lin Chen knew very well how troublesome it would be. This wasn't an opponent that could be defeated by ordinary battle aura and pure strength. No. This Jasper Dew is just enough for my sister. I can't back down. The moment the beauty in the blue dress shook her head, Lin Chen stepped on the dark calamity vortex with a bang, and his speed flashed as he made the first move. The air twisted rapidly, and the beauty in the blue dress was pulled along like lightning. This was the 7 ultimate pulling force, and it was executed with 99 million dragon power points. The pulling force was extremely terrifying. Hey! What a strange pure strength battle technique. Why isn't there someone like you on the genius rankings? The beauty did not panic. She exclaimed in surprise. She turned her hand and pointed at the void with her slender jade-like finger. The rippling spiritual storm exploded in an instant. Lin Chen's mind was blown. The speed of his punch increased by a few notches. Her beautiful figure flashed and dodged it easily. He really does have spiritual energy at the peak of the heaven ascension state. Since he can't beat me, he's going to snatch it. Lin Chen swatted out with his palm. A grayish-white talisman fell from the sky, suppressing ghosts and sealing demons, stopping in the void. Consumed 5 million rune energy to activate level 6 slow rune. The grey-white talisman puppet suppressed the void domain that the beauty was in. At this moment, her expression finally changed. What a weird secret skill. It could slow down the running of my battle chi and the flow of the air in the space. Spiritual power shot out like 10,000 arrows. The beauty shouted, "Break!" Kai Tilda. Her spiritual power broke through the restraining energy of the slow rune. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Chen teleported with one step and used the silent step with another. He spun like starlight and flashed to the side of the pool of evergreen Jasper Dew. Just as he was about to open the storage ring, his expression froze. The Jasper Dew is gone. Whoosh Tilda. A beam of spiritual light shuttled back to the beauty's side, revealing her true body. It was actually the beauty's spiritual doppelganger. She had concealed her own spiritual aura from the beginning, and when she was fighting with Lin Chen, she had already secretly seized the jade dew. "I'm sorry." The beauty waved her hand and stepped lightly on the void. She stepped into the void and teleported. "You want to leave? No one can snatch what I want." Lin Chen snorted coldly. His hands changed seals, and a terrifying azure spiritual storm-light beam shot out from between his brows, spinning with spiritual annihilation energy. The beauty's pretty face changed slightly. Her slender hands touched the void, and 2 yin-yang light shields spread out. They blocked Lin Chen's annihilation attack. The yin-yang light shield was shattered. The beauty was secretly shocked. This young man is so powerful. His spiritual power is only at the peak of the heaven-reaching realm, but he can actually shake my yin-yang spiritual shield. That spiritual attack of his is very violent. It has a kind of crazily compressing spiritual power and has a certain degree of spiritual penetration. No longer daring to underestimate Lin Chen, the beauty's fingers danced. Her 10 fingers danced, and a vast amount of spiritual power poured into the spiritual clone. As it grew stronger and stronger, it suddenly charged toward Lin Chen. Myriad transformations sound wave. The spirit doppelganger roared coldly. The spirit doppelganger unleashed a torrential wave of spirit energy to destroy Lin Chen, causing his spirit to waver. Not to mention retaliating, even stabilizing his spirit was already exhausting all of his strength. Seeing that the beauty's true form was about to leave, the spiritual pressure released by the spiritual clone suddenly slowed down, giving Lin Chen a chance to react. "Now's the time." Lin Chen's eyes flashed with anger as he pushed both of his palms forward. 2 10-jong large grayish-white talismans fell from the sky and exploded above the beautiful woman and her spiritual doppelganger's head, completely freezing the surrounding 10-jong space. This time, he was really angry. He directly released a level 6 slowing talisman with 20 million runes of rune energy, 10 million runes on each side. It suppressed the spiritual clone and sealed the beauty's movements. The beauty's pretty face was full of shock. Bang! Before the beauty could break free from the restraints, Lin Chen used all his skills and pounced toward the beauty in the blue dress in the void as fast as he could. Oh no! The beauty operated her mental cultivation method with all her might, trying to break free from the restraints of the slowing talisman. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Lin Chen raised his hand and grabbed the beauty's long dress with his left hand. He tore off a piece of the azure skirt and grabbed her snow-white leg with his right hand, pulling it down directly. At the same time, the beauty also broke free from the restraints of the slowing talisman. Bang! The two of them fell to the ground, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Then, two figures rolled out of the pit. Lin Chen used all his strength and suppressed the other party. He grabbed the beauty's snow-white neck with 3 fingers. His aura was like a dragon, and he could take the other party's life if he used his strength. Tell your spiritual clone not to move. If you dare to move, I'll kill you immediately. You should know that the speed of my strength is faster than your spiritual power attacks. Lin Chen threatened the other party. He used a little strength in his 3 fingers and immediately made the other party realize the current situation. The beauty was embarrassed and angry. She said anxiously, You scoundrel. Pressing on the beauty's shoulder, Lin Chen said fiercely, So what if I'm a scoundrel? I'm not a good person. Hand over the evergreen jasper dew. No. I won't hand it over. The beauty gritted her teeth. This concerned her sister's life and death. She definitely couldn't hand it over. You won't hand it over. If you don't hand it over, I'll take out my gun. I want to see if your mouth is harder than my gun. Lin Chen pretended to have a lewd smile on his face. The beauty was so anxious that tears were flickering in her eyes. She looked delicate and pitiful as she said in a low voice, You're bullying me. I clearly showed mercy to you, but you're still going too far. Lin Chen was stunned. The reason why the spiritual doppelganger's spiritual attack had paused was because this girl had gone easy on him. If she had insisted on using the spiritual clone to attack, Lin Chen's mind would have been injured, and he wouldn't have had the chance to use the slow rune to stop her. This little sister is so strong, how can she be so naive? Lin Chen was puzzled. In a battle of the War Emperor realm, a single thought could determine life and death. She actually showed mercy. With her strength, if it was a one-on-one battle, even the top 10 geniuses in the underground world that day wouldn't be her opponent. Chapter 829. I don't care so much. I won't give up the innumerable green jasper dew. What do you want it for? Lin Chen did not back down as he questioned. My sister is affected by an evil spirit technique. Her spirit is not pure. I need the innumerable green jasper dew to remove the impurities. Otherwise, my sister's spirit will be corroded and she will lose her mind. Speaking of this matter, 2 lines of tears flowed down from the gentle eyes of the beautiful woman in the blue dress. Evil spirit technique? Lin Chen was startled. He seemed to have thought of something. He laughed and said, How about this? I will exchange a treasure of the same type with you. You give me the innumerable green jasper dew just now. How about it? But, the blue-dressed beauty hesitated. It was not easy to find the innumerable green jasper dew. Among the treasures of the same level, there were not many in the world that could be compared to it. Lin Chen saw her hesitation. He opened his palm and a fragrant jade bottle appeared. It was filled with a light green spirit liquid. It was filled with a pure spirit fluctuation. The beauty was delighted. This is the clear jade dew. The clear jade dew had the same effect as the innumerable green jasper dew. It was even better. It could remove the impurities and purify the spirit. That's right. It is the clear jade dew. I will exchange the same amount of clear jade dew for your innumerable green jasper dew. How about it? No problem, right? Lin Chen smiled. The clear jade dew was better than the innumerable green jasper dew in terms of removing the impurities. However, it could not increase the spirit by a large margin. Moreover, it had a certain drug resistance. The more it was used, the drug resistance would gradually increase and the effect would weaken. The innumerable green jasper dew could not only remove the impurities and purify the spirit, but also increase the spirit by a large margin. The most important thing was that it did not have drug resistance. Lin Chen was interested in the latter. Comparing the two, each had its own merits. The most important thing was that the clear jade dew was produced when Lin Chen's lucky spirit plant, the clear jade tree, had just entered the growth stage. When it reached the peak stage, there would be more of it. At that time, Lin Chen would not lack it. However, most of the heavenly treasures produced by lucky spirit plants had drug resistance. Then, all right, the blue-skirted beauty hesitated for a moment. Then, she nodded and said. She then took out 25 bottles of innumerable green jasper dew from her storage ring. Lin Chen was startled. There isn't a single bottle left. This girl is quite honest. Lin Chen got up from her body and filled 30 bottles of clear jade dew from his destiny plant pouch to her. She was slightly surprised. Didn't you say the same amount? Take the remaining 5 bottles as my gift to you. Take it as a token of appreciation for your mercy earlier. Lin Chen grinned. The beauty in the blue dress smiled through her tears. Thank you, young master. No. I'm not a young master. I'm just an evil person. The next time you meet an enemy, remember not to show mercy. Otherwise, something will happen like today. Not everyone is as merciful as me. Lin Chen's face was full of ridicule. The beauty's expression was solemn. She put away her spiritual avatar and clear jade dew and nodded seriously. Amen, I'll remember. After saying that, the beauty turned around and flew into the air. Lin Chen looked at her back and whistled before she left. Oh, right. Your figure is not bad. The beauty was startled. Instantly, her cheeks were dyed red, and the redness reached her ears. Then, her beautiful figure flashed and disappeared into the spiritual fog. I didn't expect to have such a chance encounter. Lin Chen shook his head and sighed. Then, he immediately sat cross-legged in the air. There was a lot of spiritual fog here, so no one would disturb him. It was a good place to cultivate. Lin Chen took out a bottle of innumerable green jasper dew and poured it on his head. Not all treasures had to be consumed and refined. On the contrary, some treasures could be refined in the most direct way. It was the most efficient way. Host received 10,000 points of spiritual power, 20,000 points of spiritual power, 10,000 points of spiritual power, 30,000 points of spiritual power. When the innumerable green jasper dew was poured on his head, the spiritual energy rushed into his body like a tidal wave. It instantly turned into attribute points and was quickly absorbed by Lin Chen. That refreshing and pure feeling made Lin Chen's whole body tremble. It was so good that he couldn't help but moan, oh my god, it's so good. This is too good, my god. Immediately after, Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that his spiritual origin had become clearer and purer. Many distracting thoughts had been completely removed. These were distracting thoughts that originated from human experience and emotions. Everyone's cultivation experience, encounters, people, battles, and life and death would all become experiences that were engraved into one's spirit. The distracting thoughts that came from these experiences would affect everyone from time to time. Over time, it would affect the operation of one's spiritual thinking. The innumerable green jasper dew gradually removed these distracting thoughts, allowing Lin Chen to focus more on the matter at hand. Lin Chen had obtained 3.85 million points of spiritual power just by refining a bottle of innumerable green jasper dew. It was simply outrageous. One had to know that Lin Chen's original spiritual attribute was only about 3.6 million. The increase in spiritual power from a bottle of innumerable green jasper dew had directly exceeded his previous accumulation. Lin Chen didn't hesitate. He poured another bottle of innumerable green jasper dew and converted his spiritual power into attribute points. In an instant, his spiritual power broke through 10 million points and reached 10.89 million points. No wonder this thing is so priceless. It's not without reason. The conditions for forming it are extremely harsh and difficult to find. This is probably very useful for Sage Realm spiritual power. I still have 23 bottles with me. Although he hadn't broken through, Lin Chen's spiritual power had more than doubled from before. He didn't need to rely on the Genesis Holy Bible anymore. He could charge out of the spiritual fog with his own spiritual power. It's been 2 days since I set off. The Dragon Emperor is still flying. My doppelganger hasn't sent back any messages of danger. I can cultivate for a while, collect some resources nearby, and then use super-dimensional teleportation to jump over. After making up his mind, Lin Chen took out a purplish-green path understanding fruit. He had wanted to test how magical this fruit was before he was interrupted by the appearance of the spiritual fog. Now that there was no one to disturb him, Lin Chen didn't hesitate to bite, chew, and swallow it. Rumble tilde. The spiritual light above his head shone brightly, and a faint but powerful sense of oppression was released from his body. A terrifying spiritual pressure was released from Lin Chen's mind between his eyebrows. It was like a bright new sun, illuminating the sky. This was a sign of a temporary increase in enlightenment. It meant that Lin Chen's spiritual power and enlightenment had entered a whole new realm. The purplish-green path understanding fruit. Other than permanently increasing one's enlightenment and spiritual power, when first consumed, it could also temporarily increase one's enlightenment. It would allow one to gain a new understanding and breakthrough of their most familiar combat skills and techniques. Lin Chen ate the first purplish-green path understanding fruit. The moment his enlightenment skyrocketed, the first to be affected were his bright moon mirror and 100 guns fighting emperor. In his mind, Lin Chen was rapidly deducing and changing the combat skills he was familiar with. His familiarity with them was renewed, and he started to step onto a whole new level. Chapter 830. 2 days later, in a square formation, the radiance was dazzling and dazzling. Dazzling spiritual starlight flashed in the sky like starlight. It's wonderful, this feeling, the beauty's languid voice sounded slowly. The array was lifted, and in the grassland of the valley, there were 2 beautiful figures standing there. The woman in the middle was wearing a red robe and was as beautiful as fire. Her red eyebrows were like dancing fire spirits. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was smooth and her figure was hot and full. When she lifted her red lips, she gave off a flirtatious vibe. "Sister, why didn't you take more? What kind of treasure is this? It's so magical. It just healed my old mental injury." The beauty in the blue dress behind her didn't care. She seemed to be focused on what she was doing. Her delicate hand kept waving on the painting. The woman in the red robe took a look and immediately smiled. She snatched the painting that her sister was drawing. Her sister was anxious. "Give it back. Let me see. Ayo, my pure and innocent sister Miao is drawing a lover too?" The woman in the red robe mockingly pointed at the painting. It was a handsome and charming young man. He had a tall figure and a cynical smile on his face. It was deeply drawn. "He's the one who molested you. Temph, don't let me catch him. How dare he harm my sister Miao? I'll cut him up in minutes," the woman in the red robe said fiercely. The beauty in the blue dress was anxious. "Don't mess around. If it wasn't for his clear jade dew, your injury wouldn't have healed. TSK, it was our family who found out the location of the 1,000 green jade dew first. How dare he snatch it away?" The woman in the red robe curled her lips. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from 1,000 miles away. Thousands of golden rays rose into the sky like a golden wall hanging in the sky. It was dazzling. "This is the light of golden Saint Origin coins. A rare treasure has appeared." The woman in the red robe's eyes lit up. She immediately flew into the sky and became a stream of light in the sky. Before she left, she reminded her sister. "Sister Miao, you go to the ancient Saint Palace and meet up with everyone. Leave the fighting to me." Qin Miao pursed her lips. "You should at least return the painting to me." On the peak of the misty mountain, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, and an even sharper light shot out from his pupils. What a powerful effect! The purple-green path understanding fruit is indeed worthy of its reputation. It had been 2 days and 2 nights since Lin Chen had consumed the purple-green path understanding fruit. His gains this time were more than any of his previous training sessions. The first 2 skills to be affected were Mirror Moon and 100 Guns Fighting Emperor, the 2 skills that Lin Chen was most proficient in. After his comprehension increased, Lin Chen simulated and practiced the 2 skills countless times in his mind, extracting the essence of the 2 skills to create brand new skills. Lin Chen opened the system's cultivation method tab. Purple tier top superb combat skill Bright Moon Mirror. Proficiency, 100%. Upgrade level, plus 13 strengthening effect. Power increased by 240%. Top purple tier combat skill 10 styles of the Imperial Emperor. Proficiency, 100%. Upgrade level, plus 13 strengthening effect. Power increased by 240%. A single purplish-green path understanding fruit not only increased my power of understanding by a large margin, but also allowed my 2 great battle skills to evolve from the highest grade of purple rank to the highest grade of purple rank, increasing their power by more than 7 times. For the new Imperial Emperor Spear technique, I took the essence of the Ashura tribe and simplified it into 10 styles. I can even inherit the original upgrade level. Lin Chen was excited. If he wanted to upgrade this level of cultivation method to plus 13, he would need at least 40,000 to 70,000 upgrade points. The Seize Life Archery technique was the best example. Lin Chen not only increased the level of the 2 cultivation methods, but he also gained a huge advantage. The power of the martial arts will increase as the master's strength increases, but most of the martial arts will not have a breakthrough. The purple-green path understanding fruit is truly a magical item. I still have 6 of these treasures with me. I have to make good use of them. With the increase in the level of the 2 cultivation methods, Lin Chen's strength increased by another level. Boom! Whoosh! Suddenly, thousands of rays of golden light shot into the sky. Lin Chen's spiritual power was not what it used to be. He instantly captured the direction of the golden light and was shocked. This seems to be the light of golden Saint Origin coins. There are less than 3 days before the opening of the ancient sage temple. There's still plenty of time. Another treasure has appeared outside. Let's go take a look. Without another word, Lin Chen used the silent step to travel. In an instant, he turned into an afterimage that flashed through the air and charged into the fog. Right now, Lin Chen's mental power was already unimpeded within the mental fog. When he rushed out of the mental fog, he saw an ancient tomb rising out of thin air in the middle of 2 mountain valleys 100 li away. Countless geniuses were engaged in a fierce battle, and numerous afterimages crisscrossed across the sky. Good heavens, how can I miss out on a relic that has appeared? Lin Chen's heart was filled with excitement. He rushed forward and killed his way to the side of the tomb. The entire tomb was thousands of feet tall. The interior of the tomb was shining with countless golden rays, and from time to time, 1 or 2 dazzling golden rays would shoot out from the entrance of the tomb. Every ray of golden light was a golden Saint Origin coin, which was worth tens of thousands of silver Saint Origin coins. Thousands of prodigies had gathered around to fight for the golden Saint Origin coins, creating 8 main battlefields. In each of these battlefields, there were signs of golden Saint Origin coins. Any prodigy who got a golden Saint Origin coin would be surrounded and killed by dozens or hundreds of other prodigies. The process kept repeating, and until now, no one had been able to get a golden Saint Origin coin. Everyone was in a frenzy. After all, the golden Saint Origin coins were too tempting. They had to work very hard to collect tens of thousands of silver Saint Origin coins. So many golden Saint Origin coins have appeared, but no prodigy on the genius roll is here. That's why they are so crazy. Lin Chen instantly saw through the situation. Only a prodigy on the genius roll could suppress dozens of prodigies. Who cares? Let's get it first. Lin Chen raised his hand and punched. Rumble. The pure strength of his punch was like a dragon soaring into the sky. The punch opened up a path and forced the prodigy who had just snatched a golden Saint Origin coin to retreat. The prodigy spat out blood and was forced to let go of the golden Saint Origin coin. The glittering golden Saint Origin coins fell from the sky, causing everyone to go crazy. Kill. As long as I get 1 golden Saint Origin coin, I can buy a top-tier purple-tier advanced combat skill. I only want one golden Saint Origin coin. I will leave as soon as I get one. Countless prodigies roared hysterically in their hearts. They activated their various movement techniques and ultimate techniques and rushed toward the golden Saint Origin coin. However, it was easily caught by a young man in a silver robe. Who is it? Beat him up. All the prodigies did not hesitate and immediately attacked again. As long as someone managed to snatch a golden Saint Origin coin, they would not even give him time to use his storage ring. They would attack him fiercely. Sevenfold transformation, 3 inches tribulation. Lin Chen activated the sevenfold transformation, and his aura soared to late-stage ninthfold transformation. In an instant, 3 layers of energy circulated around his body. Then, he activated the metal tribulation mysterious handle battle body to cover his entire body. Bang! 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 Lin Chen just put the gold Shengyuan coins into his storage ring calmly while letting the battle chi strikes strike him. His defense was so tough that it made his scalp tingle. Chapter 831. How is it? Is he dead? Where did the gold Saint Origin coins go? Why didn't they fall out? Many prodigies were in a frenzy. When the dust settled, a figure stood in front of everyone. Everyone was dumbfounded. Unharmed. Rumble. Above Lin Chen's head, a vast and enormous spirit shadow suddenly rose up and released a soul sound wave. Buzz. 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 Countless prodigies were hit by the spiritual sound wave and held their temples in pain. Lin Chen took the opportunity to break out of the encirclement and joined the second battle to snatch the second gold Saint Origin coin. Bang! 7 prodigies were knocked back by a single palm strike. The beautiful red-robed lady stood proudly in the air with the gold Saint Origin coins in her hand. No one dared to go near her because most of them had woken up from the frenzy and recognized the lady in front of them. 91155 on the genius ranking, Hell's Red Lotus, Qin Juyan. Run. How did we meet this female demon? Oh my god, I heard that she likes women and hates men. She seems to like torturing men the most. I don't want to fall into her hands. She's too scary. She defeated more than 30 people in one move. I've seen Drunken Sword, who's on the genius ranking. Even he doesn't have such strength. Nonsense, she's 8,000 ranks lower than Drunken Sword. They're not on the same level at all. The prodigies broke down instantly. Nearly 100 prodigies from the various sects recovered from the frenzy. If it was only the 99,000 or so prodigies on the genius ranking, they might have a chance. However, they met this female demon. There was no way they could fight her. Hell's Red Lotus, Qin Juyan, from the third-rank Qin family. It was said that this family had the potential to become a fourth-rank faction. However, they had always kept a low profile. Only this Qin Juyan was a true female demon. She was famous for looking down on men. Any man who tried to get close to her would not have a good ending, including the male prodigies on the genius ranking. Even the geniuses on the genius ranking kept a respectful distance from her, let alone ordinary geniuses like them. On the other side of the battlefield, Lin Chen had collected 4 gold Saint Origin coins, which was a bountiful harvest. Some of the geniuses who had besieged him finally realized that he was a peerless genius who was not weaker than the geniuses on the genius list. Now that my clear jade tree has started to grow, I don't need to use gold Sacred Origin coins to catalyze its growth anymore. I can save up gold Sacred Origin coins and use them to repair my grade 8 saber weapon, Azure Moon. After Lin Chen put away the 5th gold Saint Origin coin, his purple golden pupils flickered and Lin Chen saw another gold Saint Origin coin flying out from the tomb. There's another one there. Lin Chen didn't say a word and rushed forward, using infinite silent steps. Those who had experienced his strength before all stepped aside, no longer daring to face him head-on. With a flash of golden light, Lin Chen stretched out his hand to catch the gold Saint Origin coin. However, almost at the same time, a delicate, snow-white hand reached out, wanting to catch the gold Saint Origin coin. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and clenched his fist. The other party seemed to feel his battle intent and immediately struck out with her palm. Bang! The wind from the fist surged, and the flames from the battle aura surged. Both parties retreated. However, Lin Chen was already prepared. He used his spiritual power to imprison the gold Saint Origin coin. As he retreated, he used the 7 ultimate pulling force to destroy the battle aura threads tied to the gold Saint Origin coin. Then, he sucked the gold Saint Origin coin into his palm. Oh! You have some skills. What a profound technique of using pure strength. You're not a weakling. The beautiful red-robed woman, Qin Juyan, was interested. Her red lips curled up into a charming smile. This woman is also very strong. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and immediately put away the gold Saint Origin coin. The geniuses held their breaths. Were these two finally going to fight? They were the strongest in the entire battlefield. Hey! It's you. When Qin Juyan saw Lin Chen's face clearly, she was stunned. She took out the painting and compared it. It was indeed him. You're the one who stole my sister's things and molested her. Qin Juyan's words were shocking, causing many geniuses to look at Lin Chen with their mouths agape. F***ck, who is this big brother? You even dare to touch Qin Juyan's sister? Oh, so you're her sister. Why is there such a big difference between the two of you? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows playfully and clicked his tongue in wonder. Cut the crap. Give me the treasure you gave your sister, or I'll cut you first. Qin Juyan's charming smile was mixed with killing intent. Lin Chen pretended to be frightened and covered his crotch. What do you want? Let me tell you, my treasure is my gun. If the gun dies, I die. Bullshit, I don't want your gun. How dare you tease me? You're asking for a beating. Qin Juyan's smile turned into anger. In his anger, he raised his hand and slapped the air. His 5 fingers ignited with scarlet flames, transforming into a scarlet red lotus. Vast battle chi continued to surge into his 5 fingers, instantly condensing into a gigantic palm of fire that suddenly slapped towards Lin Chen. 8 desolate finger. Lin Chen used 3 8 desolate finger moves in a row. Then, he used the 3 forces as one to activate the charging runes. Only then did he destroy the huge flaming palm. What domineering flames! She's indeed on the same level as her sister. Moreover, her sister is much more decisive than her sister. The pressure she gives off is even stronger. Lin Chen retreated with dark steps. He was secretly shocked. His blazing red fire tribulation body, which had over 100 million points of fire energy, was actually suppressed by this woman when he activated it. Red Lotus Blade. Lin Chen's slender hand was like a blade as it quickly swung over, turning into a red curtain of flaming blades. He was forced to activate his 9 Calamity Battle body with all his might. He used his pure strength to activate the 7 Extremes force to attack the opponent head-on. The two sides fought fiercely. Lin Chen immediately fell into a disadvantage. That strange red flame forced him to use dark steps several times to dodge. Lin Chen wasn't afraid of fighting, but he was afraid that if they fought to a standstill, the gold coins would be given to someone else later on. Hey, I'm telling you, I don't have any left. Who would believe you? You're willing to give it to my sister but not me? Fine, I'll settle the score with you for teasing Sister Miao. I'll beat you until you give it to me. F***ck, I really don't have a single drop left. The conversation between the two left all the geniuses present dumbfounded. Qin Juyan asked for the other party's treasure, and this big brother didn't have a single drop. This junior brother is really F***king fierce. I heard that Qin Juyan isn't interested in men. What's going on today? While all the geniuses were exclaiming, Qin Juyan closed in on Lin Chen step by step. He used an even more terrifying movement technique to close in on Lin Chen. His slender hands danced quickly as he used several types of battle techniques to threaten Lin Chen. Not a single drop. Who are you lying to? You gave my sister dozens of bottles in one go, but you didn't give me a single drop. I think you've taken a fancy to my sister Miao. F***ck. Many geniuses were so shocked that their jaws almost drop. F***ck, this thing can be bottled. And dozens of bottles. Crazy. He must be crazy. This little brother is really energetic. It's good to be young. Back then, I could casually pee against the wind. Now, I can pee against the wind. Chapter 832. Seeing that Qin Juyan wasn't going to let him off, Lin Chen finally couldn't take it anymore. "You're forcing me to make a move, right?" Ultimate moment. Lin Chen activated Ultimate Moment, and his speed suddenly increased as he stepped on the dark tribulation vortex. He dodged several times in a row, and his hands formed a mental seal at lightning speed. A terrifying mental annihilation beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows, crossing the void. 100 blazing flame palm. 100 fiery dragon-like scarlet flames condensed into a palm and slapped forward. Rumble. Bang. The blue annihilation energy and the scarlet flame palm exploded into a chaotic storm. Lin Chen and Qin Juyan retreated at the same time, the latter's expression slightly serious. Even Big Sister has to take this mental technique seriously. This guy is indeed not ordinary. However, my mental energy source is not complete yet, and I still need some of his magical treasures. I can't let him off. Just as the two sides were about to fight again, the towering tomb opened with a creak, instantly attracting everyone's attention. This tomb had appeared without warning. Originally, it was because a disciple of a certain sect had activated the nearby restrictions, causing it to break out of the ground. That was why so many prodigies had gathered. In addition, most of the prodigies in the Azure Moon secret realm had been attracted to the ancient Sage Hall, so only Lin Chen and Qin Juyan could hold the fort here. No one knew the origin of this tomb, but since it could produce the phenomenon of gold saint origin coins, it meant that there were definitely top-notch treasures inside. Quick, let's go in. If we miss it, there won't be any more. There might be countless treasures inside. Any one of them would be worth the trip. As a large number of geniuses rushed in, Lin Chen felt that something was amiss. His mental strength was no longer the same as before. After refining the myriad green jasper dew, his mental strength had increased tremendously. Coupled with the enhancement from the Genesis Holy Scripture, Lin Chen's mental strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. No. Something is awakening inside. Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed. Qin Juyan, who was beside him, also seemed to have sensed it. The two of them simultaneously retreated and activated their movement techniques at full speed. Here. The people of this world are so vulgar. Just tossing a few gold or silver Saint Origin coins will attract a bunch of idiots. They'll all become my puppets and food. Terrifying, sharp laughter came from the pitch-black cave residents. Endless ink-colored battle chi turned into a black shadow that covered the sky and rushed out from the entrance of the tomb residents in an instant. Black shadows darted out of the black fog and shot towards every genius present. Even Lin Chen and Qin Juyan were no exception. They were all bound in the void in an instant. What the hell is this? I can't run my battle chi. I can't even open my storage ring. That's a powerful dark elemental battle chi. It's far more powerful than an ordinary combat emperor. We've been fooled. This is not a treasure ground. Those golden Saint Origin coins are just bait. Many geniuses came to their senses in an instant. They were full of regret and annoyance. They had been blinded by the temptation of golden Shengyuan coins. If they had left immediately, none of this would have happened. Oh no. This black fog is corroding my battle chi. I can't even run my battle chi. It's lock. Qin Juyan's expression was solemn. The danger this time was no small matter. I wonder if he has a way. Qin Juyan subconsciously looked at Lin Chen. However, he saw that Lin Chen's face was calm. There was even a trace of excitement in his eyes as he stared at the strange tomb residents. This guy is actually smiling. Does he have a way? Qin Juyan felt strange. At this moment, what Lin Chen saw was completely different from what others saw. He could clearly see the black shadows in the tomb residents. They were flashing with 5-colored attribute light balls. These were the 5-colored supreme treasure chests that Lin Chen had dropped when he killed the false god. The treasures from the 5-colored supreme treasure chests were more precious than the previous ones. Lin Chen's clear jade tree seed was obtained from the 5-colored supreme treasure chest. Other than the false god's fall, Lin Chen had never encountered a room of this level. It could be seen how precious this attribute treasure chest was. Now that it was right in front of Lin Chen, how could he not be tempted? Hey! There seems to be something else. Hiss. This is an odd crystal fragment. With the help of the light from the attribute treasure chest, Lin Chen could clearly see that there was a dark odd crystal fragment floating beside the 5-colored supreme treasure chest. It was a fragment of a dark type odd crystal. This odd crystal fragment was attached to the body of the Black Shadow. While Lin Chen was thinking, a few prodigies who were fighting for the front row were pulled into the tomb residence. There were crunching sounds coming from inside, which made one shudder. The blood and flesh of a young man are so delicious. A sinister laugh came from inside the tomb residence. Many prodigies couldn't help but reveal looks of despair. It's over, everyone present today is probably going to be swallowed by this monster. Suddenly, Lin Chen's laughter was heard. Hey, that big black guy, why are you bullying the ugly one? If you have the ability, eat me, the handsome one, first. Everyone was stunned and turned to look at Lin Chen gratefully. They suddenly realized that this guy who had robbed several golden sacred origin coins wasn't so annoying after all. He was a good person. A good person. He was willing to die for them first. This young master must be a good person. As long as it drags me inside, I'll activate the delaying rune immediately and release a clone to steal the treasure chest and odd crystal fragment as quickly as possible. Then, I'll activate the super-dimensional teleportation and return directly to the Dragon Emperor's side. The plan is perfect. Lin Chen made up his mind and continued to sneer. What's the matter, big guy? Have you become a coward after living for so long? If you have the ability, eat me first. Hehe, there's really someone in a hurry to die. I'll fulfill your wish. The Black Shadow sneered. Swoosh. It dragged Lin Chen into the tomb. Supreme treasure chest. I, Lin Chen, am coming. Even with Lin Chen's state of mind, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He was ready to activate the delaying rune at any time. Lin Chen had just been pulled into the tomb by the black mist when the strange black shadow reached out its black claws. The moment it was about to touch him, a blazing orange light burst out from Lin Chen's body. You have that person's aura in your body. Shrill screams echoed in the sky. When the black shadow touched the dazzling orange light, it seemed to be repelled by its natural enemy and retreated back into the tomb at lightning speed. All the prodigies were liberated at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. The tomb suddenly began to collapse and quickly retreated into the ground. Even Lin Chen didn't expect this strange scene. He only felt a warm feeling flowing through his body as if some power was protecting him. Then, in a flash, he saw this big guy retreating into the ground. F***CK. My odd crystal fragment, my supreme treasure chest, don't go. Lin Chen was anxious. Who knew that the tomb was like a mouse that saw a cat and retreated into the ground in a breath's time? Everyone felt like they were in a dream. They were saved just like that. Life's ups and downs were too fast, right? Qin Juyan stared blankly at the anxious young man standing in the crack. When he heard his anxious shout, the corners of his mouth twitch. Big brother, why did you leave? Come back quickly. Why didn't you eat me? If you don't think I taste good, I can treat you to a meal. Lin Chen slammed his fist on the ground. Instantly, he became anxious. Big brother, come back quickly. Wah, I can treat you to supper and health care. Don't go. Give me some face and come back quickly. All the prodigies who had just been pushed to the brink of death sucked in a cold breath. Crazy. This is definitely crazy. Damn, this thing is terrifying to the extreme. Everyone here isn't enough to fill the gaps between its teeth, and you still want to treat it to a meal? Chapter 833. In the middle of the raging sea, a palace stood tall between the heavens and the earth. The palace shone with a sky-blue light, which transformed into an energy barrier that protected the palace. No matter how large the waves were, they couldn't damage it. The entire palace was terrifyingly huge, and one couldn't see the end of it. Outside the palace, thousands of figures floated in the air above the surface of the sea, guarding against each other. These people were all geniuses from various sects who had come for the ancient sage palace. Among these thousands of people, there was no lack of top-notch geniuses who were half a step into the genius rankings. Even if they faced geniuses from the genius rankings, they would still be able to exchange blows with them. They had all gathered here to seek a heaven-defying opportunity and step into the genius rankings, and the 30 or so figures standing at the front had become the focus of the entire place. Some of them were cold and arrogant, as if they didn't care about anything. Some talked and laughed, revealing absolute confidence, as if they believed that they would definitely obtain something. Some came and went alone, reclusive and mysterious. Some were arrogant and domineering, and their expressions were filled with contempt for everyone else. All of them were the most dazzling existences among all the geniuses: Jade Sea Ruler, Water Sky Elder, Clear Wind 9 Continents, Drunken Sword, Scarlet Prince, Yin Qingyun, Extreme Star Sword, Ji Qingming, Red Moon Rose, Su Qing, Ice Pupil, Lan Ruoxue, and so on. Many geniuses from the genius rankings had gathered. There were actually 36 geniuses from the genius rankings gathered here. It could be said that this was the most magnificent scene in this blue moon trial. Suddenly, snowflakes fluttered, and a biting cold air filled the air. It was as if winter had arrived. Even the geniuses who specialized in ice cultivation techniques couldn't help but feel a chill. In the air, a peerless beauty like an orchid flew over with the wind. Almost all the male geniuses couldn't miss this beautiful figure. She was like an ice-cold snowflake, blooming on a mountain peak and living alone. Anyone who looked at her would feel a chill that seeped into their bones. Even the female geniuses couldn't help but be amazed by her temperament and appearance. The beauty stood quietly with her eyes closed. Her dress was purer than snow, and her skin was like ice and snow, reflecting a faint luster and icy light. Her figure was delicate, but it revealed the exquisite outline and lines of her body. Her pair of black eyebrows were like crescent moons, her cherry lips were a little red, and her teeth were as white as jade. Her veil was like smoke, and her fine black hair was as white as snow. Her beauty surpassed that of ordinary women. Contrasted with the ghastly coldness that was like an icy hell, the beauty's bearing that transcended all worldly beauty revealed an indifferent and otherworldly aura that kept others 1,000 miles away, causing others to be unable to help but feel ashamed of their inferiority when standing by her side. Extremely beautiful, extremely cold. She gave others an innate sense of distance. It was as if such a beauty was the representation of perfection and should not belong to anyone. She should be like a cold moon that illuminated the world. So beautiful. So this is Iceheart Palace's newly recruited genius true disciple, the possessor of the 9 absolute cold veins physique. There aren't many beauties like her in the sacred boundary. What a terrifying cold chi. Even my battle chi is somewhat afraid. This woman is not to be trifled with. Many sky prides swallowed their saliva with difficulty and unconsciously took a few steps back. Firstly, they were afraid. Secondly, they subconsciously felt inferior. Standing next to such a beauty that transcended worldly beauty would only highlight their own inferiority. Ji Qingming, who was standing at the side with his sword on his back, revealed a deep sense of fascination and adoration. How many people in the sacred boundary could there be with such a woman? This was the goddess in his heart. This peerless beauty who stood quietly with her eyes closed was Lung Yueqi, whom he had not seen for a long time. She was now at the late-stage 9th level heavenly venerate realm. When she was taken away from the 9 continents, she was only at the Yuan venerate realm. 3 months in the 9 continents, 3 years in the sacred boundary. 3 years after arriving at the sacred boundary, she had actually ascended from the Yuan venerate realm to the late-stage 9th level combat emperor. Compared to Lin Chen, she had truly reached the heavens in a single bound. Furthermore, her ascension was more stable and stronger than Lin Chen's. Furthermore, her 9 extinction cold meridians had completely changed her temperament and aura. She had become even colder and more indifferent than before. It was as if she would not reveal a second demeanor to anyone other than those she knew. Even so, her temperament and appearance were still unprecedentedly beautiful. The female geniuses present couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. For example, Icy Pupils Lan Ruoxue, Crimson Moon Rose Su Qing, and a few other female geniuses who were ranked on the rankings. All of them were outstanding beauties. However, compared to this woman, they were ashamed of their inferiority. He had fallen behind by more than a level. The difference was too great. Is this the woman that cousin has taken a fancy to? She is indeed powerful. This is also the first time I have seen such a beauty. It is difficult to use any words to describe her beauty. The grey-robed man beside Ji Qingming chuckled and patted Ji Qingming's shoulder. Don't worry. Although her abilities are not inferior to those on the genius roll, she is still too young. When the ancient sage hall opens, I will help you take her down and find a chance to make love to you. When Ji Qingming heard this, he was so excited that he was wild with joy. He hurriedly thanked his cousin. Thank you, cousin. If this matter succeeds, I will definitely serve you faithfully. Hee, we're brothers, aren't we? The grey-robed man laughed heartily. However, a cold and vicious light flashed in the depths of his eyes. At that moment, there was still an endless stream of prodigies from various sects rushing over. During this period, a few geniuses on the genius roll had also gathered. In an instant, the number of geniuses on the genius roll had exceeded 40. Everyone was biding their time, waiting for the ancient sage hall to open. As the number of people increased, everyone began to form teams to fight against those on the genius roll. On the other side, brother, I'll treat you to a meal. Come out. Bang 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 tilde. Golden calamity mysterious handle covered his fists and bombarded the earth vein. Lin Chen anxiously called out to the tomb just now and even split the earth vein into two. With a wave of his fists, he punched hundreds of meters deep into the ground. This scene caused many prodigies to be frightened and turn to run. Damn it, if I don't run now, I'll be waiting for death later. This kid is a brainless fellow. That monster finally ran away, but he still wants to invite her back for a meal. He's a lunatic. After a series of violent beatings, Lin Chen realized that the other party had escaped underground and had no idea where she went. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel depressed as he sat in the crevice. He watched a 5-light treasure chest and an odd crystal fragment run away in front of his eyes. Was there anything more ked up than this in the world? What if the 5-light treasure chest contained a permanent orange-grade talent fragment? Or was it a second plant of providence seed? Damn it, the more I take a step back, the more I think about it. Lin Chen was so angry that he slammed his fist into the ground again. With a loud bang, he smashed a hole in the ground and a dozen golden Saint Origin coins rolled out from the hole. Hey! That big guy left it behind in a hurry. At least it gave me a consolation prize. Lin Chen quickly put it away. There were a total of 13 gold Saint Origin coins. Adding the 5 gold Saint Origin coins he had just snatched and the remaining 2 gold Saint Origin coins, Lin Chen had a total of 20 gold Saint Origin coins. Hey, are you okay? Qin Juyan's voice came from outside. She hasn't left yet. Chapter 834. Lin Chen jumped out of the crack and said to Qin Juyan in annoyance, "What? Let me say this first, I don't have a single drop left. TSK, if you don't want to give, then don't give." Qin Juyan curled his lips and sized up Lin Chen. He nodded in satisfaction and muttered to himself, very young, very good. Lin Chen vigilantly covered his crotch. What is she trying to do? I only have one specialty. She can't be thinking of doing that to me, right? Right, speaking of which, if you have such strength, why aren't you on the genius ranking? Qin Juyan suddenly asked curiously. Lin Chen waved his hand in annoyance. I'm not from the sacred boundary, and I've only been here for less than a month. I don't know much about this place, so I don't know how to get on the genius ranking. Qin Juyan was shocked. He's not from the sacred boundary? He's only been in the sacred boundary for less than a month. If he's not lying, doesn't that mean he has the strength of a genius on the genius ranking within a month of coming to the sacred boundary? Isn't this too terrifying? Who the hell is he? Qin Juyan was shocked. Then, he considered the possibility that Lin Chen might have overlooked him and raised his hand. Buzz! A golden light flashed in Qin Juyan's palm, and a golden list appeared. He threw it to Lin Chen. Here, this is for you. It's called the Golden List, and it was created by a powerful saint using a special refining method. If you engrave your basic information into the Golden List, you will have the qualifications to be on the genius ranking. Lin Chen curiously opened the Golden List and saw a golden light. There were no words on it, and it contained a different kind of spatial power. When the holder of the golden list fights with a genius on the genius ranking, if the other party promises to bet their ranking, the winner will take away the other party's ranking. If you have the golden list and kill a genius on the genius ranking, the golden list will automatically record your situation and replace the ranking of the genius you killed with your name. Qin Juyan patiently explained. Lin Chen was curious. Why did you take the initiative to tell me this? Take it as repayment for saving my life just now. If it weren't for you, that strange big guy wouldn't have run away. Qin Juyan gave a charming smile. Lin Chen always felt that this woman was not simple, but he just happened to need this golden ranking. He might as well go with the flow and act according to the circumstances. I don't like to owe people. What I did just now was to save myself, not you. Lin Chen tossed a bottle of clear jade dew to her. The beauty was overjoyed, and immediately smiled charmingly. Didn't you say that you didn't have a single drop left? It seems like you still have some, and there seems to be a lot. I won't give it to you even if I have it. Lin Chen glanced at her and sent a strand of battle chi to register his name on the golden list. With a flash of golden light, Lin Chen's name was engraved on the golden list. Lin Chen had the sect token. If he could have a genius ranking, he could go and register his own spirit plant of fate. He would definitely be able to create a real sect and have the qualifications to enter many secret realms. He would not be afraid of falling behind the monstrous geniuses of the sacred boundary. Qin Juyan was hot and sexy, and her charming eyes were like silk. She leaned in Lin Chen's direction, and her hot body shook out a wave of snow. She smiled and asked, "You are also going to the ancient sacred hall, right? Together?" Lin Chen stared at her generously, touched his chin, and said with a naughty smile, "I am indeed going to the ancient sacred hall, but it would be troublesome if I go with you." Qin Juyan was startled. She waved her delicate hand and coldly snorted. "Ch, you don't know what's good for you. What an unromantic man." Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with her and activated his super-dimensional teleportation talent. System activated super-dimensional teleportation. Beginning teleportation to space coordinates 2. Whoosh. The spatial light pillar above Lin Chen's head flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. Qin Juyan was so shocked that her eyes trembled. What a terrifying spatial secret technique. This kid is really not simple. I can't fall behind either. Qin Juyan leaped and turned into a wisp of fiery light, disappearing into the void. With a flash of light, Lin Chen returned to the dragon's back. At this time, the Su sisters were still cultivating, and the 5 clones were protecting them. Lin Chen sat on the dragon's back and opened the peach blossom plant pouch. At this time, the clear jade tree had already grown to 66 meters tall. Occasionally, it would produce a lot of clear jade dew, as well as a large amount of silver Saint Origin coins, which were piled up under the tree. Other than that, there were also a small number of top-notch heavenly and earthly treasures and medicinal herbs, true flame fruit, core dragon leaf, ice green lotus, celestial body, 10,000 green whisker vine, and so on. Other than being able to produce its own specialties, many heavenly and earthly treasures of different attributes would also grow continuously. Lin Chen added a small amount of heavenly one holy water this time, and the growth speed was even faster. The clear jade tree grew to 73 meters at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its branches and leaves shone with a golden-silver light. Even more silver Saint Origin coins were produced. I didn't have this condition in the past, but now is the time. A trace of determination flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. He opened his storage ring and placed a saber case into the peach blossom plant pouch. When he opened the saber case, he saw an extremely old azure saber. It had lost all its spirituality and was almost completely broken. It was Lin Chen's azure bright moon. In the battle with the fake god, this 8th grade saber had been completely damaged and could no longer be used. It was hovering on the edge of being permanently damaged. Lin Chen still had one more chance to use it, but its spirituality had almost completely disappeared, and he couldn't sense who was using it. Now, Lin Chen wanted to restore it. With Lin Chen's forging skills, he still couldn't restore a divine artifact. True divine artifacts were divided into 9 grades. Perhaps only the legendary 9th grade divine artifacts were above 9th grade divine artifacts. And the azure bright moon at its peak was a second-grade divine artifact. Lin Chen wanted to use gold and silver Saint Origin coins to restore it. With this saber in hand, his strength would definitely skyrocket, and he would even be able to compete with those top-notch geniuses. Lin Chen placed the azure bright moon under the clear jade tree, and the 40,000 silver Saint Origin coins that had piled up into a mountain seemed to have sensed something and started to gather around the azure bright moon. The silver Saint Origin coins turned into a silver glow and merged into the saber. Still not enough. Lin Chen tossed out 15 gold Saint Origin coins, and they floated above the saber, shining with a dazzling golden light. The brilliant golden light was like a divine miracle, and a brilliant divine aura shone on the interior of the saber. The originally dilapidated and dim azure moon began to glow even more brilliantly, circulating throughout the entire body of the saber. It was like a bottomless whirlpool, crazily sucking in the energy of the silver and gold Saint Origin coins, and because the azure bright moon hadn't recognized a true master, it wasn't completely under Lin Chen's control. Therefore, Lin Chen had to constantly use his mind to suppress the peach blossom plant pouch to prevent it from being destroyed by the saber. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The azure bright moon in the peach blossom plant pouch was reborn, and the cracks on the saber's body were more or less repaired. Lin Chen had used more than 60,000 silver Saint Origin coins and 15 gold Saint Origin coins, so the saber's power was less than 40% of its original power, but it was at least fully usable. What Lin Chen didn't expect was that the azure bright moon, which he thought he needed to suppress, would easily recognize him as its master. Chapter 835. It's probably because I possessed the strength of a saint for a short period of time during the battle with the fake divinity. When I fused with the azure bright moon, it subconsciously recognized me as its master. That's why it didn't resist when I dripped my blood on it. Lin Chen was enlightened. He didn't expect this surprise at all. Lin Chen continued to place the azure bright moon under the clear jade tree to absorb the energy of silver Saint Origin coins. The clear jade tree could produce more than 10,000 silver Saint Origin coins every day, and this was just the growth stage. When it reached its peak, the output would be several times more. I can't control the complete azure bright moon yet. If it's only recovered to 50% of its strength, I can still use it for a while. Boom tilde. At this moment, the dragon body shook, and the dragon emperor stopped flying. Lin Chen opened his eyes, and what entered his eyes was a bloody and chaotic ocean. At the center of the ocean was a vast hall that stood in the heavens and the earth. It emanated the aura of a primitive and primeval civilization, and its brilliant divine might was like the blazing sun that illuminated the sky. If the restrictions within the hall hadn't been removed, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to approach it. This is the ancient sage palace. Lin Chen's heart was in a state of shock. He could not see the end of the hall as far as he could see. At this moment, the gate of the palace was wide open. Numerous battles were taking place. Numerous figures of battle chi were crisscrossing and entangling with each other. There were even exotic treasures, battle weapons, medicinal pills, heavenly materials and earthly treasures shooting out from the palace at a rapid speed, dazzling Lin Chen. He was late. Looks like the ancient sage palace opened in advance. Let's go and snatch it too. Lin Chen and Su Lan looked at each other. They had a tacit understanding and rushed over together. Lin Chen's 5 clones moved out together, all of them using the sevenfold transformation. His cultivation temporarily entered the late stage of 9th stage. As his aura soared, he used the silent step and rushed over. The dragon monarch also transformed into his human form, and together with the Su sisters, he flapped his purple phoenix wings. With a tearing sound, he used frightening dragon roam and azure dragon shadow to hide his aura as he rushed out of the ancient palace. Purple low-grade movement technique, Ice Steps 9 transformations. Good stuff. 3 level 7 peak middle tier breaking green wood pellets. The ancient sacred hall sure has a lot of treasures. When the 2 top late-stage 9th heaven prodigies fought their way out of the encirclement and snatched the 2 streaks of light, they were overjoyed. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud bangs, the 2 of them were instantly sent flying. They spat out mouthfuls of blood as they retreated. The medicinal pills and cultivation manuals in their hands tumbled through the air. Who the F***CK dares to sneak attack me? What a strange attack. There's no attack trajectory at all. Retreat. The two of them turned their heads and looked around, but they didn't see the attacker. They couldn't help but feel shocked and frantically retreat. It was Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor. With the Dragon Emperor's strength of over 40 million dragon energy points, it could be said that he could kill a child with one punch. Even those who were half a step into the prodigy ranking would not be able to fight him head-on. Those who were not on the prodigy ranking would not be able to stop him. Seal of ice, 7 layers of frost. The heavenly frost turned into 7 layers of heavenly ice and pressed down. The green-clothed swordsman was forced to retreat, and a muffled cry came from his throat. The combination of 2 late-stage 5th Heaven combat emperors is actually so powerful. What an overbearing combination of mental cultivation and combat skills. Su Lan and her sister worked together to force a mid-stage 9th Heaven prodigy to retreat and snatch a cultivation manual. Before the sisters had the time to check the grade of the manual, the opponent attacked again. However, he was hit by a dragon tail that swept over furiously. His defense armor was broken, and the tail swept over him, severely injuring him. Although Su Lan and her sister's strength was not outstanding, as long as they didn't encounter any prodigy on the prodigy ranking, no one could take them down in a short time. In addition, with the Dragon Emperor's protection, Lin Chen did not need to worry about their safety. With their help, it would be easier for him to obtain more treasures. On the other side, Lin Chen's 5 clones joined the battle outside the ancient palace, causing the battle to become even more chaotic. The 4 clones joined the battle. Even if they did not activate their ultimate moment talent, each of them displayed strength that was infinitely close to the prodigy ranking. The Silver Saint origin coins, pills, recipes, and cultivation manuals that Lin Chen had snatched began to accumulate rapidly. Host has received 20,000 wood elemental energy, 355 blank elemental energy, 30,000 mental energy, 10,000 water elemental energy, 20,000 wind elemental energy, 20,000 earth elemental energy, 10,000 gold elemental energy, 10,000 lightning elemental energy, 100,000 talent points, 80 strengthening points, 3 rune stones. As for Lin Chen's final doppelganger, it took his place to collect the attribute light balls that were floating in the air. There were countless geniuses here. While the intense battle had broken out, a large number of attribute light balls had been left behind. These attribute light balls were all collected by Lin Chen. Lin Chen activated his purple golden eyes and scanned the surroundings. He immediately felt something was wrong. That's not right. Although there are many treasures outside the ancient palace, only the 3 prodigies are fighting over them. The inside of the ancient palace is where the treasures are. Lin Chen turned to look at the entrance of the ancient palace, which was constantly being battered by raging waves. The entrance was filled with countless passageways, and the upper half of the passageway was constantly shooting out large amounts of treasures. The lower half of the passageway was clearly a narrow escape route. Every passageway was filled with traps and dangers. The slightest carelessness would trigger a poisonous trap that could instantly kill a late-stage 9th-tier prodigy. Lin Chen could even vaguely see some 9th-tier prodigies melting into the passageway after advancing a short distance. Not even their bones were left behind. Good heavens! No wonder these guys did not dare to barge in recklessly. It turns out that there are traps at the entrance. This is more like a selection ceremony. If one is willing to stop for the sake of a small profit, they will not be able to go further in to search for greater opportunities. If one dares to enter the inner palace, they will be the ones with great wisdom, courage, and luck. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. However, this is not a problem for me. He wanted the attribute points outside, and he also wanted the treasures inside the ancient palace. Fair treatment was the top rule of the clubhouse. Lin Chen activated his plus 12 3-inch calamity defense. The golden calamity mystic handle circulated around his entire body, making Lin Chen indestructible. The blazing red calamity battle aura was like a ball of true fire burning Lin Chen's entire body, making him immune to all poisons. Kai tilde. Boom tilde. Lin Chen forcefully charged into one of the passageways. Countless guillotines that could corrode battle aura came slashing at him. Holes opened up on the floor, shooting out tens of thousands of poisonous arrows. The ceiling of the passageway fell down, and chains that could absorb battle aura shot out. They all shot at him like a violent storm. If one was hit by any of these, even a mid-stage or late-stage 9th-tier combat emperor would be in trouble. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Clang, clang, clang tilde. The entire passageway was instantly filled with golden light and flickering flames. A large number of guillotines broke, poisonous arrows dissipated, and chains burned. When all the attacks landed on Lin Chen, he took them all head-on and did not dodge at all. This scene fell into the eyes of many prodigies who were hesitating whether or not to enter the passageway. They could not help but twitch their mouths. What kind of prodigy is this? This kind of defense is as hard as a ghost. Even the prodigy-ranking prodigies had to dodge the attacks, but he actually took them all the way in. Inside the ancient palace, in the center of the hall, battles broke out everywhere. Although there were only slightly more than 200 people, the battles here were even more shocking. After a careful count, there were actually 47 prodigies on the prodigy ranking present. The scene was extremely chaotic. The most shocking thing was that in a battle circle at the side of the hall, there were actually 6 prodigies on the prodigy ranking attacking a peerless beauty at the same time. Her dress was as white as snow, and her every move was swift and fierce. Although she was fighting against 6 prodigies, she was already at a disadvantage in the battle. She was still standing quietly with her eyes closed. It was Lung Yueqi. Chapter 836. Among the 200-plus people in the ancient sacred temple, 47 of them were on the genius list, and the remaining 100-plus people were not mediocre. Most of them were half a step into the genius list and had their own methods. If 3 or 4 of them worked together, they were comparable to those on the genius list and were not weak at all. Those who could enter the main hall were not ordinary people. They were all prodigies who had passed through the 9 deaths and 1 life road. Miss, hand over the Sky Frost Odd Crystal Fragment and we'll let you go immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for destroying a flower. Barbarian Emperor Times Zhong Yijue waved his meteor hammer like a hurricane. Each hammer was filled with the power to shatter mountains and cut off rivers. TSK, 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 I've long wanted to taste a fairy of this level. Ha ha ha, I'll seriously injure you later and then I'll play with you. Yang Jinghong, who was participating in the siege, had a lewd smile on his face. His figure floated like a ghost and his movement technique was extremely fast. His short dagger was full of killing intent as it stabbed towards Lung Yueqi's eyes, ears, waist, heart, and other blind spot. It's great to be so beautiful. The more beautiful something is, the more enjoyable it is to destroy it. Scarlet Young Master Times Yin Qingyun rode the ferocious civet under him and drew 3 claw marks. He gently waved his fan and poured out battle chi attacks like a torrential rain onto Lung Yueqi's head. Give me the Sky Frost Odd Crystal, little beauty, I'll protect you. Jiyu Tianxie held a bone scythe in his hand and tore it apart. Each scythe was like a rotating moon as it rushed towards Lung Yueqi's back. How about it, little sister Yueqi, what do you think? Be my cousin's woman and take this yin-yang Jiyu. We'll immediately help you solve this life and death situation and you can also obtain the Sky Frost Odd Crystal Fragment. Isn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Otherwise, you won't have a good ending against the 5 of us. The grey-robed man used his hands as claws and slashed repeatedly. The sharp claws tore through the air as he attacked repeatedly while secretly transmitting his voice to Lung Yueqi. Yueqi, don't you know my intentions? As long as you become my woman, I'll help you get whatever you want in the ancient sacred temple. The last one was actually Ji Qingming. While he was bitterly begging Lung Yueqi, the profound ice sword in his hand did not stop at all. Again and again, he slashed horizontally at Lung Yueqi. Lung Yueqi was among the first batch of people to enter the ancient sacred hall. As soon as she entered the hall, there were many treasures in the hall. And because of the perception of the 9 absolute cold meridians, she recognized the most useful Sky Frost Odd Crystal Fragment at a glance and snatched it immediately. However, the 4 geniuses coveted it and immediately besieged her. Later on, Ji Qingming joined in. You want me to take the yin-yang Jiyu, only you can say that. You 2 hypocrites, you're not as magnanimous as your opponents. Ji Qingming, It's fine if you don't want to help me, but you even dare to attack people from your own sect. How disgusting. If I return to the palace this time, I will definitely make the palace lord act according to the rules. Lung Yuechi cast an indifferent gaze at the two of them. While she calmly transmitted her voice, she instantly drew her ice bow and danced. Her graceful and mysterious movement technique dodged the attacks again and again. Instead, she responded with an arrow. The cold air froze the attacks. The yin-yang Ji-yu was extremely vicious. This thing was specially used by men to control women. If the person who took the yin-yang Ji-yu couldn't have intercourse with the person with the yang Ji-yu in time, they would suffer the pain of having their heart bitten by thousands. It was inhumane. Although Lung Yuechi had strength comparable to those on the genius list, she wasn't afraid of facing geniuses ranked below 95,000, even if she had to fight 1 against 2. But with 6 genius list geniuses attacking her, Lung Yuechi could only barely defend herself. These 6 people launched their attacks under the premise of guarding against each other. If the 6 of them were of one mind and fully cooperated, no one present would be able to contend with the 6 genius list geniuses if they joined forces. Ungrateful woman, then I'll beat you half to death first. The grey-robed man sneered. His palm was like a dragon that crushed down and destroyed a battle aura azure dragon. Lung Yuechi drew her ice bow, freezing the azure dragon with 1 arrow and breaking its momentum with 2 arrows. Ha, Yuechi, you'll understand my intentions in the future. For now, I can only wrong you. Ji Qingming sighed again and again, increasing the speed of his attacks. This woman's strength is quite monstrous. If we really fight in a life and death battle, even with my 94250 rank, I may not be able to defeat her. The grey-robed man's eyes were sharp as he slapped behind Lung Yuechi, creating an opportunity for others to launch a sneak attack. A faint icy light circulated around her delicate hand, condensing into a curtain of light that forcefully blocked this palm strike. Lung Yuechi was forced to retreat, but Yang Jinghong took advantage of this opening. His body was like a ghost as he flashed behind her. With a maniacal laugh, he cut open Lung Yuechi's stomach with his short dagger and stabbed towards her snow-white neck. In the end, I still have to use that secret technique, Lung Yuechi sighed in her heart. The cold air between her eyebrows soared, and in an instant, the surrounding space was filled with ice. Many people on the genius list were also secretly observing. As long as there was any situation, they would immediately take advantage of the chaos to attack. How could Ice Heart Palace's #1 genius not have any treasures? Almost half of the genius list present were coveting the result of this battle. The moment the golden dagger was about to break Lung Yuechi's defense, a sudden change occurred. Kai tilde. The grayish-white talisman fell from the sky, and when it exploded, it instantly released a boundless suppressive force that sealed the space within a radius of 1,500 feet around Lung Yuechi. Everyone, including their battle chi, couldn't move at all. Lung Yuechi, who was about to activate her secret technique, was startled. This familiar feeling, could it be, rip tilde? Everyone could only see a dark shadow pass by, and the sound of air being torn apart was like a sonic boom. The head fell to the ground. Even before he died, Yang Jinghong's face was still filled with disbelief. At this moment, all the geniuses on the genius list felt their hair stand on end. Dead. Yang Jinghong was actually killed. Moreover, it was an instant kill. Which genius on the genius list hadn't experienced countless opportunities, life and death situations, and accumulated a myriad of trump cards? The higher-ranked geniuses might be able to defeat the lower-ranked geniuses, but it was too difficult to kill them. In a one-on-one battle, unless one encountered a similar secret art or attribute restraint, one would have to pay a great price to kill another genius on the genius list. This price might even be mutual destruction. Therefore, the moment Yang Jinghong was killed, it completely shocked all the geniuses on the genius list present. Who could have such strength to instantly kill a genius on the genius list? The remaining 5 geniuses on the genius list felt their hair stand on end. They used all their strength to break through the rune energy binding them, and their figures instantly flashed away. A dark shadow appeared, and a young man in a silver robe appeared. His back was straight, and his childish face was filled with cold and tyrannical killing intent. Lung Yuechi stared at his back in a daze. Her cold heart seemed to be blown by a wisp of spring wind, reflecting everything in her heart. It was as if as long as she stood behind him, she would be able to carry the entire world for herself. The azure saber in his hand was like a rising moon. The young man's domineering aura surged, and his silver robe fluttered without wind. He blocked the beautiful woman's side, and his murderous aura filled the sky. Like an angry dragon, his explosive roar resounded throughout the ancient palace. Damn it, who dares to touch her? Chapter 837. As soon as Lin Chen entered the ancient sacred hall, he immediately noticed the most intense battle in the hall. He didn't care at first, but when he saw that Leng Yueqi was surrounded and Yang Jinghong's sneak attack was close at hand, his brain seemed to explode in an instant, and his killing intent soared to the extreme. In a flash, Lin Chen directly shot out a rune energy of 90 million points, suppressing all the geniuses on the genius ranking who were surrounding Leng Yueqi. He instantly activated the ultimate moment, pulling out the azure bright moon, rushing forward as fast as he could, and using the swift moon to cut Yang Jinghong's head, killing him on the spot. Even though the azure bright moon had not recovered its full strength, it was still a second-grade sacred weapon. No matter how strong Yang Jinghong's defensive trump card was, it was as thin as a piece of paper in front of this blade. It was not worth mentioning at all. Although there was a sneak attack, Yang Jinghong's life-saving trump card couldn't even block one slash. It could be seen that Lin Chen's strength had soared to an extremely terrifying level. What did it mean to instantly kill a genius on the genius ranking? It meant that this person had the strength to challenge all the geniuses on the genius ranking here. Rumble tilde. Golden light burst out, and a golden glow burst out from Lin Chen's body. The golden light condensed into a rune and began to transform into a series of characters. Name, Lin Chen. Cultivation, 8th stage late stage. Main mental cultivation method, unknown. Owned cultivation method, unknown. Main achievement, killed 99811 on the genius ranking, trampling Yang Jinghong. The golden light shone brightly and transformed into new characters. Genius ranking, 99811, Lin Chen. Title, currently none. Seeing this ranking, many geniuses on the genius ranking sucked in a breath of cold air. A new genius was born. But he was far more than this ranking. The weapon in his hand seems to be far more than a 7th grade top grade weapon. What a terrifying power. I still have a lingering fear. Could it be the legendary 8th grade sacred weapon? It shouldn't be, right? There are only a few people on the genius ranking who can control sacred weapons in the War Emperor realm. This person just got a ranking. I remember now. He's the vice director of the Black Horse Club who led a group of geniuses to fight against the 8 geniuses at the St. Ching Mountain Rain. The crowd of Sky Prides watched with trepidation. Some Sky Prides even sucked in cold breaths when they recognized Lin Chen. It's actually him. Qin Miao who was in the corner of the hall, had a complicated look in her eyes. Lin Chen completely ignored the attribute light balls and storage rings that Yang Jinghong dropped. At this moment, his killing intent soared to the heavens. He only wanted to slaughter all these people who had hurt elder sister Yueqi. Dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch them will die. However, an even more shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Leng Yueqi hugged Lin Chen from behind. That extremely cold and beautiful woman, whose beauty surpassed all worldly beauty, actually smiled for the first time. The dazzling golden light above the void shone with golden splendor, reflecting the beauty's smile. It was as if thousands of icebergs had melted, and a warm wind blew gently, shining into the hearts of everyone present. The extreme cold slowly dissipated, and there was actually a lingering warmth. A glance could topple a city, and a second glance could topple a country. The smile of a peerless beauty seemed to overshadow everything else. You're finally here. Leng Yueqi cried tears of joy, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Her hug soothed the killing intent in Lin Chen's heart that wanted to go berserk. Lin Chen held the beauty's soft hand, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he pulled the beauty into his embrace, domineering and unscrupulous. Seeing that Leng Yueqi's pitilessly beautiful face was actually flushed with shyness, all the male Sky Prides were instantly dumbstruck. At this moment, there seemed to be the sound of countless hearts breaking. The high and mighty fairy Ming, you seemed to have fallen into the mortal world. Before the inconceivable moment happened, everyone thought that this otherworldly beauty would never smile. Because the feeling she gave off was too cold and otherworldly, so perfect that it was as if she was a unique piece of art from the heavens. Ji Qingming stood rooted to the ground in a daze, and his heart felt as if it had been cut into thousands of pieces. At this moment, it shattered, and his eyes instantly turned red with anger. Lin Chen, I'm going to kill you. She's not someone you can touch. Ji Qingming's entire body released sword energy, and anger rushed to his heart. The stellar sword body and meteorite odd crystal fragment erupted, and the sharp sword light was like a star sword that stirred up the wind and cloud. The grey-robed man next to him couldn't help but frown, and he sneered in his heart. Is Qingming going berserk? He can't even let go of a woman, how can he achieve great things? Lin Chen looked at Lung Yueqi in his arms, and seeing that her arm was bleeding, he said with heartache, I've wronged you. Lung Yueqi's expression returned to normal, and the tips of her delicate ears were still red. She shook her head and said, It's fine, it's just a small injury. They injured you? Lung Yueqi nodded. Lin Chen revealed a harmless smile. Then I'll kill them all. The 5 geniuses inexplicably felt a chill in their hearts, and the 5 people who attacked Lung Yueqi earlier immediately entered a state of alert. Recover your body first, leave the rest to me. Lin Chen gave a rare gentle smile. Lung Yueqi nodded and quietly stood beside Lin Chen to recover from her injuries. She firmly believed in Lin Chen, and no matter how big the matter was, Lin Chen would shoulder it. He had always been like this, and only the world couldn't think of it. There had never been a miracle that he couldn't achieve. Lung Yueqi worked hard to cultivate to this point just to catch up to him. Hey, what big words. Even if you can barely use a saint weapon to kill a genius on the genius ranking, do you think you can kill all 5 of us at the same time? The grey-robed man raised his eyebrows and sneered. He could see that the azure moon in Lin Chen's hand was an 8th level saint weapon, but he could barely use it and couldn't use it for a long time. If the battle dragged on, he would be hollowed out by this weapon and be unable to fight. If Jiyu Tianxie, Yin Qingyun, Ji Qingming, Zhong Yijue, and the grey-robed man seriously joined forces, even the top geniuses ranked 80,000th on the genius ranking couldn't take them down. Lin Chen put away the azure moon, and the wood tribulation essence began to circulate in his arm that was eroded by the saber chi to recover his injuries. Then, he waved his hand, and the 9th tribulation battle chi condensed into a palm. After taking away Yang Jinghong's storage ring and dagger, Lin Chen smiled lightly. Indeed, I'll have to pay a high price to kill all of you alone. He used up 90 million runes of energy in one go and only had 2 billion runes of energy left. If he wanted to kill all 5 of them alone, Lin Chen would have to use up at least 200 to 300 million runes of energy. The 2 billion runes of energy and huge attribute points were obtained from killing fake gods. It wasn't an amount that he could obtain by finding a place to pick up items or kill enemies crazily. Now, it was the capital he needed to enter the sacred boundary. However, strictly speaking, Lin Chen wasn't alone. I just said that the 5 of you must die today. Even the King of Hell can't save you. The corners of Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers with a loud snap. Some of the prodigies couldn't help but frown when they saw this. Damn it, could it be, boom tilde. In the originally chaotic ancient palace, 5 powerful and terrifying auras suddenly appeared from the passageway, responding to Lin Chen's call. Su Qing, Drunken Sword, and the other prodigies who had participated in the snatching battle couldn't help but twitch their mouth. It was indeed them. Ji Qingming, Jiyu Tianxie, and the other 4 were in big trouble today. The 5 figures each had their own merits. They were tall and handsome, fierce and domineering, gentle and elegant, and cold and emotionless. They stood behind Lin Chen. When countless Heaven's favorites saw this, their hearts jumped and their scalps went numb. All members of the Black Horse Club had arrived. Chapter 838. All members of the Black Horse Club had arrived. The geniuses who had experienced the power of the Black Horse Club were all speechless. These guys were a bunch of F***king lunatics. The moment the Black Horse appeared, it would attack from behind. In the Battle of the Black Horse, Life and death were indifferent. In terms of battle, these lunatics were all at the level of fighting with their lives on the line. In the previous battle, Lin Chen's 5 clones had either looted rare treasures or picked up large amounts of elemental light balls. Their average strength had increased by another level, and the most important ones were their elemental attribute points and spiritual power. His spiritual power had increased by more than 2 million points, while his 9 elemental attributes had increased by more than 10 million points. After the prodigies in the outside world had fought one after another, many of them had died. After they died, their spiritual power attribute points were very generous, and Lin Chen did not miss any of them. Now, outside the ancient sage temple, the appearance of many treasures was nearing its end. Many prodigies had run away immediately after obtaining the treasures they wanted. The battle was getting more and more dull, but the battle inside the ancient sage temple had just begun. All right, it's fair now. If any one of the 5 of you survives today, I, Lin Chen, will cut off my brother on the spot. The kind that cuts vertically. F***ck, how dare you touch my people? Lin Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he revealed a cold, battle-thirsty smile. Leng Yueqi had suppressed his murderous intent, but that did not mean that Lin Chen was going to let these guys off. Yes, he would repay them tenfold. He would repay them 100-fold. It was time for him to go all out today. Give them a good beating. F***ck. Lin Chen roared, and the 5 of them moved together. They had already activated the 7 transformations, and the +13 infinite silent step was activated. Everyone was shocked and horrified. Clang! Sword aura shot out in all directions, and sparks flew. The Meridian Sword and Mystic Ice Sword clashed. Ji Qingming was the first to exchange blows with the clone. The sword slashed the Big Dipper, and the clone held the sword and slashed. Pure strength exploded, and it was as if 7 stars were flickering continuously. The 7 stars swordsmanship was perfectly executed, and it slashed at Ji Qingming's eyes, heart, and waist. The Mystic Ice Sword flowed with cold air, and it shone with an indestructible meteorite light. It slashed horizontally, a meteorite sword aura that was hundreds of feet long, and it shone brightly. Bang tilde. Ji Qingming was shocked when the sword energy exploded. The Meridian Sword pierced forward and forced Ji Qingming back with a single strike. Rip tilde. The bone scythe shot out like a gust of wind and the Wind Emperor bow flowed with blue light. 10 wind-chasing arrows were shot out, cutting through the air. The power was strong and condensed, just like 10 overbearing wild dragons charging forward. The impact caused the bone scythe to break and Jiu Tianxie spat out blood as he retreated. The saber marks were like crescent moons. They looked weak and light, but in fact, every saber strike was sharp and full of killing intent. It forced Yin Qingyun and the Netherworld White Cat to retreat again and again. What was even more terrifying was that so long as he dared counterattack, the saber mark that was translucent like a mirror and crescent moon would actually reflect his attack. Under this raging and furious attack, besides dodging, there was actually no other choice. This was the most aggrieved battle Yin Qingyun had ever fought. On the other side, the burly Zhong Yijue spun his meteor hammer and smashed it horizontally. The fierce phantom doppelganger held the 5-colored dragon spear and flash. With a clang, the spear and hammer collided, and a terrifying aura exploded. This spear unleashed 99 million dragon points that could swallow the world. The terrifying pure strength mixed with the Golden Calamity Mystic Gang and Blazing Fire Calamity Battle Aura condensed into the first move of the Fighting Emperor. It transformed into a golden red flash and turned into a dragon. The flash turned into a dragon and exploded in front of the war hammer. The sky was filled with countless fragments, and the tip of the spear pierced through Zhong Yijue's defense. Phut tilde. Zhong Yijue spat out blood and retreated, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had lost. In a battle of strength, he had actually lost. The other party's pure strength was even above his. His doppelganger flashed again, and the spear was so sharp that it pierced him until blood spurted out. He could barely raise his meteor hammer to block. Some of the body refinement geniuses sucked in a few breaths of cold air as if they had seen a ghost. Zhong Yijue, who was known as the Barbaric Emperor, as a battle maniac, could only barely resist. He was actually suppressed in close combat. Other than having a slight advantage in the grade of the weapon, Zhong Yijue was almost at a disadvantage in other aspects. In terms of body refinement, the Phantom Doppelganger was not inferior to him. In terms of combat skills, Lin Chen's 10 moves of the Fighting Emperor was already the best of the purple tier, and it was plus 13. In terms of mental cultivation, Lin Chen's 9th tribulation weapon was not inferior to his, and it was even stronger. This battle was far more intense than the one in the underground world. Firstly, Lin Chen's cultivation had broken through 2 levels in a row, and after activating the 7 transformations, he was already at the peak of the 9th layer War Emperor. Secondly, Lin Chen had absorbed 2 large odd crystal fragments, and his pure strength and fire energy had soared, causing all his doppelganger to reach 99 million dragon points. This was a pure strength that was comparable to the peak of the First Tribulation War Emperor, and it was the deciding factor in the battle between the 5 of them. It could increase all of their attacks by several levels. Not only that, his purple-green path understanding fruit had increased his comprehension, and when used in battle, it meant that his thinking was faster, and he had more options in battle. In short, he was smarter, and because of the purple-green path understanding fruit, 10 moves of the Fighting Emperor and Moon Mirror had been upgraded to the best of the purple tier, and the effect of plus 13 was unimaginably terrifying. All the spectating geniuses and even the geniuses on the genius ranking were shocked and frightened. Direct suppression. The people from the Black Horse Club actually suppressed the 4 geniuses in one move. What kind of strength was this? Even if the 5 doppelganger did not use any offensive combat skills, just the power of the 9th Tribulation War Emperor's pure strength was close to that of the 2nd Tribulation War Emperor, forcing all the geniuses to go all out in one move. Heaven Dipper Universe Sword, Star's Sword Body, fully activated. Bloodline activation, Netherworld 10 Extremities Claws. Windless Raging Wave Hammer, Shock Kill. Woo Woe Evil Bones, come out and help me. Rumble. The earth-shattering momentum startled all the geniuses. Jiyu Tianxie's body was covered in a set of bone armor and he held a bone scythe in his hand. With a majestic momentum, he looked like an emissary from hell. Star sand swirled around Ji Qingming's body like clouds. Sword chi shot out in all directions, seemingly invincible. His gaze seemed to have the Anata sword chi slicing over. The ghost face flag swayed behind him, augmenting his head with boundless chi images, protecting his surroundings. Blue veins popped out all over Zhong Yijue's body like wriggling dragons. 2 blue horns grew out of his head. The meteor hammer seemed to have infinite veins, and its power increased sharply as his aura increased. Yin Qingyun was even more eerie and terrifying. He had merged with the spiritual cat at the peak of the 7th level. At this moment, Yin Qingyun's body was covered in white fur. His battle chi was surging, and his body movement was extremely fast. His cat's pupils were vertical, and his pupils were sharp. Every claw and attack was filled with fatal killing intent. The bloodthirsty and cruel expression remained on Yin Qingyun's face. He had turned the tables in an instant. Even Lin Chen's doppelganger's body movement was slightly inferior to him in this state. Many geniuses on the genius ranking retreated one after another. The geniuses were even more shocked. They had never seen these geniuses on the genius ranking reveal such an expression, not even in the underground world. This was enough to prove that the Black Horse Club had really forced them into a dead end. Chapter 839. Seeing Lin Chen protecting Lung Yueqi, Qin Miaoer's eyes flashed with a complicated light. So he already has someone he likes. Qin Miaoer was the only anomaly in the ancient Saint Palace. She was the highest-ranked genius in the genius ranking, but she was also the only one who didn't try to snatch the treasures in the ancient Saint Palace. That brat's people are actually so strong to this extent. They're actually going all out. The Black Horse Club is too scary. They've only fought for a short while, but they're already forcing the 4 geniuses to go all out. Some of the geniuses immediately retreated. Once they decided to use the trump card of the genius ranking, it meant that they had entered the realm of life and death. In other words, this battle would result in either death or injury. It was very likely that the geniuses on the genius ranking would fall. Sure enough, The geniuses on the genius ranking instantly pulled back their disadvantage. Many of their bloodline abilities, hidden combat skills, and special physiques were all used. Once they were used, they even had the potential to surpass the Black Horse Club. Among the geniuses from the Black Horse Club, the only one who wasn't at a disadvantage and needed to go all out was Ji Qingming's cousin, Ji Wutian from the Extreme Sky Pavilion. He was able to fight with ease. Between his footwork and his sharp claws, he was able to fight evenly with Lin Chen's 7 ultimate strength. Lin Chen's pure strength was 19.99 million. With the help of the 7 ultimate strength, his destructive power was close to that of a second Tribulation Combat Emperor. His ranking on the Genius ranking was 94250. He was known as the Triple Vanishing Shadow, Ji Wutian. He didn't make a move, but once he did, he was filled with killing intent. His famous skill was the Triple Vanishing Shadow, a flying knife. Once the flying knife was thrown out, it would determine the winner and the loser. It was said that no one who had seen his third flying knife had survived. Nobody knew how marvelous and mysterious his third flying dagger was. However, the last opponent that the geniuses ranked below 90,000 on the genius ranking did not want to encounter during a sneak attack was none other than Ji Wutian, Vanishing Shadow's triple combo. At this moment, he was stepping on the wind vortex with ease. The grayish-white wind blades were spinning, and his speed was on par with Lin Chen's doppelganger. Even the +13 infinite silent steps could only keep up with his figure. It must be a purple tier movement technique. Priceless. Lin Chen crossed his arms, not in a hurry to make a move. He knew that these geniuses on the genius rankings had their own life-saving trump cards. If he wanted to kill them, then it wasn't enough to make them fight with their lives on the line. He had to force them to use all their life-saving trump cards. But before that, someone had to stand guard outside the genius rankings and prevent them from escaping. You do have some skills. So this is what you're relying on. Ji Wutian sneered. He stepped on the grayish-white whirlwind and his figure flashed. The smell of the wind-type odd crystal fragment flowed in his body, and the energy fluctuation of the odd crystal fragment was much stronger than Ji Qingming. Don't worry, you won't be able to laugh later. I've already said that none of you will be able to escape. Lin Ming smiled and raised his hand again. Countless geniuses' mouths twitch. F***CK, this familiar gesture. The snap of the Black Horse Club's deputy director was probably one of the most legendary gestures. With a snap of his fingers, he would either be killed or injured. With a snap of his fingers, his parents raised him for nothing. Smack. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and shot out. Ultimate reversion, ultimate moment. Host has consumed 1,300,000 talent points. The two talents were unleashed together, and with a boom, all the clones were covered in a green brilliance. The 5 clones' movement techniques suddenly skyrocketed, and the power of all their combat skills more than doubled. Boom. 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 Boom tilde. The 5 clones each unleashed different combat skills, and the power was earth-shattering. They once again suppressed Yin Qingyun and the other geniuses. What was even more terrifying was that their movement techniques were so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. They constantly circled behind the 5 geniuses and attacked them crazily. The power of their attacks skyrocketed again. Even someone as strong as Ji Wutian couldn't handle the speed of Lin Chen's clones with ease and became serious. They're suppressed again. The Black Horse Club is indeed perverted. Why do they always attack from behind? What kind of fighting style is this? Don't you know? The Black Horse Club specializes in attacking from behind. They're a bunch of lunatics. Damn it, I saw Lin Chen snap his fingers the last time. He froze 3 red flame dragons to death. It's even more perverted than this. Lin Chen hasn't made his move yet. He's guarding against the 5 of them, preventing them from escaping. He's really planning to kill all of them. He's serious. Some of the prodigies and geniuses on the genius ranking looked serious. Some of them had retreated to the side after snatching the treasures in the ancient sacred hall and were discussing fervently. Drunken Sword, Su Qing, Shui Tiansu, and the others who had fought with the Black Horse Club last time were all shocked to varying degrees this time. They knew very well that although the Black Horse Club was strong in the previous battle, they were far from this level. Shui Tiansu glanced at Icy Eyes Lan Ruoxue with lingering fear. He finally understood how important it was for Lan Ruoxue to side with Lin Chen last time. Lin Chen didn't try to snatch the remaining treasures and techniques in the ancient sacred hall. These things weren't worth the risk. His target had always been these 5 bastard. What a joke. Although there were many treasures in the hall, this was just the beginning. There would be more in the future. Moreover, would the geniuses on the genius ranking have any less treasures? Every time he killed a genius on the genius ranking, it would be a huge sum of money. After killing these 5 guys, he would be the one with the most bountiful harvests. More importantly, even if other people killed the geniuses on the genius ranking, they might not be able to keep their spoils of war in such a situation. Because in a situation where 48 geniuses on the genius ranking were gathered, killing a genius on the genius ranking would definitely come at a high price. When the time came, the heavily injured person might even die as a result. Therefore, in such a situation, even if both parties had a feud with each other, they couldn't fight. Because if they fought, both parties would die together and benefit others. But Lin Chen was different. As long as his 5 clones had enough runic energy, they wouldn't die. Even if it was a 1-for-1 exchange, as long as the main body was fine, he had enough strength to protect the storage rings of these 5 people. Rumble tilde. At that moment, the passage to the ancient Saint Hall was about to close. With a whoosh, another 5 figures rushed in. One of them was a genius on the genius ranking. Her red robe was like fire, and she was gorgeous and charming. Her sexy and hot figure attracted the gazes of countless men. Her provocative flaming red lips were charming and enchanting. It was Qin Juyan. She was actually the last to arrive. As for the other 2, they were Su Lan and her sister, and Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor. With the Dragon Emperor's protection, they could easily pass through the mechanism of the passage. After the Dragon Emperor helped Lin Chen collect a wave of attribute light balls, he entered at full speed. The moment Qin Juyan entered, although the situation in the ancient Saint Hall was chaotic, she could see the most chaotic and crazy battle circle at first glance. What's that? 10 geniuses on the genius ranking are fighting to the death. Are they crazy? We just reached the periphery of the ancient Saint Hall and they're already fighting to the death. Qin Juyan was astonished. What's going on? They're fighting to the death so soon? Could it be that some top-grade treasure has appeared? Chapter 840. Qin Juyan quickly moved to his sister's side and asked curiously, "Sister Miao, what's going on? What's so good that they're fighting like this?" Speaking of which, the other 5 people look unfamiliar. I've never seen them on the genius ranking before. As soon as the 2 sisters got close, they immediately formed a beautiful painting in the ancient sacred hall. It was second only to Lung Yuechi's beauty. The elder sister, Qin Miao, was as gentle as water, gentle and moving, like a fairy in the clouds deep in the mountains. His younger sister, Qin Juyan, was sexy, hot, and charming. She was like a lonely queen from hell, filled with a charm that made one want to conquer her. I don't know, I only heard them say something about the Black Horse Club, then. Prince Lin Chen is some vice director. Qin Miao shook her head, feeling a little depressed. The smart Qin Juyan sensed his sister's emotions. He turned to look at the peerless beauty beside Lin Chen and knew what was going on. He gritted his teeth and said, "This damned guy, so not only did he molest my sister, he also flirted with other women. Don't talk nonsense, don't cause trouble for others." Qin Miao frowned. Qin Juyan rolled her eyes and couldn't be bothered with her sister. On the other side, Lin Chen saw that the Dragon Emperor had arrived. With a thought, the 5th illusion returned to Lung Yuechi's side. "Are you planning to personally take action?" Ji Wutian raised his eyebrows and unconsciously touched the throwing knife at his waist. "Of course, I know you're the best at fighting, so I have to personally challenge you." Lin Chen revealed a brilliant smile. "Dragon Emperor, fight for me." Roar tilde. Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor roared in anger, reverting back to his true form from his human form. 100 Zhonglong Azure Dragon spread its purple phoenix wings and swept towards Yinglong's tail. The Azure Dragon's claws tore through the clouds and struck out violently. Ji Wutian. F*CKU. What happened to the one-on-one duel? Lin Chen spread out his hands and smiled helplessly. You believe me when I say that, then you believe me when I say that you're more handsome than me? I've already fought a life and death battle with you, and I want to fight you one-on-one. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a tearing sound as Lin Chen used silent step. His body moved like the stars and he appeared behind Ji Wutian, who was using his body technique to its limit. Lin Chen's pupils trembled. His speed was even faster than the person from the Black Horse Club. TSK. The dragon tail violently swung, revealing its sharpness. The azure brilliance furiously slashed in all directions. It was raised high and suddenly chopped down. The dragon claw slashed through the sharp dark green light blade and tore down. Dragon chi was released from all over his body, forming a dragon domain that enveloped Ji Wutian's body. Ji Wutian's movements were instantly delayed, and the dark light blade and azure dragon sword slashed down. The Dragon Emperor's attack was so domineering that it made one's scalp tingle. Countless geniuses were dumbfounded. What kind of dragon was this? The one who was most shocked was none other than Shui Tiansu. The last time he fought with the Dragon Emperor, he, who specialized in water techniques, was completely suppressed. But now, the Dragon Emperor's methods were far more powerful than Yinglong Amami's. Annihilation. Lin Chen formed a hand seal. The moment he used it, he urged his skyrocketing psyche to rapidly rotate into annihilation psyche energy. Due to his mastery proficiency and the skyrocketing psyche realm, Lin Chen could now use annihilation 6 times a day, far more than before. An azure spiritual light pillar that was tens of meters long shot out from between his eyebrows. Its power was far stronger than the other clones. 2 offensive runes supported the spiritual annihilation energy and collided head-on with Ji Wutian. Purgatory Hurricane. Ji Wutian was shocked. He quickly waved his hands and a white light blazed in his body. The unique odd crystal fragments condensed into a grayish-white storm that wrapped around him and forcefully blocked Lin Chen's annihilation spiritual attack. 5 Absolute Palm. Ji Wutian's palm swept across like a blade. A faint grayish-white wind swirled around it, and a brilliant holy aura was reflected in his body. He was actually a descendant of a sage. Bang! The 5 Absolute Palm collided head-on with the Dragon Emperor's dark light blade and azure dragon sword. Ji Wutian activated a top-grade defensive technique but was still forced back while vomiting blood. Rip Tilda. Lin Chen used infinite silent steps and the dark calamity vortex under his feet turned. His figure flashed and the 7 absolute force was unleashed. His palm turned into a fist and his leg became a blade as he attacked Ji Wutian in close combat. Bang! The fist wind collided and the golden fist with the golden calamity mysterious handle was pushed back. Lin Chen's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. First Calamity Combat Emperor Cultivation, first generation Sage Bloodline, Wind-type odd crystal fragments and the ability to control natural calamities. The legendary Purgatory Hurricane is so strong. He is 2 levels stronger than Ji Qingming and the others. In a one-on-one fight, if I don't use the Azure Moon and the Slowing Rune, I might not be able to take him down. Any one of these was enough to make one a top genius. He didn't expect Ji Wutian to incorporate all of them into one. The higher one's ranking was, the more terrifying their methods and foundation would be. While Lin Chen was surprised, Ji Wutian didn't have time to rest. The Dragon Emperor pounced and bit down. Ji Wutian's sleeves shook and 3 streaks of white light slashed at the dragon body. The dark green dragon scales shot out a series of sparks and battle aura waves, but he wasn't injured. What a perverted defense. Purgatory Hurricane, blink finger. Ji Wutian exerted force again and pointed out. The power of the hurricane condensed in his finger and swept past the Dragon Emperor's body, barely leaving a few white marks. The previous Dragon Emperor was able to fight 2 geniuses on the genius ranking alone. The reason why he could fight 3 in the underground world was because Shui Tiansu was restrained by Tian Yu Yinghai's ability. Now, the Dragon Emperor had 43 million dragon power points. Just based on pure strength, he was already a 3rd Calamity Combat Emperor. His true combat power was close to the peak of the 3rd Calamity. One dragon could fight 3 geniuses on the genius ranking. Lin Chen and the Dragon Emperor attacked Ji Wutian from the left and right, one from the front and one from the back. They didn't stop attacking Ji Wutian. Whether it was Lin Chen or the Dragon Emperor, any one of them was enough to make Ji Wutian go all out. With the two of them together, Ji Wutian was completely at a disadvantage. "Teacher, are you okay?" Su Gang and her sister came to Lung Yuechi's side. She looked at the two sisters in surprise. "Why are you here too? Aren't you two Cyan direct disciples?" The sisters smiled at each other and explained how Lin Chen helped them quickly grasp the mental cultivation method. Lung Yuechi revealed a beautiful smile. She didn't expect Lin Chen's methods to be so mysterious and powerful. She felt happy for him from the bottom of her heart. Whoosh tilde tilde. A rapidly spinning snowflake blade flashed past and instantly flew towards Lin Chen's direction. Everyone's heart was in their throat. The blade was out. In just over 100 rounds, Ji Wutian was forced to use his flying blade secret technique by Lin Chen. Once he used his blade, Ji Wutian aimed at Lin Chen because he knew that flying blades couldn't kill the Dragon Emperor. When he dodged the Dragon Emperor's claw attack, the flying blade at his waist flashed and the vanishing shadow flying blade exploded. Get lost. Moon of speed. Lin Chen seemed to have been prepared. His eyes were sharp as he instantly took out Azure Bright Moon from the scabbard in his storage ring and slashed vertically, breaking speed with speed. The water tribulation aura at the tip of the blade flashed like moonlight. With a whoosh, the snowflake blade above Lin Chen's head exploded and shattered into nothingness. Whoosh. Rip tilde. Another snowflake blade slashed at extreme speed from the left side of Lin Chen. It was less than 60 meters away and almost arrived in a flash. No one expected Ji Wutian to use two blades in a row. Chapter 841. 3 consecutive vanishing shadows, double combo. Moonguard, reverse. Who would have thought that after Lin Chen struck out with his saber, his momentum did not decrease but instead increased. The saber rotated and created a mirror-like saber mark that condensed into a flickering moon. The moment the absolute shadow saber touched the saber mark, it bounced back with a bang. The mirror shattered, and Lin Chen was unscathed. However, before everyone could gasp in amazement at Lin Chen's reflexes and powerful abilities, a flash of white light appeared like a startling rainbow and silently struck down from the top of Lin Chen's head. At that moment, there was only one thought in the minds of all the spectating prodigies: it's over. 3 consecutive vanishing shadows, third strike. Almost no one could see through the trajectory and traces of this strike. Even someone as strong as Qin Juyan subconsciously revealed an extremely serious expression. This strike was too fast. Furthermore, the previous 2 strikes could be said to be completely impossible to guard against. After trying his best to block the sneak attack of the 2 blades, it was almost impossible to block the third strike in an instant. Even sensing its existence was extremely difficult. Boom! The grayish-white talisman suddenly exploded above Lin Chen's head. Space and spirit chi slowed down, and the flying blade's speed dropped by countless times. Break! Lin Chen held the azure moon in his hand and slashed towards the sky, shattering the white blade aura with a horizontal slash. What? He saw through my third strike. Ji Wutian's pupils trembled. The Dragon Emperor's azure dragon sword slashed down, and the azure dragon domain released an endless amount of dragon power to delay his body, forcing Ji Wutian to face this dragon tail slash head-on. The new +13 moon mirror broke the other party's 3 consecutive vanishing blades. Lin Chen's momentum soared. He held the blade with both hands and slashed, and the Tier 8 blade's edge shone to the extreme. Host activated Level 5 recharge, Level 5 penetration, Level 5 heavenly invisibility rune. 680,000 points of rune energy have been consumed. All traces of the host's attack have been removed. Cooldown time, 40 seconds. Duration, 3 seconds. Lin Chen's powerful slash didn't turn into any battle chi attack. Everyone was puzzled, and even Ji Wutian was stunned. A moonlight flashed past, and Ji Wutian's head was cut off. His head was sent flying, dropping a large number of attribute light balls. Even before he died, he couldn't figure out what went wrong with him. How could there be such a strange attack? What kind of joke is this? I, Ji Wutian, was born with the bloodline of a saint. How could I be? Ji Wutian's head fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. As expected of a genius on the genius ranking. That last third vanishing shadow flying dagger almost tricked me. Lin Chen exhaled and smiled. Unfortunately, compared to your vanishing shadow flying dagger, my heavenly invisibility rune is still better. The Dragon Emperor rushed forward and swallowed Ji Wutian's body, storage ring, weapon, and even the attribute light balls. Received 98 million battle chi essences, 800,000 cultivation technique essences, 30,000 intermediate spiritual power, 60,000 intermediate spiritual power, 400,000 talent points, 300,000 heavens path points, 850 strengthening points, 1100 blank attribute points, 100,000 intermediate wind energy. A large number of attribute points entered his body. Lin Chen's intermediate wind energy had increased by 28.5 million points, and his intermediate wind energy had increased to 52.1 million points. Lin Chen saw that Ji Wutian had dropped an orange crystal treasure chest, and a screen popped up. Host has opened the orange crystal treasure chest. Received, Vanishing Shadow Flying Dagger Manual, grade undetermined, suspected to be a half-orange secret art. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This orange crystal treasure chest was Ji Wutian's famous secret art, the Vanishing Shadow Flying Dagger Manual. Lin Chen had personally experienced the power of this flying dagger technique. If he hadn't left a delaying rune in his heart, he would have died without a doubt from that last dagger. In the chaotic battle with the Black Horse Club, the first of the 5 prodigies to fall was the highest-ranked Ji Wutian. Ji Wutian's fall shocked everyone in the ancient sacred temple. Cousin is dead. Ji Qingming was shocked. In terms of movement, attack, and defense, Ji Wutian was a top-notch expert. He had many high-level techniques, but under Lin Chen and the Dragon Emperor's continuous attacks, he couldn't even last 200 rounds. Kai tilde. Boom tilde. Golden light shone brightly above Lin Chen's head, forming a row of words. Prodigy ranking, 94250, name, Lin Chen, cultivation, late-stage battle emperor level 8, main cultivation technique, unknown, cultivation technique, unknown. Killed prodigy ranking, 94250, Ji Wutian, vanishing shadows triple combo. Prodigy ranking, 94250, Lin Chen. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. What the F *CK? What kind of dogsh *T ranking is this? F *CK, 94,250? It's 250? F *CK, I refuse to accept the award. Fut. The Su sisters couldn't help but burst into laughter. Leng Yueqi smiled. This ranking was too coincidental. Roar tilde. With a roar, the Dragon Emperor flew into the sky and joined the battle of the last 4 prodigies. The situation began to tilt. Ji Qingming, Yin Qingyun, Zhong Yijue, and Ji Yutianxie were in danger of dying at any moment. However, they couldn't even break out of the encirclement at this moment. With the Dragon Emperor's addition and the 4 clones' ultimate moment plus 13 infinite silent steps, the 4 of them had no chance of breaking out at all. Prince Lin Chen, I know my mistake. If I had known that Leng Yueqi was young master's woman, I wouldn't have dared to touch her even if I had 10 gut. Please spare my life. I'm willing to give you everything I have. Young master Yin Qingyun started to beg for mercy, but Lin Chen didn't even look at him. He returned to Leng Yueqi's side and asked with heartache. Have you recovered from your injuries? Leng Yueqi's heart was filled with sweetness, and she gave a soft At this moment, Lin Chen stuck close to Leng Yueqi's back and held her soft hand. He smiled gently and said, Come, use your ice bow to wipe out all those who hurt you. Lin Chen's warm and clean breath stuck close to her back, causing Leng Yueqi's cheeks and ears to turn red. Under the guidance of Lin Chen's hands, her slender hands started to draw her frozen moon bow, narked an arrow, and aimed at the 4 prodigies in the field. Don't be afraid. I'll teach you step by step. Come, shoot him. After saying that, Lin Chen released the bowstring for Leng Yueqi. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out, causing Ji Qingming to dodge by a hair's breadth. He was almost shot. Aya, you didn't hit him. Come, let's continue. We still have a lot of time. Behind Leng Yueqi, Lin Chen had a wretched smile on his face. This cold and beautiful woman blushed, her beauty unparalleled. Lin Chen repeatedly guided her to draw the ice bow, and arrows pierced through the air, shooting towards the four prodigies. On one hand, the four prodigies were being suppressed by the four clones. On the other hand, they were being suppressed by the Dragon Emperor. On the other hand, they had to be careful of the ice breath arrows that were shooting towards them at high speed. It was as if they were in danger of dying at any moment. Countless prodigies felt their scalps go numb. Yes, shoot behind him. No, the strength this time is too weak. Aya, the strength is too strong. Sister Yuechi, slow down a bit and let me shoot. Yes, 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 there. Lin Chen's flirtatious words made all the prodigies' mouths twitch violently. They were almost driven mad. The four prodigies of the prodigy ranking, which one of them wasn't famous and powerful? They were existences that stood above countless prodigies. At this moment, they were being shot by Lin Chen like targets. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. The Black Horse Club was too cruel. Chapter 842. Elder Sister Yu Qi, there's no need to show mercy. The Black Horse Club's actions are just to make it more comfortable for you and me to shoot. A certain Lin revealed a coquettish smile as he continued to pull the ice bow with the beauty. The beauty in front and the youth in the back. Flirting with each other, exchanging glances, drawing bows and arrows as they wildly attacked, causing all the prodigies' mouths to twitch and their brows to tremble. Too perverted, too deranged, too despicable. A certain Lin shot wildly with Lung Yu Qi, causing the four prodigies to hover between life and death, almost spitting out blood. They were filled with regret. Why did they sneak attack Lung Yu Qi? If they knew she was Lin Chen's woman, they wouldn't have dared even if they had 10 times the courage. Xiu tilde. Puchi tilde. The ice arrow pierced through Jiu Tianxie and he gasped a few times as the life in his eyes gradually dimmed. Then he was swallowed by the Dragon Emperor in a flash. Hong Long tilde. The spear pierced through flesh and bones and the arrow pierced through Zhong Yijue's giant body, leaving behind a bloody hole. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his eyes were filled with regret before he died. Ji Qingming watched helplessly as several people fell and even their chance to escape was sealed. He couldn't help feeling his blood run cold as the aura of death enveloped him. Ji Qingming saw this and saw that the arrow was aimed at him. His face instantly turned pale as he quickly shouted, "No, don't. Junior Sister Yu Qi, aren't we from the same sect? You won't kill a fellow disciple, right? Our Ice Heart Palace has rules. Give me a chance, I've already realized my mistake." As soon as he said this, Leng Yu Qi took the initiative to draw the bowstring faster. Cold energy condensed in her slender hands as she drew the bow and shot an arrow through the heart. Junior Sister Yu Qi, before Ji Qingming died, he was filled with despair and unwillingness. Lung Yu Qi's cold voice rang out. Ice Heart Palace's rules can't be compared to his. 4 people fell. Yin Qingyun, Ji Qingming, Zhong Yijue, and Jiu Tianxie were all killed by the combined attacks of Lin Chen's doppelgangers and the Dragon Emperor. Elemental balls of light filled the void. The Dragon Emperor collected the attribute balls dropped by the 4 great geniuses. Lin Chen's attribute points continued to soar. His strengthening points had already reached 70,000 points. It was much more than the strengthening points in the outside world. Countless Heaven's favorites watched with their hearts pounding. They were both shocked and fearful. 5 geniuses on the genius ranking had fallen. This was a scene that was hard to come by in the sacred boundary in 100 years. Normally, only super-secret realms opened by 4th grade sects and above could trigger such a tragic battle. Who would have thought that a youngster who came out of nowhere would be able to create such a terrifying battle record? After this battle, Lin Chen's name would resound throughout the entire mystic realm. In this ancient sacred hall, perhaps only the combined strength of more than 10 genius role geniuses could hold back the Black Horse Club. Lin Chen collected all the storage rings, weapons, and attribute balls from the 4 great geniuses. No one dared to do anything to him. Damn it, who dared to provoke him? Even the genius role geniuses of the same rank might not dare to provoke Lin Chen. The Black Horse Club's people were all lunatics who didn't care about their lives. This time, although Lin Chen didn't participate in the battle outside the ancient sacred hall, His harvest was the most bountiful. He collected all the 5 genius role geniuses' treasures. No one had a bigger harvest than him. Lin Chen took a rough look and saw that there were 3 odd crystal fragments. They were of the gold, earth, and wind attributes. His harvest was unimaginably bountiful. The harvest this time is perfect. Even the rune energy has been replenished by 70 million points. The actual consumption is only 20 million. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. He looked around and saw that most of the fighting had stopped. There were still 44 genius role geniuses left in the hall. Among them, Qin Miao and Qin Juyan were ranked the highest. Lin Chen immediately noticed the strength of the 2 sisters. Sir Lin Chen truly has the demeanor of a king. I admire you. I wonder if we can join forces with the Black Horse Club this time. If there are any gains, you can take the biggest share. How about it? Ghost fortune teller Mo Qing walked over and cupped his fists. His tone was sincere and respectful. Me too. Do you want to join forces? Ice pupil Lan Ruoxue also flew over and gave a concise invitation. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Of course. Since the 2 of you have spoken, I won't be polite. As long as you're not my enemy, I, Lin Chen, will welcome you. With the 2 of them joining, Lin Chen's group became even stronger. This kid's luck with women is not bad. Beauties come one after another. Qin Juyan's beautiful eyes revealed a dangerous light as she stared at Lin Chen. Qin Miao hurriedly said, "Don't mess around. Don't forget our goal this time. Furthermore, I don't even know him. Sister, you're too soft-hearted. If you like a man, you can just snatch him away. If that doesn't work, you can just put some aphrodisiac to sleep with him first. What's done can't be undone. Are you afraid that he won't recognize you after pulling up his pants?" Qin Juyan was sexy and hot as she spoke to her sister in disappointment. Qin Miao spat. "Phut, I don't know where you learned these things." At this moment, an ancient voice rang out in the hall. "Welcome, geniuses, to the ancient Saint Hall. Hee. I believe that all of you have been waiting for this for a long time. The secrets of yours truly are not something that anyone can know or possess. I have specially prepared 3 passageways for all of you. Each of the passageways has a different type of fortune. Choose one." As soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound could be heard. In the bright and spacious hall, the wall in front of them slowly stretched out, revealing 3 stone doors. The stone doors opened, revealing 3 paths. The group of prodigies and geniuses on the genius ranking all wanted to move towards the stone doors, but then they fell into hesitation and doubt. They didn't want others to beat them to it, but they didn't want to be the first to do so. Lin Chen didn't care about these guys. His priority was to absorb the odd crystal fragment. Purgatory odd crystal fragments, wind element, 1/10 of a complete odd crystal. Innumerable green odd crystal fragments, wood element, 1/13 of a complete odd crystal. Meteorite odd crystal fragments, metal element, 1/15 of a complete odd crystal. Lin Chen handed the 3 odd crystal fragments to different clones. Then, he activated the wood calamity, metal calamity, and wind calamity battle physique and absorbed them all into his body to refine, obtained 500,000 points of wood energy, 150,000 points of metal energy, 400,000 points of wind energy. Lin Chen's elemental attributes rose sharply, but he sat on the Dragon Emperor's back and chatted cheerfully. That's right, this was another advantage of the level 6 Phantom Rune. Lin Chen's clones had a higher consciousness than the host. Not only did they stop at battle consciousness, but they could also replace the host to cultivate. Aside from the special case of using the purplish-green path understanding fruit to comprehend combat skills, most of the time, the doppelganger could replace Lin Chen to cultivate. If the doppelganger absorbed enough spiritual qi, it would lead to a breakthrough in cultivation, which would be directly fed back to the original body. I can only use Azure Bright Moon for 15 minutes with all my strength now. I will suffer a backlash from the blade's edge, so I have to use it at a critical moment. Lin Chen glanced at his right arm that was covered in blood and frowned. Swish tilde. There was the sound of wind breaking. Just as Lin Chen was thinking, the top prodigies had already started to rush into the first tunnel. Once someone stood out, it would lead the second one. A series of prodigies used their movement techniques and rushed into the tunnel, disappearing into the darkness. Your Excellency Lin Chen, what do you think? Mo Qing, who was also a fortune-teller, seemed to have noticed something and asked for Lin Chen's opinion. Lin Chen glanced at the totem wall on the east side of the ancient sacred hall. There was a distance behind the wall, and there was a faint and unique light that belonged to the attribute light ball. Only Lin Chen could see it. He touched his chin with his left hand and chuckled. No hurry, let's grill the chicken wings first. Some of the prodigies who were secretly observing Lin Chen's actions were stunned. At this juncture, in this dangerous environment, he still had the mood to grill chicken wings. Chapter 843. The Su sisters looked at each other and smiled. It was as if they had found the fresh sense of adventure when they followed Lin Chen in the 9 provinces continent. Because no one knew what he was going to do next. After saying that, Lin Chen and the girls came to the wall with the ancient totem painting. Mo Qing's eyes immediately lit up. Lin Chen began to circulate his battle qi and set up a bonfire. He skillfully took out a few large chicken wings and roasted them. From time to time, he even passed them to the 3 beauties beside him. Crazy, another crazy one. Seeing this scene, many of the geniuses on the genius ranking shook their heads and laughed. It seemed that they had too high of expectations for Lin Chen. Then, Su Qing, Drunken Sword, Shui Tiansu, and the other geniuses stood in front of the 3 tunnels and chose different entrances to enter. The sects behind them were extremely concerned about the inheritance of the ancient sage hall. Therefore, they did not want to fall behind anyone and did not wait any longer. Lin Chen allowed the geniuses in the hall to enter the 3 tunnels. His 4th phantom avatar wantonly collected the attribute light balls that the geniuses had dropped during the battle. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Hey, stinky man, why don't you go in first? At this moment, Qin Juyan took a step forward and asked Lin Chen in annoyance, what are you doing? She had fought with Lin Chen before and snatched gold Saint Origin coins from him. She roughly knew that this guy was not someone who would suffer losses. Since he could sit here and eat so calmly with such a personality, he must have a backup plan. Qin Miaoer stood behind Qin Juyan, but she did not dare to get too close to Lin Chen and the others. What's the hurry? They will come back later. Let me say this first, I didn't roast your chicken wings. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and pursed his lips. They will come back on their own. Lan Ruoxue was puzzled. Could it be that there was something else in the tunnel? Lin Chen could not be bothered with these 2 beauties. With a thought, he ordered his 2 avatars that could move closer to the ancient wall. He reached out his hands and touched the ancient totem wall. Unconsciously, he circulated his battle qi of 9 tribulations. Oh! This is something strange indeed. All of a sudden, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows when his clone touched the veins on the totem wall with his palm and started to run his scorching fire calamity battle qi. Then, Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness dived into the storage rings of the 5 fallen geniuses. This time, the foundation of the genius roles geniuses really broadened Lin Chen's horizons. Disregarding the main offensive weapons of the 5 great geniuses, that was only a small part of their value. Every genius had their own life-saving trump cards, and most of them were good things that were still preserved. Dark Knight Cloak, Yang Jinghong's famous weapon. It can conceal one's aura and increase one's speed. Ghost Face Flag, belongs to Ji Qingming. It can predict danger and defend against powerful attacks in the face of danger. It can even defend against mental attacks. 8 Treasure Black Shield, belongs to Zhong Yiju, a top-grade defensive artifact. Consumes energy to defend against 8 types of battle qi attacks. This thing is. Lin Chen also discovered 4 dazzling golden flying daggers, revealing their sharpness. They were actually 4 top-grade Tier 7 flying daggers. Their value was terrifyingly high. Even though the flying daggers were small in size and didn't consume the usual amount of materials, each one of them was still worth at least 100,000 silver Saint Origin coins. Flying Dagger, Flying Dragon Golden Shadow. It was extremely sharp and powerful. It belonged to the offensive category of flying daggers. Its lethality was high, but its stealth was poor. Ji Wutian didn't use this dagger earlier because he was afraid of being discovered by Lin Chen. Therefore, it couldn't be used as a surprise attack. The only one who didn't leave behind a life-saving trump card was Yin Qingyun. His companion spirit cat had died with him. There weren't many things in the storage rings, but every one of them was a top-grade item. The rest of the items ranged from 3 to 5 scrolls of cultivation techniques. They weren't any lower than the top-grade Tier 7 low-grade ones. The weapons weren't any lower than the top-grade Tier 7 high-grade ones. There weren't many pills, but each of them had a crucial function. There were also some rare pill recipes that were already extinct in the modern world. They were priceless. Other than that, there were 1 or 2 gold Saint Origin coins and 20,000 silver Saint Origin coins in each storage ring. Silver Saint Origin coins were a resource, so it was impossible to store too many of them. These weapons were damaged to varying degrees because of the 5 people and the life and death battle. Fortunately, they weren't completely destroyed. As long as I have enough silver Saint Origin coins, it's only a matter of time before they are fully restored. Lin Chen was ecstatic. The rewards this time were enough for him to equip his doppelgangers again. I have the secret manual of the vanishing shadow flying dagger now. It's time to learn it. With a thought, Lin Chen opened the system. Heavenly Path Possession System version 6.0, host, Lin Chen Cultivation, late stage 8th level Battle Emperor Realm, intermediate Battle Chi Essence, 301. 5 billion points. Ultimate Strength, 19. 99 million Dragon Power, intermediate Blood Energy, 621. 7 billion points. Intermediate Mental Power, 18. 86 million points, Ascension Realm Great Success, intermediate Cultivation Technique Essence, 1 billion points, intermediate Rune Energy, 208 billion points. Heavenly Path Points, 1. 3 billion points, Talent Points, 1 billion points. Blank Attributes, 190,000 points, Strengthening Points, 89,989 points. Intermediate Elemental Energy, Fire Element, 12.01 million points, Earth Element, 29. 11 million points, Wood Element, 89. 66 million points, Metal Element, 151. 52 million points, Water Element, 84. 4 million points, Lightning Element, 27. 9 million points, Wind Element, 108. 09 million points, Light Element, 15. 2 million points, Dark Element, 15. 8 million points. Cultivation Technique Status Column, open. Bloodline Status Column, open. Passive Talent Column, open. Killing Technique Column, open. Active Talent, blue rank, Thieving Omen, blue rank, Fatal Bloodthirst, purple rank, Superdimensional Teleportation, purple rank, Final Moment, purple rank, Ultimate Return, purple rank, Sovereign's Descent, quasi-orange rank, Absolute Life and Death, orange rank, Instant Shadow Fragment, 1/2. Characteristic Rune Column, open. Talent Combination Skill, Fatal Bloodthirst, Superdimensional Teleportation, Sovereign's Descent, Absolute Life and Death. System, I want to learn the Vanishing Shadow Flying Dagger secret technique. My doppelgangers will be responsible for absorbing the cultivation technique memories. System received. Consuming 230 million intermediate cultivation technique soul essences. Beginning to integrate all the memories of Vanishing Shadow Flying Dagger. Lin Chen was taken aback. What kind of skill was this? To think that it would require him to spend over 200 million points of his intermediate skill essence. A massive amount of cultivation memories poured into a doppelganger and it immediately sat down cross-legged to absorb them. Lin Chen's sea of consciousness automatically added many familiar memories. If not for his mental strength attribute skyrocketing, it would have been difficult to absorb these memories. Seeing the system's appraisal, there is a label that seems to be a half-orange grade cultivation technique. Could it be? I've picked up a treasure. Lin Chen was ecstatic, but he would only know the specific situation after his doppelganger finished learning. It seems that it has only been a month since I came to the sacred boundary, and I have already refined 6 odd crystal fragments. There is still a Tianyin odd crystal fragment to decompose. Now, 3 of my elemental attributes have exceeded 100 million points. I wonder if this continues, and if I increase my elemental attributes without limit, will the power of the 9 tribulations of creation be comparable to a half orange grade or even a true orange grade cultivation technique? Lin Chen was excited and his mind moved. His entire body shone with 6 star-like lights that emitted different colors. Those were the lights of the odd crystal fragments, representing the number of odd crystal fragments he controlled. Seeing the 6 odd crystal fragments in Lin Chen's body, Lan Ruoxue and Mo Qing's eyes almost popped out. Chapter 844. Even Qin Juyan and Qin Miao were astonished. 6 pieces. Sir Lin Chen is really fierce. Mo Qing swallowed her saliva. Geniuses outside the top 90,000 on the genius ranking could only refine 2 odd crystal fragments at most. A small number of them had special mental cultivation techniques and could refine 3, but he actually refined 6. He has 5 special mental cultivation techniques. No, he even has battle chi of multiple attributes, allowing him to support odd crystal fragments of different attributes. But that's not right. The energy of the odd crystal fragments is so domineering. Even if it's the smallest 1/20th, an 8th level combat emperor shouldn't be able to withstand 6. Qin Juyan's heart was in turmoil. She couldn't see through Lin Chen, she couldn't see through him at all. Refining odd crystal fragments was a huge risk in itself. Some even needed the help of elders in the sect who cultivated the same mental cultivation technique to refine them, but to him, it was as simple as eating and drinking. Qin Miao stared at Lin Chen with curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Bang! Rumble! At this moment, a violent explosion came from the 3 tunnels, followed by a burst of shrill screams in an instant. The screams were endless. It spread throughout the hall. Those geniuses who had yet to enter the genius ranking immediately turned pale and retreated, vigilant of the situation in the tunnel. Everyone was vigilant and bewildered, but Lin Chen continued to eat his roasted wings. After a while, the group of geniuses returned in a sorry state. Some were even covered in blood and were seriously injured. Even the geniuses on the genius ranking were in a sorry state. What's going on? What happened to you? Hiss, Liao Yuan Mo is injured. Su Qing is also bleeding. What kind of dangerous situation is this? The geniuses exclaimed and felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Fortunately, they didn't enter early. Some geniuses said truthfully. Some encountered high-level demon spirits similar to the endless forest in the tunnel, but demon spirits couldn't leave the area in the tunnel. Otherwise, it would be a bloody battle. Some of the tunnels had extremely powerful fierce beasts. Although they weren't saint beasts, they were powerful existences comparable to 3rd or 4th tribulation combat emperors. Facing such existences, ordinary geniuses would die. Even if he was a genius on the genius ranking, he would have to run. 1-on-1 or 2, he wouldn't stand a chance. At this moment, Lin Yiqian, who had just finished eating the chicken wings, was smiling like a child. Ayo, you're all back? Like I said, I'll be waiting for you at the clubhouse in the rain and wind. Our Black Horse Club members are just that daring. Either we don't move, or we fiercely attack. As the saying goes, as long as you have the guts, the teacher will give you maternity leave. Oh my God, Sister Yuechi, why are you pinching me? Some of the geniuses on the genius ranking were so angry that their veins popped out. Some of them were so angry that they started laughing. Haha, Lin Chen, it's useless for you to mock us here. The space within the palace has already been sealed. If we want to leave the ancient sage palace, we can only charge through to the end. If we suffer too many casualties, it won't do you any good either. What are you saying? Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, that's true. You're right, brother. As the gathering place of the top 10 youths, our Black Horse Club can't just sit by and do nothing. It's time for us to show our true strength. 10 good youths. Wasn't that the top 10 shameful youths? Then, Lin Chen waved his hand, and the remaining flames of his bonfire instantly grew bigger. It was as if a few fire dragons had appeared out of nowhere, spitting out billowing dragon flames. The scorching inferno battle aura that filled the sky turned into a sea of fire, covering the ancient totem wall and burning fiercely. The flames spread all over the wall. Many of the geniuses on the genius ranking twitched their mouths. If you want to grill chicken wings, so be it. Why did you have to burn the wall? I think you've gone crazy from eating too much. What's the use of burning a wall? This is the ancient sage palace. Without the strength of a sage, it's impossible to destroy this ancient palace. Does he have nothing better to do? Forget it, let's not bother about him. This guy is not the typical crazy type. Some of the geniuses shook their heads and sat to the side to recover. They planned to regroup later and invite more people to charge into the passageway again. No. However, more and more geniuses on the genius ranking began to realize that something was wrong. The ancient totem wall began to melt and disintegrate. Was it gradually becoming transparent? The gradually transparent ancient totem wall revealed a 300-meter tall stone door. It began to reveal a brand new path. Countless geniuses were stunned. What was going on? Why was there a fourth path? Also, how did Lin Chen know? Lin Chen smiled coquettishly. Sorry, handsome people can really do whatever they want. Fire in the palace, and the director fell in love with me. Little kid, don't try to imitate me. It's very dangerous. In fact, Lin Chen only knew that the ancient totem wall was strange at first, but he couldn't see through its secrets. Even the Golden Eyes twins couldn't see through it. The only thing he could tell was that although it was a tall wall, there were attribute light balls flickering behind it. It was really strange. Lin Chen, who wasn't sure, decided to approach the ancient totem wall in the name of roasting chicken wings. He tried to investigate the ancient totem wall and found that it only reacted to Lin Chen's scorching fire tribulation battle aura. While everyone's attention was on the three passageways, Lin Chen had already roughly grasped the situation of the ancient totem wall. This thing needed to be burned. However, it was fine as long as it wasn't burned. Because he had strengthened the Genesis Holy Bible, Lin Chen's mental senses had become extremely sensitive. Lin Chen also sensed that there seemed to be some dangerous existences hidden in this hidden passageway. As expected, when the fourth path was revealed, a domineering aura rushed into the ancient sage temple like a howling hurricane. All the prodigies hurriedly retreated, and Lin Chen was no exception. He had the Dragon Emperor protect everyone and the clone that was fusing with the cultivation memories as they quickly retreated. The white veil fluttered like clouds and smoke, and a slender figure slowly stepped out from the void. It was a beautiful woman with a temperament like the clouds and billowing blue waves. A gentle breeze blew past, and the beautiful woman's skirt fluttered slightly, revealing her snow-white legs. Seeing this, most of the hot-blooded male prodigies subconsciously bent down to take a look. However, they didn't see any beautiful scenery. It was all hazy. Regarding this situation, a certain Lin Chao disdainfully lifted his collar and criticized seriously. What a bunch of hooligans. I can't even look at them. They don't even have any basic manners. They bow down and bend down as they wish. They don't even have a bottom line. P2E. What a disgrace. I look down on people like you who have no manners. Some of the male prodigies were red in the face from being criticized. However, the habitual offenders didn't blush at all. They silently chanted in their hearts, "Let the wind blow harder." After saying that, Lin Chen righteously lowered his head and looked at the slightly open ground beneath his feet. He rubbed his chin and praised, white is a very beautiful color. It symbolizes purity and beauty. It represents a pure and simple style. However, some sharp-eyed people noticed that the tip of Lin Chao's foot was actually stepping on a mirror. The surface of the mirror reflected the snow-white light. The male prodigy who was criticized by him just now couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn it, that shameless bastard. Chapter 845. Everyone who has entered the palace, the fact that you have discovered the secret path of fire proves that you have great luck and wisdom among you. The graceful woman in white closed her eyes and spoke softly. Although her voice was not loud, it reached everyone's ears without missing a single word. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The woman in white's figure was somewhat illusory. It was not a real body, but a spiritual remnant. The secret path of fire refinement is a special path that leads to the master's palace. If you can pass the test in the special path, you can obtain countless treasures. If you can't pass the test, you can continue to the next secret palace. Young challengers, if you can make it to the last test, you can leave the ancient sage palace safely. If you are lucky, you can obtain the master's legacy. The woman in white's words made countless people's hearts beat faster. The legacy of the ancient sage was among them. No war emperor would not be tempted by the legacy of a sage. More importantly, the prodigies who were able to reach this place all had Saint Realm experts in their respective sects. The Saint Realm experts coveted the inheritance of the ancient saint, and they repeatedly urged the prodigies to enter this place. How could the legacy of a saint who could attract the attention of all the saints be ordinary? If it was not for the fact that ordinary saints could not enter the Tsungyue secret realm, a saint would have come personally. After speaking, the woman in white turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. The path in the passage lit up, illuminating the spacious passage and emitting an ancient aura. All the geniuses looked at Lin Chen with complicated expressions. This passage was discovered by Lin Chen. No one knew if it was due to luck or if it was planned in advance. No matter what the reason was, he was the most likely person to obtain the legacy of the ancient sage. Lin Chen smiled slyly. "Why are you all looking at me? I know I'm the most handsome person in the sacred boundary, but the Black Horse Club has always advocated keeping a low profile." That one sentence made many geniuses want to beat him up, and the admiration in their hearts disappeared. Seeing that Lin Chen did not intend to act first, everyone hesitated. What if this secret path was the same as the other three? What if there were terrifying creatures in it? Liao Yuanmo, who was ranked 98551 on the genius list, sneered in disdain. "A bunch of cowards, I won't hold back." Liao Yuanmo was the first to rush in. He was one of the few geniuses on the genius ranking who had escaped unscathed from the 3 tunnels. He seemed to have something to rely on. Seeing that Lin Chen did not take any action, a few breaths later, more than 10 groups of geniuses rushed in together aggressively. It wasn't that Lin Chen wasn't doing anything, but he wasn't in a hurry. He was waiting for his doppelganger to perfectly fuse with the cultivation memories of vanishing shadow flying dagger. Moreover, he had accumulated a large amount of silver Saint Origin coins in his peach blossom pouch to repair the Dark Knight cloak, ghost face flag, and other top-tier treasures left behind by the geniuses on the prodigy ranking. As long as these top-notch weapons were prepared and equipped all of his doppelgangers, his lineup would be raised to a whole new level. The stronger one was, the more likely they would be able to obtain. The vanishing shadow flying dagger is not divided into 3 consecutive strikes, there is still a 4th strike. When his doppelganger fused with most of the memories, Lin Chen was shocked to discover that there was a hidden secret in the vanishing shadow flying dagger. Vanishing shadow 4 strikes. Gather all the blood, battle aura, and spirit. Gather all the power in one strike, and use up all the vitality to release the final strike. The power of this technique will surpass purple level battle techniques and reach half orange level. It is infinitely close to an orange level battle technique. After reading the cultivation memories, Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The last strike of the vanishing shadow flying dagger was infinitely close to an orange level battle technique. No wonder Ji Wutian has 4 flying daggers. It turns out that he hasn't mastered the last strike yet. Lin Chen's mind trembled. If Ji Wutian had a 4th strike at that time, it would have been a real consecutive fatal strike. It would have been impossible to defend against, and he would have definitely died. The most important thing was that once the 4th strike was released, all the battle aura, blood, and even spirit would be emptied. Once the strike was released, it would determine the winner and the loser. It was definitely a strike with no return. If the opponent didn't die, he would be exhausted after releasing this strike, losing more than 90% of his combat power. Any war emperor could kill him. This is 2F** King Awesome. This battle technique is practically tailor-made for me. No, to be precise, it should be tailor-made for my phantom doppelganger. After carefully tasting it, Lin Chen was wild with joy. Although the vanishing shadow 4th strike would exhaust all the blood, essence, battle aura, and spirit, causing him to enter a weak state on the verge of death, it wouldn't exhaust the 9 tribulations origin. Until now, Lin Chen could only use the 9 Tribulations star once in a short period of time because it was condensed from the 9 Tribulations origin. If his doppelganger used it, it would exhaust the 9 Tribulations origin of the main body. But the vanishing shadow flying dagger didn't. His phantom doppelganger only needed the energy of runes to condense. Furthermore, he also had the ultimate return to origin talent. As long as the vanishing shadow flying dagger was not used by the main body and was used by his doppelganger, no matter how weak he was after using it, it was just a matter of using the phantom rune again. It could be said to be a perfect combination. Lan Ruoxue was anxious. There were already more than 100 prodigies entering the passage, but Lin Chen still didn't move. Cultivation memory fusion complete. Let's go. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed across the pupils of his 5 doppelgangers. Then, he urged the Dragon Emperor to transform into his human form and rushed to the front. Everyone followed closely behind. So what if they entered the ancient palace later? Lin Chen was completely open-minded. At most, it was just a matter of snatching. With his current strength, unless everyone joined forces to deal with him, there was only one word to describe it: sweep. Qin Juyan and Qin Miao'er had already taken a step forward and didn't wait for Lin Chen. The passage was extremely long, and everyone flew for a period of time before reaching the end. The strange thing was that there were really no signs of fighting in the passage. It was calm and peaceful. When everyone reached the end of the passage, what greeted them was an indoor space covered in dust. In the spacious room, there were counters all around. There were all kinds of cultivation techniques: dusty treasures, heavenly and earthly treasures, pills, jade bottles, ancient books, and secret techniques. There were even some rusty scrolls marked with the words Secret Realm Dangerous Area Coordinates. However, what was even more attractive was that there were more than 100 prodigies here. Most of them were lying on the ground in a mess, foaming at the mouth and twitching all over. Damn, what's going on? Lin Chen was shocked. With his sharp spiritual sense, he realized that these prodigies weren't injured. Instead, their spiritual willpower had been severely damaged. This kind of injury wasn't an ordinary spiritual attack. It was more like a kind of collapse of one's fighting spirit. There were more than 20 prodigies on the prodigy ranking who had lost their fighting spirit. Even Qin Juyan, who was ranked the highest on the prodigy ranking, was hiding in a corner. She covered her head and trembled like a frightened snake. When she was sexy, she would arouse one's desire, but when she was afraid, she would make one feel pity for her. Qin Miao'er, who was beside her, didn't know what to do. What's going on? Lin Chen and the rest came to Qin Miao'er and asked curiously. Young master, I don't know either. Juyan became like this after participating in the trial. Qin Miao'er's tears flickered. She had never seen her younger sister like this. She had lost all her fighting spirit and was trembling. Oh, another group of young people? Ha ha ha, you came at the right time. As long as you win 1 round against me, you can take away a treasure here. If you can win 6 out of 10 rounds, you will pass the trial. At this time, a wretched old man floated in the air. He grinned evilly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Lin Chen's expression turned solemn, which was a rare sight. What kind of trial was it that could make more than 100 prodigies of the 9th stage combat emperor foam at the mouth, more than 20 prodigies on the prodigy ranking unable to recover, and even a top prodigy like Qin Juyan tremble and lose all his fighting spirit? He was afraid that this would be a tough battle. Chapter 846. What kind of trial is this? Lin Chen asked the little old man with a solemn expression. The little old man smiled wickedly and said, Scold. As long as you can beat me in scolding, you'll King pass. Lin Chen was stunned. Scold. This could also be considered a trial. Could it be that all the prodigies here had been defeated by scolding? The challenger is called Ming Zhenjian, and he was once an extremely evil person in the sacred boundary. He raped and plundered, and there was nothing he wouldn't do. He once ate countless little girls alive and committed all kinds of evil. He was once a Saint Realm expert and was proficient in secret techniques that could destroy one's mind. He once possessed a half-step Saint Realm cultivation base and used secret techniques to destroy the minds of countless powerhouses, even torturing them to death. After he was killed by Master, he subdued and suppressed here his remaining spiritual power. The ethereal and graceful voice of the white-clothed woman from before sounded in the air. Now, he only has a wisp of incomplete spiritual will left, so he won't cause any substantial actual damage to the challengers. However, his existence will test your state of mind and fighting spirit. If you can withstand his spiritual destruction or successfully launch a counterattack against him, causing his mind to waver, then you'll pass the trial. Lin Chen was enlightened. He caught a hint of cruelty and viciousness in Ming Zhenjian's eyes, but there was even more frustration and madness. King B TCH, you're just a little handmaiden by the ancient sage's side. Don't King talk so much nonsense, kid. You only have 10 rounds. Whoever wins 6 rounds first will win. I've been trapped here for countless years, and it just so happens that you little brats are still wet behind the ears to relieve my boredom. Ming Zhenjian laughed nastily. The space around Lin Chen shifted, and his entire body had already moved to a bluestone arena. It's over. Even the Black Horse Club's Lin Chen is going to fall. He's simply not human. Lin Chen can't withstand him. This kind of human-shaped demon shouldn't exist in this world. Too terrifying. Passing his trial is countless times harder than fighting him. Look at how confident he is. I also thought that I could easily win, but when that demon opened his mouth to curse, I realized how terrifying he was. His words were so unsightly, and he was using the mind disruption secret technique. No one can avoid it. Seeing Lin Chen being teleported onto the battle ring, the hundreds of Heaven's favorites who participated in the trials began to shake uncontrollably. They were trembling in fear. Even the geniuses on the genius rankings were no exception. This made Lung Yueqi, Su Gang, and the other girls worry. Mo Qing broke out in a cold sweat. He tried to calculate the outcome of this battle, but all he could see was chaos. The future was unknown. Just what kind of trial is this? Just now, he said he was cursing. Could it be that cursing counts as a trial? Lan Ruoxue was a little nervous as she stared at Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen was depressed. What kind of cursing trial was this? Ming Zhenjian grinned and opened his mouth, revealing his yellow teeth, and scolded him harshly. You damned brat, you don't even know how to respect your elders when your parents gave birth to you. Why don't you hurry up and kowtow to your grandfather to express your sincerity? You're as smelly as dog shit on the side of the road. Do you still have the face to live in this world? You've added a stench to the saints' world, polluting the holy air, boom tilde. Along with Ming Zhenjian's cursing, countless waves of spiritual pressure rolled over like violent waves, causing Lin Chen's scalp to go numb. It penetrated Lin Chen's spiritual defenses and kept reverberating in his mind. This is a very special spiritual attack. Unless one's spiritual power is far superior to the opponent's spiritual abuse will invade one's spiritual sea. If one is unable to withstand it, one's mind will gradually be overwhelmed in all aspects, and then collapse, unable to recover from the setback. Lin Chen realized at lightning speed why all the geniuses had fallen. They had completely lost their will. Because this spiritual abuse, coupled with those incomparably vicious words, was too savage. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lin Chen burst into laughter. Countless prodigies were stunned. Even Ming Zhenjian paused for a moment. This was the first time he had encountered a young man who could still laugh under his spiritual abuse. Fut. Then, all the handsome members of the Black Horse Club burst into laughter. Lin Chen laughed wildly. Don't get too high. After I came to this world, I finally encountered a competition that doesn't require talent and background. Cursing. Forgive me for being blunt, but in front of the Black Horse Club, you're just trash. Ming Zhenjian was so angry that he laughed. The power of his spiritual abuse suddenly increased by a notch, and the speed of his cursing became even faster. Trash, you still have the face to know that you're trash? You're even worse than trash. You're a piece of trash that doesn't even want to live in this world. Lin Chen, are you talking to your father about you? Your sparse hair is like the feces of maggots in a pit. How can you still have the face to keep such things? Ming Zhenjian, F*CKU, Banana BA, Lin Chen, BA, you stinky human head dog thief. Your stupid beard is neither long nor short. Do you want to keep it to cook for the new year or burn incense for your ancestors? Ming Zhenjian, F***CKU. Lin Chen, what the F***CK are you doing? You've only learned a few skills and read a few books, and you're already cursing and cursing others. You're a pig with a scallion in your nose. What are you pretending for? You don't look like a cow, and you're still pretending to be 13? People like you can't even fart. Where did you get the face to live in this world? Bam! 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 Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses bloomed from the ground. The two terrifying spiritual auras clashed against each other in a split second, causing multicolored light to flicker chaotically. Rays of treasure light began to shine from the shelves in all directions. The battle in the arena was like a raging storm, and everyone was completely stunned. Suppressed. Lin Chen, the vice director of the Black Horse Club, actually managed to suppress this evil demon that was so vicious that it made one's hair stand on end. He suppressed the other party to the point of defeat. Whoosh tilde. A scroll flew out from the shelf and shone above Lin Chen's head. Every time he won a round, he would be able to obtain a random treasure from the ancient sacred book. Since a top-level cultivation technique had appeared, it meant that Lin Chen had won the first round. There were still 9 rounds left. Ming Zhenjian, how can this old man and a mortal like you, Lin Chen, how can the fluorescence of rotten grass compare to the bright moon in the sky? And you're King Saint. You've lived for 100,000 years in vain. Go back to your mother's womb and be reborn. Remember to bring some walnuts when you go back. I'm afraid that your brain hasn't developed enough, so bring more to nourish the brain. Ming Zhenjian, F***CKU. Lin Chen, you're still too impulsive. When I scolded you, I wasn't really scolding you. This mother isn't your real mother. This mother is an illusion, a figment of your imagination. It doesn't exist in reality because it only represents my disdain and rejection of your trial. After this trial, your mother will still be your mother and I will still be gentle, elegant, and handsome. At the same time, if I can still meet your mother face to face, I will still greet her cordially. Hello, senior. Have you eaten today? Ming Zhenjian was so angry that his whole body twitched. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. This young man was too abnormal. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but he had never seen such a terrifying young man. Moreover, his state of mind was so strong that even he was no match for him. The strength of his mouth fragrance was like the mouth of a god. It was fine if he didn't open his mouth, but once he did, he could King destroy the world. Boom tilde. Because Ming Zhenjian's mind was shaken, Lin Chen took the second cabinet. Another pill was born in the round. The dazzling light surrounded Lin Chen and strengthened his power and influence. At this moment, his silver robes were fluttering in the wind. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, showing the confidence and arrogance that could suppress the entire audience. His eyes were sharp as swords, and there was a domineering aura in his aggressive manner. Endless light shone on him, and he looked like a god descending to the mortal world at this moment. All the prodigies were dumbfounded. Their jaws almost fell to the ground. Too savage, murmurs drifted out of nowhere. Is he still human? Chapter 847. Ming Zhenjian gritted his teeth, and his spiritual aura surged once again. He cursed angrily, F***CK your ancestors. Lin Chen said, you old fogies don't deserve to have a family tree. Only the deputy director and Ming Zhenjian were left in the entire hall and on the arena. However, Ming Zhenjian was the one who was scolded badly every time. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was glowing brightly, and his aura was getting stronger and stronger. All the geniuses were dumbfounded. Qin Juyan, who was trembling, raised her eyebrows. She thought that Lin Chen would end up like her. However, Lin Chen's aura shook the heavens, and his aura was unstoppable. He had an indescribable charm that touched Qin Juyan's heart, and her eyes lit up once again. He actually suppressed that monster. So powerful, it could be said that Mr. Lin scolded Ming Zhenjian from head to toe, from his hair to his toenails to his eyes. Every time, he scolded Ming Zhenjian so accurately and forcefully that Ming Zhenjian was about to shut up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 4 rays of light flew out. Lin Chen obtained a scroll of pill recipes, a scroll of alchemy handprints, and 2 scrolls of top-notch cultivation techniques. Lin Chen had won 6 consecutive victories. The deputy director of the Black Horse Club had obtained a crushing victory. The prodigies who had lost earlier swallowed their saliva with difficulty. This deputy director was really shocking. What's there to be surprised about? This is how we, the Black Horse Club, greet each other. Lin Chen shrugged and chuckled. The 200 or so prodigies' mouths twitched. This was just *King greeting. Was this how the Black Horse Club greeted each other? They greeted each other's entire family tree the moment they met? In fact, this trial had some coincidences with one's background. The prodigies who could enter the ancient sacred hall were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They had been taught well since they were young, and they had to go through a lot of training and the trials of life and death. In the face of difficulties, they would not be easily discouraged. In fact, they were not profligates at all. Every one of them was an expert among the geniuses. If the various prodigies were to engage in a life-and-death battle, they wouldn't hesitate at all. However, they had never encountered an opponent like Ming Zhenjian, who would spout so many obscenities, let alone use a secret technique to forcibly carve his thoughts into someone else's mind. Even if they encountered such a bandit, it would be a matter of battle for the prodigies. They would never encounter a situation where they had to rely on insults to break the other party's state of mind. But in this trial, they couldn't use force. When a person was focused on cultivating and improving their strength, where would they find the time to improve their scolding skills? Only someone like Mr. Lin, who had lived at the bottom of society since he was young, would have such experiences and a strong mental state. Therefore, in this trial, it was instead Lin Chen who held the advantage of time, place, and people. Ming Zhenjian sat on the ground in a daze. The corner of his mouth twitched. He looked like he was doubting his life. Suddenly, Lin Chen clicked his tongue and sighed. "Aya, what a pity, what a pity." Hearing this, the prodigies were puzzled. What's there to pity? King passed the trial. What's there to pity? It's a pity that there are only 10 rounds. Hey, beautiful sister, can I continue for another 10 rounds? No, 100 rounds. Lin Chen shouted towards the palace, trying to summon the lady in white. This caused the corners of the Heaven's favorites' mouths to twitch. They all had the same expression on their faces that said, "You're King kidding me. Crazy. He must be crazy." That kind of duel would be avoided like the plague. Every prodigy who had experienced it would be terrified. He actually wanted to go through another 100 rounds of such a crazy battle of obscenities. How arrogant and confident was he? Was he trying to ascend to the heavens? No, the rules are the rules. Everyone only has 10 rounds of opportunity. According to the rules, some of you have already passed the trial. The next trial will be open to you. The woman in white's voice sounded leisurely. Lin Chen sighed in regret. The prodigies who had lost their fighting spirit were reinvigorated. At least some of them had passed the trial. There was still a chance for the next trial. They could still continue to the next trial. There was still a chance for the ancient sage's inheritance. At this time, the last batch of prodigies had begun to arrive. Then, after some proud and arrogant geniuses understood the rules, some of them began to challenge Ming Zhen in high spirits. The scolding war started again. However, without exception, all the geniuses were scolded as idiots and then went into seclusion. Ming Zhen regained his confidence and dignity from these prodigies who challenged him. He fully realized that there were only a few prodigies like Lin Chen. His secret spiritual techniques were still able to suppress his opponent. Lin Chen obtained 2 cultivation techniques, both of which were ice-type. Lin Chen just happened to pass them to Lung Yueqi and Su Lan. One of them, Eightfold Ice, was a defensive combat technique, while the other, Frozen Moon, was an offensive combat technique. Both were top-tier purple tier. The former was given to Su Lan and Lung Yueqi, while the latter was given to Lung Yueqi. In addition, there were top-tier 7th-tier pill recipes, mid-tier purple-tier pill refinement hand seals, and the Ancient Sage Codex. This ignited Lin Chen's fighting spirit. Although he was no longer qualified to participate, all of his clones were still present. Now that he was using the 1000 illusion mask, even a sage couldn't see through his clones. With the addition of the Dragon Emperor, he still had 6 chances to participate. Originally, Lan Ruoxue and Mo Qing were eager to give it a try. However, after seeing the prodigies who participated in the trial being defeated, they completely recognized the reality. After a few struggles, they still chose to give up. Sigh, it's a pity that I don't have Sir Lin Chen's powerful mental state and spiritual power, Mo Qing sighed. Then, his eyes lit up again. The people from the Black Horse Club had begun to step onto the stage. Ha ha ha, all of you are a bunch of trash. Ming Zhen laughed wildly when he saw that he had destroyed the minds of another group of prodigies. It was as if he had regained his previous arrogance. Slap. Lin Chen's phantom clone stepped onto the stage. Ming Zhen grinned sinisterly. Is there anyone else looking for a beating? Come. 15 minutes later. On the stage, the light of treasures flickered. It was like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. The white-clothed youth was as cold as snow. It was Lin Chen's phantom clone. He flicked his fingernails and disdained to step down from the stage. All the prodigies' mouths were wide open, their faces full of disbelief. Everyone stared at Ming Zhen, who had collapsed in the corner of the stage. His face was twitching, and he looked like he was doubting his life. The Black Horse Club had won again, and just like Lin Chen, they scolded the other party until they spiraled into the sky and exploded. They had completely suppressed Ming Zhen. Lin Chen smiled slyly. Old mister, I still have 5 people here. Then, Lin Chen's remaining 4 clones and the Dragon Emperor took turns to fight, making Ming Zhen truly feel what despair was. 6 consecutive victories. The moment the Black Horse Club attacked, all 6 of them won, and not a single round was a loss. Too powerful. Lin Chen's subordinates are all fierce. I thought that only Lin Chen was so abnormal. I didn't expect that the people following him were all monsters not inferior to him. Even the prodigies on the prodigy rankings were amazed. This special sect founded by a youth in his early 20s could be said to be extremely fierce. Perhaps, only the Extreme Heaven Pavilion, which had emerged in recent years, could be compared to it. Chapter 848. I'm going to kill all of you bastards. Ming Zhenjian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he turned into a beam of spiritual light and charged toward Lin Chen and the others. Everything happened too quickly, and no one could react in time. Only Lin Chen instinctively prepared to activate the level 6 slowing rune. Bang! A transparent barrier enveloped Ming Zhenjian, and the white-clothed woman's voice drifted over. Ming Zhenjian, don't be so arrogant. Don't forget the sins you have committed. The restrained Ming Zhenjian roared hysterically. Why? I've been imprisoned here for 1,000,000 years. Why won't that old bastard let me go? This is your fate. Ming Zhenjian's spiritual will turned into a beam of light and was absorbed into the void. The white-clothed woman's voice resounded throughout the hall. Challengers, you may proceed to the next stage in 2 hours. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If Ming Zhenjian went crazy, no one would be able to stop him. Looking at the shelves full of seals, many geniuses reluctantly sat down cross-legged to recuperate. There were still a lot of treasures in this hall that they couldn't take away. These were the prizes that could only be obtained by passing the trial. And the group of people from the Black Horse Club had the most bountiful harvest. Lin Chen had won a total of 7 times. Each time, there were 6 rounds. He had won a large number of top-notch treasures. Some herbs were even worth tens of thousands of silver Saint Origin coins. Sacred Boundary, G family residence. In a loft, a vase shattered with a bang, and a murderous aura shot into the sky. Wu Tian's battle aura imprint was shattered. Who is it? Who dares to touch my son? Yes, even Qing Ming's imprint was shattered. What's going on? Didn't they participate in the Tsungyue trial? Could there be someone in the Tsungyue trial that could threaten their lives? The ancient sacred hall. Could it be that they met with misfortune in the ancient sacred hall? No matter what, let's look at the prodigy rankings first. If they were killed by other prodigies, the other party will definitely enter the prodigy rankings and replace them. The G family's higher-ups were shocked. The moment they opened the prodigy rankings, their expressions froze. 94250, Lin Chen? Mother *K. Who is this Lin Chen? There is very little information about him. Could he be one of those hidden geniuses? No. Lin Chen, isn't that the name Elder Jiu Lin sent back? It said that this person fought with Ji Qingming in Ice Heart Palace. Damn it, go to Ice Heart Palace and ask for her. My Ji clan has lost two great geniuses of this generation. This matter absolutely cannot be left at that. The pavilions in the clouds had 1,000 layers, and each layer was a layer of heaven. This was a marvelous sight in the human world. 1,000 houses in the clouds, top floor. The white-clothed young man put down the hot tea in his cup and stared at the rankings and names on the gold roll with great interest. Oh, Lin Chen, I've never heard of your name. You actually dared to touch my Extreme Heaven Pavilion's people. Interesting. Kang Yu Secret Realm, within the ancient Sacred Hall. 2 hours later, most of the prodigies in the hall had regrouped. They had strong foundations and carried mental recovery pills with them. Lin Chen had obtained 10 peak purple rank cultivation techniques, 2 alchemy hand seals, 5 alchemy recipes, and 3 mental cultivation techniques. They were all extremely valuable. As for the last 5 peak 7th rank weapons, Lin Chen had given them all to Su Gang, Leng Yueqi, and Su Gang, leaving only one for himself. Lin Chen's generosity made people click their tongues, and countless female prodigies looked at Leng Yueqi and the others with envy. Creek tilde *, the giant door of the passage opened, revealing a bottomless secret passage. The group of prodigies entered one after another, heading to the next exit of the ancient sacred hall. Let's go too. Lin Chen held Leng Yueqi's delicate hand and smiled at the people behind him. The Dragon Emperor transformed into his human form behind Lin Chen, protecting Su Gang and Leng Yueqi. The 5 clones followed Lin Chen on his left and right. Everyone moved forward cautiously. This place wasn't filled with traps like the first time they entered the hall. Everyone flew past without any obstructions. Just as they were about to reach the end of the passage, there was a tearing sound and the sound of wind breaking. Bang! 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 3 afterimages rushed over from the end of the passage like a saw. Their bodies were more than 100 feet long, and they were covered in steel-like fur. Their entire bodies were releasing a savage and fierce aura. As they waved their giant arms, they slapped and injured a large number of prodigies along the way. It's the 8-armed spirit monkey from the other side of the passage. It's the ancient ferocious beast. Each of them has 99 million dragon power points. This is the power of a peak first tribulation combat emperor. Retreat. Some prodigies hurriedly retreated. These 3 big guys were only prodigies on the prodigy ranking. The prodigies on the prodigy ranking in the passage all retreated. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, they would have to fight seriously to deal with these 3 big guys. No one wanted to waste their energy here. Bang! The 3-headed 8-armed spirit monkey rushed to Lin Chen's group as if there was no one around. Lan Ruoxue and Mo Qing were ready to fight. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen raised his hand. It's not your turn to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, a green light circulated around the clones. The moment the 7 transformations was activated, the 3 clones pulled out the saber hilts at their waists. A golden light flashed, and a golden saber as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in their hands. The saber light flashed, and all of them unleashed their pure strength. Rip. Boom. A golden saber light swept across like snowflakes. 3 horizontal lines of light illuminated the entire passage, reflecting the astonishment of countless prodigies and the shocked looks of the prodigies on the prodigy ranking. 3 golden streams of light suddenly shot out, and the saber light pierced through the 3-headed 8-armed spirit monkey. The violent and ferocious beasts instantly calmed down. Boom. The spirit monkey collapsed. Its head separated, and a fist-sized purple ferocious beast core rolled out. Instant kill. All the prodigies sucked in a cold breath. This was a spirit monkey comparable to a peak first tribulation combat emperor. The Black Horse Club and the rest only used one move. Even Shui Tiansu and the other prodigies on the prodigy ranking didn't have such strength. However, What shocked the prodigies on the prodigy ranking even more was another matter. Qin Juyan stared at the three people beside Lin Chen and said softly, "It can't be wrong. This is Ji Wutian's vanishing shadow flying dagger technique. How can you know it?" Ji Wutian's vanishing shadow flying dagger. It was very obvious that the Black Horse Club and the rest didn't know the vanishing shadow flying dagger at all. Otherwise, the battle with the 5 prodigies wouldn't have dragged on for so long. When he thought about it this way, an even more frightening thought appeared. Could it be that the Black Horse Club's members learned the vanishing shadow flying dagger technique in such a short time after Ji Wutian's death? Su Qing's pretty face stiffened when she saw all of this. As a swordsman, she understood the difficulty of learning this vanishing shadow flying dagger better. This combat skill was superb, and it was superior to most of the top purple tier combat skills. This was too monstrous. How long had it been? What was even scarier was that it wasn't just one person who knew it. All 3 of them knew it. The clone walked forward to collect the chi and blood attribute light balls that had fallen. Someone Lin held the cracked ferocious beast core and was very dissatisfied. The 3 of you go back and write a reflection. You did far from good enough. Look, your explosive power is not enough, your strength is not accurate enough, and your speed is not up to standard. Look, you even damaged the spirit monkey's ferocious beast core. If I were the one who did it, would there be such a flaw? This wasn't good enough. Many prodigies were so angry that they almost vomited blood on the spot. Gosh, he was still not satisfied. Were all the people in the Black Horse Club monsters? And from his tone, it seemed like he had also learned the vanishing shadow flying dagger technique. Damn, what kind of monsters were in the Black Horse Club? Chapter 849. What a bunch of freaks. Don't compare. Don't compare yourself to these guys. These bastards are a bunch of freaks. Some of the geniuses tried their best to console themselves. Only the geniuses on the genius roll truly sensed a sense of danger. The Black Horse Club's members were too abnormal. To be precise, they had grown too quickly. They had never seen any young prodigies from any faction grow at such a terrifying speed. It was especially obvious for Su Qing and Drunken Sword. They had fought with the Black Horse Club in the underground world, but they had undergone earth-shattering changes in less than 10 days. Yes, my pure strength has reached 99 million dragon power points. When I use this pure strength to use my flying daggers, the power of my flying daggers will be greatly enhanced. In my ultimate state, my clone can kill a peak first tribulation stage ferocious beast with just one dagger. Lin Chen seemed to be criticizing them on the surface, but he was actually very satisfied. He kept the ferocious beast cores and continued forward. At the end of the secret passage was actually a vast primitive world. Tall mountains and ancient trees formed a forest. Many high-grade rare ores were like stones that could be seen everywhere on the roadside. The ancient trees in the forest bore wonderful fruits that flowed with extraordinary colors and fragrance. There were also countless ferocious beasts roaring here. It was like a paradise. Some high-grade ferocious beasts sensed the human aura at the entrance of the secret passage and immediately gathered in large numbers. To be able to open up an independent dimension in the palace, this is a power that only sages have. Snat. There are so many secret treasures here. Oh my god, there are also large amounts of spirit flowers and precious herbs. Just a small amount can be exchanged for endless wealth. Boom tilde. Almost as soon as they entered, all the prodigies rushed in all directions to collect the massive amount of cultivation resources. There were even some ancient trees with lush branches and leaves that shone with the silver glow of silver Saint Origin coins. In just a few breaths, the place was in chaos. Everyone was fighting like crazy. Mo Qingyu and Lan Ruoxue, who were following Lin Chen, also couldn't help but join the large group that was collecting resources. However, just as everyone was about to attack, Lin Chen's pupils suddenly trembled. Qin Juyan was the same. She and Lin Chen stared at the 3,000-meter-tall tomb at the center of the forest at almost the same time. The door of the tomb was tightly shut, but it emitted a deep and mysterious fluctuation. It can't be. Qin Juyan's heart trembled in fear. This tomb was clearly the ancient tomb that had used gold Saint Origin coins as bait to kidnap many geniuses. There was also an extremely terrifying creature residing inside. It was also in the ancient sage hall. Qin Juyan was very clear about the strength of the strange creature in the tomb. Even if everyone here joined forces, they might not be a match for it. Great. F***ck, this thing is actually in the ancient sage hall? Last time, it ran away quickly, but this time, it won't be so simple. Lin Chen jumped up in excitement. Last time, he let this damned thing escape. This time, he must succeed. There was a dark-type odd crystal fragment and a 5-light supreme treasure chest. System, activate Sovereign's Descent. Consumed 500,000 talent points to activate Sovereign's Descent. Entering the state of accumulating energy, 0 points. The creature hidden in the tomb was extremely strong, and Lin Chen had to kill it in one strike. Even if he couldn't kill it, he had to restrict its movements to ensure that he could take away the attribute treasure chest and the odd crystal fragment in its body. Let's disperse first. Lin Chen said to the girls around him and pulled Lung Yueqi to the other side. The Dragon Emperor protected the two sisters while the 5 clones activated the innate shadow technique to hide in the void and launch a surprise attack on the ferocious beasts in the vast wilderness. Swish 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 tilde. The 5 clones quickly harvested the many high-level ferocious beasts in the vast wilderness. Like the other geniuses, they were constantly harvesting the lives of other ferocious beasts while snatching a huge amount of resources. A huge battle began, and the vast wilderness was filled with ferocious beasts. Accumulating energy, 150,000 points. 290,000 points. 600,000 points. The Sovereign's Descent accumulated energy at an extremely fast speed. On the other side, Lin Chen and Lung Yueqi worked together. He used the Water Calamity body to use Bright Moon Mirror to slash out endless Water Calamity Blade Chi to attack a large number of ferocious beasts. Together with Lung Yueqi's Icy Battle Chi, 1 water and 1 ice complemented each other, and the power was even stronger. The current Lung Yueqi was not inferior to Lin Chen in terms of strength. She had already cultivated Proud 9 Heavens to perfection, and now she was cultivating the Ice Heart Palace's exceptional Ice Soul. This mental cultivation method was half orange grade and was said to be an incomplete orange grade mental cultivation method. Coupled with Lung Yueqi's 9 absolute cold meridians body, she was extremely strong. She was an existence that could fight against 6 geniuses on the genius list. Moreover, she had yet to reveal her trump card, and her strength was unfathomable. If Lin Chen didn't use Azure Bright Moon and the level 6 slow rune, he might not be able to suppress Lung Yueqi. Seeing Lin Chen move, Qin Juyan pulled his sister and rushed into the wasteland, wanting to catch up to Lin Chen. Sister, we can't fall behind. Qin Miaoer hesitated, but, don't worry, I know Sister Miaoer doesn't want to kill people. Let's just snatch some treasures, right? We can't always come here, right? Qin Juyan rolled his eyes and calmed down half of his heart. At the very least, he believed in Lin Chen. He was the only one who could make the living beings in the tomb retreat. Then, following him would not be wrong. A purgatory venomous python took advantage of the gap in Lin Chen's attack and pounced behind Lin Chen like lightning. Kai. The arrow was like an icy light that froze the purple-black purgatory venomous python. Lung Yueqi's dress fluttered like smoke as she stood behind Lin Chen like a fairy in the clouds. She brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled sweetly. It's been a long time since we fought side by side like this, right? Your growth rate has always been the fastest. Lin Chen pushed back 2 heavenly blaze tigers with a single slash and said with a mischievous smile, then Sister Yueqi, you have to work hard to cultivate. Who knows, I might have to rely on you in the future. The two of them chatted and laughed as they galloped through the entire wasteland, as if they were entering an uninhabited land. It was as if they had returned to the time when they were exploring the evil king's secret realm. The Lin Chen of the past had thought that he was going to die in the evil king's secret realm, so he had personally carved a snow wedding dress for Lung Yueqi. While the battle in the ancient sage hall was in full swing, 7 figures were floating in the air above the surface of the sea where huge waves were surging. The auras of these 7 people were not inferior to the geniuses on the genius ranking. What was more shocking was that of the 3 geniuses on the genius ranking who had participated in the battle outside the ancient Saint Temple, Two of them had their heads tied to the waist of the leading young man. They had died with their eyes open. The young man's face was pale and handsome, but there was a chilling murderous intent. He stared at the bottom of the ancient saint temple and smiled eerily. According to the ancestors, when the ancient saint fell here, he specially left a teleportation array here to select an inheritor. Today, my secret pavilion has specially set up the 7 slaughter array. No inheritor will be able to escape from my 7 slaughter array. The blood-red robed young man cackled, arrogant and hysterical. Yuechi, hurry up and come out. I can't wait to get you. I want both the beauty and the inheritance. Ha ha ha, if I have the chance, I'll even kill all the geniuses on the genius ranking in the ancient saint temple. This person was the young pavilion master of the secret pavilion, a 4th-rank sect. His strength was extremely terrifying. Even the top geniuses on the genius ranking could not escape from him. Ordinary geniuses on the genius ranking could not even last 100 rounds against him. If it was a sneak attack, it would be a one-hit kill. Chapter 850. Most people still didn't know that a huge net had been set up outside the ancient sage temple. Inside the ancient sage temple, a fierce battle broke out everywhere. Lin Chen didn't waste time on either side. The number of blue and white attribute light balls scattered throughout the vast wilderness exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. There were a large number of attribute light balls that could be used to strengthen his attribute. Host has received 102 attribute points, 89 attribute points, 150 attribute points. Although the beasts here were strong, most of them were first tribulation combat emperors or below. Thus, it became the main battlefield for the geniuses. Rumble tilde. After an hour, when more than half of the beasts in the wasteland were killed, the tomb trembled slightly. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? Finally, an inheritor is here. Ha ha ha. Sharp laughter echoed in the wasteland. The door of the tomb opened and countless shadows rushed into the sky. Countless shadows swept across the wasteland like huge waves, alarming countless geniuses. Lin Chen squinted his eyes and stopped fighting with Lung Yuechi. He looked at the tomb and said, "Has it finally awakened?" He glanced at the system and saw that the sovereign's descent had accumulated 9.6 million energy points. This attribute was second only to the sovereign's descent he used to fight against the false god. Its increase was second only to that time. His trump card had been completed. What is that? I don't know, but its aura is very strange. Something's wrong. Retreat. The geniuses who were fighting for resources immediately regained their senses and retreated. That thing is coming out. You know about it, right? Do you have a way to deal with it? Qin Juyan brought Qin Miaoer and rushed to Lin Chen's side. He laughed and shook his head. I don't have a way. We will only know after we fight. With a thought, Lin Chen summoned all his clones and the Dragon Emperor to protect the Su sisters. Kai tilde. Countless black shadows filled the wasteland like fog, binding a large number of geniuses in place. This scene was just like before. Damn it, why can't this thing circulate my battle chi? What kind of strange creature is this? No, no. Many sky prides screamed in horror as their battle chi was completely suppressed. There were also some geniuses on the genius ranking who were good at movement techniques. Even if they were touched by the shadows, they could still escape unscathed. Its power has decreased. Could it be that its power will weaken as the target's strength increases? Qin Juyan was overjoyed. The stronger the target, the more the strange creature's power would be divided. Oh! It seems that there are quite a few people who are quite capable this time. They are much stronger than those from last time. I hope they can give me some fun. Strange laughter came from the tomb at the center of the great wasteland, and the dark aura surged even faster. Sister Yuechi, be careful. I have another way to deal with it. Lin Chen instructed. His body turned into a dark shadow and slipped into the void, retreating further and further away. At this moment, his 5 clones rose into the air and suddenly shouted. All the geniuses on the genius ranking, work together to deal with this big guy, or we'll all die. Lin Chen's 5 doppelgangers' voices spread throughout the entire wasteland as the 44 geniuses on the genius ranking narrowed their eyes. Rip tilde. Blade light, sword shadows, spiritual attacks, and arrows tore through the air. Lin Chen's 5 doppelgangers took the lead and attacked the black shadow that filled the sky. Forget it, the Black Horse Club has also made a move. Let's do it too. That strange creature is indeed extraordinary. We can't give it a chance to gradually break through us. Let's attack. I don't listen to the Black Horse Club's orders. I was going to attack it anyway. Nearly 40 geniuses on the genius ranking instantly took a stand and attacked the shadow from different directions. Lung Yueqi also joined the attack. Only the Dragon Emperor protected the Su sisters tightly. The attacks of nearly 40 geniuses were so powerful that the wind and clouds within 1,000 miles changed. The sky was filled with explosions from the aftermath of the battle chi attacks. Many geniuses were saved as the shadow retreated. Bang! 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 The tomb exploded, and the shadow's aura was pushed back a little. Seeing that it was effective, everyone immediately increased their attacks and quickly distanced themselves from each other to prevent their attacks from colliding and cancelling each other out. The tomb was blasted into pieces, but the darkness inside became more and more profound. By the time some geniuses on the genius ranking realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Ha ha ha, a bunch of idiots. You've been fooled. I've been waiting for you to exhaust your energy to attack me. An ear-piercing, derisive laugh echoed out from within the necropolis. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and the ground cracked. Countless shadows shot out from beneath the ground, piercing through the participating beasts and absorbing their life force for their own use. Wherever they passed, all life force was sucked dry. Kai tilde. Kai tilde. The shadows covered the sky like a curtain and pounced on everyone. Many geniuses on the genius ranking were shocked. No, you're the one who's been fooled. When the young man's cold laughter rang out, a young and tall figure disappeared from the shadows and appeared right above the tomb. It's you. The strange creature in the tomb was shocked speechless. When did this human youth sneak into its side? Sovereign's Descent has been activated. It will increase the host's next attack. Accumulated energy, 6 million points. Using level 5 charge and penetration rune to activate ultimate moment. Sovereign's Descent has been increased. Vanishing shadow flying dagger. Lin Chen placed his hand on his waist and condensed pure energy. 9 tribulations battle aura condensed on the hilt of the dagger. With a whoosh, a golden light turned into an afterimage. There was no need to hide at all. The flying dagger sliced open a golden radiance that illuminated the entire great wasteland and shot straight towards the tomb. It was like the reflection of the golden radiance under the dusk of the gods, reflecting only the silence before death. Boom tilde. The dagger fell like dusk. The door of the tomb was damaged, and the shadow creature was focused on dealing with all the geniuses on the genius ranking. It had no time to notice that someone was approaching it. No. The shadow creature wanted to defend but found that there was nothing to defend against. It wanted to escape, but it couldn't outrun the speed of the golden light. And Lin Chen was waiting for this moment. He used the 5 clones to take the lead and mobilized all the geniuses on the genius ranking to attack together to attract its attention. When the golden light flying dagger cut through the air, its power increased sharply. This dagger used all of Lin Chen's current strength and was even supported by the Sovereign's Descent talent. Its sharpness was unstoppable. As if it was going to split the world, it cut the shadow in half and turned into a rainbow that fell on the wasteland's earth vein. Lin Chen used infinite silent steps and the black handle golden calamity and 3-inch calamity to protect his body. He didn't care about anything else and rushed into the exploded shadow. Although this dagger was powerful, he wasn't sure if it could kill the other party. His goal was the odd crystal fragment and the 5 light treasure chest. All the geniuses on the genius ranking could only watch as a golden light fell and tore the darkness apart. The silver-robed youth jumped down and grabbed the center of the shadow. The first thing he touched was the 5 light supreme treasure chest. Host has opened the 5 light supreme treasure chest. You have obtained a permanent orange talent, Split Shadows fragment. Split Shadows, 2 halves, has been automatically synthesized into a completed talent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first permanent orange talent. Chapter 851. A permanent orange talent. It was actually a permanent orange talent. Lin Chen's random thought back then actually came true. Lin Chen had never been so excited and ecstatic before. The first orange talent that belonged to him, Lin Chen, was finally in his hand. Lin Chen couldn't care too much. The golden radiance cut the shadow in half. He suddenly used the dark steps and moved through the void, grabbing the dark-type odd crystal fragment. This odd crystal fragment was very big, almost 1/5 of a complete odd crystal. It was far bigger than all the odd crystal fragments that Lin Chen had obtained before. No, don't. I finally ate tens of thousands of humans to condense this odd crystal fragment. The shadow creature kept begging for mercy. Lin Chen didn't say anything and pulled out the odd crystal fragment. With a few cracking sounds, the countless meridians connected to the odd crystal fragment were all broken. With a shrill scream, the endless dark shadows disappeared. Lin Chen didn't even know what this dark shadow creature's true form was before it died and disappeared. All that was left was a dilapidated tomb standing in the middle of the wasteland. Lin Chen quickly kept the diamond-shaped odd crystal fragment into his storage ring. When he landed, he saw a magical scene. His flying knife had cut the tomb into two and cut a 300-meter-long crack in the ground. Only at the end of the crack was a purple-black pattern, egg. That's right, even Lin Chen's peerless sovereign's descent couldn't cut into the egg. Lin Chen strode forward and found that this egg was actually stirring up a slightly throbbing vitality. This egg is nurturing vitality. There's a brand new life. Lin Chen was stunned, but he didn't have time to study it at this moment. He couldn't hide creatures in his storage ring, so he could only keep it in his peach blossom plant pouch. However, Lin Chen didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at this time. When he put the egg into the peach garden plant pouch, the large amount of silver Saint Origin coins and natural treasures that he had plundered in the great wilderness started to throb slightly. With the purple-black striped egg as the center, they formed a whirlpool that sucked everything over like a storm. All the medicinal ingredients that he had obtained earlier were all sucked up by this strange egg. But at this moment, as long as a certain Lin Ming released a sliver of his will into the peach blossom plant pouch, he would be able to sense this change. But he didn't. His attention was completely focused on the system. He turned on the system and clicked on the talent bar. A screen appeared. Orange talent, instant split shadow. It can be used by consuming talent points and has no cooldown time. It is suitable for all of the host's characteristic runes and can split all attacks into 5. Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. This is an orange talent with no cooldown. Uncontrollable ecstasy rushed to his heart, and Lin Chen laughed without restraint. Ha 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 ha. This is great. I didn't waste so much of my energy. I finally got you. Hearing his wild laughter, countless prodigies were enraged and their veins were exposed. Those on the genius list were so angry that their faces almost turned green. They were actually being used by Lin Chen as cannon fodder. And everyone had just witnessed him personally taking away an odd crystal fragment and the mysterious purple egg in the center of the tomb. Everyone clearly realized that they were being used as target. They had been completely toyed with by Lin Chen, and they had been thoroughly used. It was one thing for him to be thankless, but he had even made a trip to the gates of hell, and all the benefits had been taken away by Lin Chen. Damn it, how could they tolerate this? If they took a step back, everything would be fine. If they took a step forward, the more they thought about it, the more they suffered. At this moment, regardless of gender, all the prodigies on the genius list were furious. Lin Chen, hand over the odd crystal fragment and the egg. Damn it, how dare you use all of us? Do you really think your Black Horse Club is invincible? Damn you, how dare you use your grandpa Abyss Demon as a tool? You have guts. 35 prodigies on the genius list rushed forward. Their auras were violent as they glared at Lin Chen. Their killing intent was exposed as they surrounded him. The 5 clones instantly returned to Lin Chen's side. The Dragon Emperor covered the Su sisters and retreated to the side. Qin Miao hesitated. Qin Juyan hurriedly pulled his sister's slender hand. Sister, no matter what, we can't get involved in this matter. We can't forget our purpose here. We can't let anything happen to the two of us. Qin Miao gritted her teeth and fell silent, The aura outside the tomb became more and more intense. Leng Yueqi immediately came to Lin Chen's side and stood with him. She was like a goddess in ice and snow, aloof and beautiful. As long as she could be with him, even if she had to face the entire world, Leng Yueqi would have no regret. Lin Chen, hand over the egg and the odd crystal fragment. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. How dare you trick us? You don't have the right to have those two treasures. Liao Yuanmo held his blade and warned Lin Chen with a murderous aura. Not only were there 35 prodigies on the genius list, but there were also hundreds of prodigies eyeing Lin Chen covetously. No matter how strong Lin Chen and the Black Horse Club were, it was impossible for them to fight against all the prodigies present alone. This was a fact that everyone recognized. The genius list wasn't composed of people from all walks of life. Every time a prodigy joined forces, it would lead to an alliance that would multiply their combat strength. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled in a carefree manner. Oh, there are only two treasures. If I hand them over, how do you plan to split them? Liao Yuanmo laughed sinisterly. You want to sow discord between us? We will solve the problem of splitting the loot ourselves. It's not up to you to worry about us. Yes, since you dare to use us, you're destined to not have the right to touch this item. The prodigies pressed on. Most of them didn't believe that Lin Chen would unleash that killing move again. It was impossible to unleash such a killing move without paying a price. Even if he could use it again, how many prodigies could he target with so many prodigies present? Therefore, all the prodigies on the genius list wanted to take him down and snatch the treasures and secrets of the Black Horse Club and the others. The benefits were worth the risk. Wait a minute. At this moment, a stream of light flashed and blocked the two sides. It was Qin Miaoer. Didn't young hero Lin Chen kill that strange creature and save us all? How can you repay his kindness with ingratitude? If it weren't for him, all of us might not have been a match for that creature. Instead, many of us would have died in the previous situation, wouldn't we? Qin Miaoer plucked up her courage and transmitted her voice to everyone. Her words made some prodigies speechless. The situation was indeed very urgent. If it weren't for Lin Chen, at least half of them would have died in the hands of that creature. But, so what? Humans die for wealth, just as birds die for food. The huge benefits were enough to make everyone abandon all rationality. The Black Horse Club had too many secrets, which had long attracted the attention of most of the prodigies. In particular, the fact that they had learned the vanishing shadow-flying dagger in a very short period of time made countless prodigies jealous and fanatical. If they could get their hands on this secret, they might have a chance to occupy a place on the legendary genius list in the future, bringing glory to their ancestors and becoming legendary figures. Cut the crap. No matter what you say, this guy used us. We almost died because of him. Qin Miaoer, don't think that just because you're ranked 90,000 on the genius list, I can stop you alone. Liao Yuanmo warned ferociously. His entire body was covered with majestic saber qi and murderous intent. Miss Qin Miaoer, please step back. Several female prodigies warned Qin Miaoer. If you want to attack young hero Lin Chen, then count me in. Qin Miaoer gritted her teeth. She was usually reserved and obedient, but she actually took the initiative to face a battle with such a resolute attitude. Qin Juyan, who was at the side, was stunned. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.